got some things going through my mind. Why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you changed the drip to a splash. The way that you left, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It is so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time.
And welcome to the roundtable segment here at the Esports World Cup. I am sat here with 2 of the 16 competitors that are competing in Saudi Arabia this weekend, and I'll let them introduce themselves, starting with you.
I'm Mark 11, play for Team Footwiz, and I'm 20 years old.
I am Nicolas Nigerian FC. I represent Cloud9. I'm 24 years old, one of the oldest guys of this tournament.
Talking about old, oh my gosh. Anyways, we won't go there. Talking a little bit about your journey to the Esports World Cup. Obviously, you were invited. You've known for a while that you'll be here. So walk me through how that experience was for both of you. How does it affect your preparation for the tournament?
Qualified player, I guess I'm invited, so it's a bit different. People are like, oh, why is he invited, stuff like that, so it gets to you a little bit, but no, overall it's like, of course I'm happy to be here. My preparation hasn't been too great because I've been in Australia still, so I landed last night, so it's my first practice game against Nicholas actually.
What did you say?
Say the score, please.
I lost 7-2 against him my first game, so it wasn't a great welcome to Saudi Arabia, but
For me, obviously, I qualified for the last chance, so I didn't get the invitation, so Mark was a bit lucky. But yeah, for me it was tough. Also the jet lag and those things, it's something that's happening and it's really hard to play. Maybe we played my last game midnight and maybe I woke up like 6, 7 a.m. and it's hard when you try to get back to sleep and you can't. But yeah, I think I did really well. I qualified through winners. I play against really good players from here, from around the world, like Umut. But yeah, I came like for this LCQ, like just try to enjoy because this could be my last tournament of the season. So yeah, I enjoy it and I did really well.
So you both spoke a little bit about jet lag and distance, obviously from Australia and from Argentina, but servers too. Like you said, you can't really train or practice when you're in Australia, and I imagine it's similar for you. How does that affect the way that you prep? Obviously last year you were both here, you both experienced the same venue, the same kind of atmosphere. Does it affect your preparation in any way, or does it like put off your mental when you're prepping? Really prepping like 2 days before?
I think it's like for me at least, it's like a massive thing. If I practice for like 1 or 2 days before, that's not like a lot for me. Like last year when I came second in the world, I was here for like a month in Riyadh, so like that was a lot for me, and like get to play everyone at least like 10 times. But here I'm probably gonna play under like 15 friendlies, so it won't be ideal, but I'm still got the capabilities to do well.
You're here for a reason, yeah. So. And you?
Yeah, I think like for the preparation it's really important because I don't know, maybe in South America for the LCQ I play only against Nathan and Guibarros, and was the same way how they play, so you can play against, I don't know, good defense, bad defense, really fast, really slow, so it's a bit hard, but I think it's really important about the partners. You know, maybe they want to play like 100 games in a row and that's okay, but imagine if there is only one guy and he plays 2 and say, that's it. But yeah, at least we had some preparation, and I think yeah, be here, as he said, like 1 month last year was really important because you're getting in touch with every player, with the environment and everything, and you are playing, and your mind is already here, you know. Mm-hmm.
So let's address the elephant in the room, and you guys can be as honest, as arrogant, confident as you want. Who's winning?
Oh, you can go first.
I think for the normal bet or something, they say always unders because he's playing really good, and also he did so good in the World Championship. But I think right now, I don't know, I'm so confident about me. I don't talk too much about it, but I think but if I do really well in defense, if I can do the same like in the LCQ, I think I can do really well, at least, I don't know, top 4.
Okay.
I do think, like as Nicholas said, playing like obviously 2 days ago is important. Him like Jofonso, I think they'll both finish minimum top 8, top 4. But like for me, probably like I think Manu and Levy have a good chance. Team Hullet's always good, so I'll go with them too.
You're not going to back yourself?
No chance. No.
Here for the vibes, for the experience. Okay, so 2 questions off topic. Moving away from FC a little bit. Your pre-match rituals, or like your pre-game rituals. Do you eat anything special? Do you do anything special?
Or I literally I wake up, I don't eat, I have 2 to 3 bananas and that's it.
That's it the whole day?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what time I'm playing.
Do you drink anything?
Oh, water, yeah.
3 bananas water. The whole day, that's it?
Yeah, it depends what time I'm playing, but usually just bananas and that's it.
Every game?
Yeah, like unless like I'm gonna die of starvation, then just bananas.
Yeah, I understand him. Like sometimes now I'm changing it. Like I can eat during the tournament, but before I couldn't because I don't know. I don't feel nervous, but maybe something inside me that say maybe I have it, I don't know. But the rituals, I think every tournament I change it, because for the LCQ, as I said, usually I don't eat, but for the LCQ, I was eating every day. And
Like a normal person.
I hope so.
wait. I explained for the tournament day. But yeah, for LCQ, for lunch, I ate like pasta bolognese. So I did, and I will do the same for here. But for some tournaments, I change it. For example, for the Spanish League, the practice day, I was wearing, I don't know, white socks, and I was playing really bad. So I have to change everything.
To black socks.
Yeah, exactly. Or white shoes to black shoes, everything. But yeah, maybe a playlist about music and how
So
you
you
feel.
have like 15.
Yeah, I have everything. Maybe I'm crazy.
That's true. I get that actually. I've got like, so I'm wearing like the same pants, same shoes, same kit, same AirPods as all last year. So I'll be wearing all that for
Okay.
this tournament. So hopefully that can get me through the line.
So for the next 4 days, pasta bolognese.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Helps me a lot. Yeah, every day.
Well, we'll revisit that on Sunday. What is your go-to karaoke song?
Karaoke song.
Or if you were to go to karaoke, what song would you choose?
Taylor Swift love song.
Really?
Yeah.
Go on then.
No, I'm not singing. There's no way.
I don't want to sing it, but I have to represent my Spanish community, the Spanish language. So I would say typical reggaeton song, Gasolina from Daddy Yankee. This normal song.
Samba, yeah.
You know it.
If I heard it, yeah. If he sings it, yeah.
No, I don't want it. But yeah, I think I would choose it. But I need a partner and yeah, more things.
Okay. Okay, so most likely to, it could be any of the 16, not just you two. Most likely to forget their controller or headphones.
Oh, Emre Yilmaz.
Has he done that before?
He just strikes me as the guy that would do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most likely to get lost going to the venue.
I think maybe Mati. Yeah, Mati is kind of weird in that sense.
Okay. Most likely to ask the same question a million times. In
Ooh.
Discord, at the event.
Manu for sure. He likes to ask all the questions.
Manu,
He loves
always.
the questions.
Maybe you have the rules and say, okay, guys, I didn't read, so this is the question.
That's a good one, yeah.
Most likely to be late to an event.
Late, wow.
I think me. Yeah, I think me.
Yes, oh my God. You know, fun fact, we versed in this tournament for the qualifier, right, in Dallas. He wasn't in my group and he missed his flight. And he
No, I didn't. Got delayed.
It got delayed. It got apparently delayed, and he wasn't in my group. And then I wake up the next day, and he's in my group, and we versed first game. I could not believe
But that
it.
was unlucky for me. It got delayed.
Most likely to always have excuses.
Me.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Me in practice, I am.
He's
Okay.
angry all the time, yeah.
Most likely to always be sleeping.
Me.
Okay, someone said you earlier.
Yeah. I really like to sleep a lot. If I can, if there is no jet lag, I prefer to sleep.
Okay. Your best story or memory of a tournament? Between the two of you, between other competitors?
For me, it's just the World Cup from last year, I guess. That's nothing will ever top that unless I win it, which is a bit difficult, but yeah, just...
Back yourself,
Of course, no,
Mark.
it's still difficult, it's still hard, but nah, for me, it's just that. That's like probably the pinnacle point of my life. Lots of money earned from it, lots of...
At 20.
At 20, I was 19 back then.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
There's a lot. That was probably the best moment of my life in FIFA.
Okay.
I think, I don't know, it should be a major tournament, or for example, the last LCQ that was also important because I'm here. But I don't know, I think every tournament, if I win or if I did well, or a good memory for this season at the moment could be like the Spanish League, the La Liga. But yeah, no, I know I have to think a lot.
Okay,
and I don't want.
And then your kind of like starting story, your journey. Where did you guys start playing FIFA? How did you get from where you were to this point? And what advice would you give to other people that want to compete?
My first year was COVID year. I was online. I was 16 or 17.
Really? Only 4 years ago?
Yeah. My parents would cut the internet off at 9 p.m. every night. It was tough. And then
Did you have school the next day?
yeah, I did. And I only played Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then I came third in Australia that year. So that was probably my first year. I just watched a lot of pro players like Tex, Nicholas, all those people like that, because they're a lot older than me, you know. So.
And now
we're
you're
sitting
sitting
next to
at
each
the
other,
same
yeah.
table.
with your idol.
But no, that was it for me.
No, for me, I started in FIFA 16. So yeah, when I was 16. So yeah, it was a long journey. I started to play in groups, like from social media and stuff. And I started, and then I started to play against the good players in my country. I was thinking, well, I can be one of the best of top 8, top 16 or stuff, and then I win it. And then my second tournament, I qualified for I can't remember, but it was a global tournament. So in my second tournament, I qualified to Paris. So when I was 16, so yeah, I think then I realized I was playing against, for example, Agir Rosenmeyer, that is a legend from this game. And yeah, I think I performed well. Like I lost in groups, but I wasn't I wasn't a professional player.
Yeah.
So, but then yeah, that was my journey, and then yeah, I'm here. So that was a
I
good
think that's
thing.
like the milestone that everyone, especially parents, because parents never really like fully understand at the beginning. They're kind of like, what do you mean you're playing? Like, what do you mean it's video games? But then once you start traveling and you start winning prize money, and I'm sure your parents are much more understanding now
a little bit
than they were before. So in previous years, there's been a different format off and on. There's been 1v1 tournaments and 2v2 tournaments. There's pros and cons for me as a viewer. Obviously, I don't know like the ins and outs, but I feel like for me, 2v2 tends to be often more difficult than 1v1 because you have to rely on someone else. But what are your opinions, and how have you appreciated the change?
I think if you have a good teammate, especially like if you're friends with him and they can like take criticism, that's like probably the most important thing. You'll be fine at like playing. But if you have like someone like you can't speak to, like you're not friends with, that will be a lot difficult. But I feel like I wish there was more 2v2, as more tournaments of course, and then more prize money and more fun, I guess. But yeah.
I really like 2v2, but I prefer 1v1 because I am alone. But for 2v2 it's hard. Also, there is a pros and cons, as you said, but I don't know, for me as a player or like me, I prefer 1v1 because 2v2 is like, I prefer to defend, I don't know, alone than 2v2. I prefer attack alone, and also the thing is like I push myself a lot to, if I play 10 points out of 10, that's okay, but then I want to play 11 out of 10 or 20 out of 10, and if there is a guy besides me, like he doesn't want to play a lot or he doesn't push himself a lot, I don't like it. And I try to push it, but maybe sometimes it's really hard because there is two different personalities.
Yeah.
But so yeah, for me, I really like it 2v2, but I prefer to be alone because this is.
But you also really like 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 is really better.
Another fun question. If we were to play a match, be honest, what would the score be? The final
Us
score?
two?
Yeah.
20-0.
Only 20?
Okay. Is it a 6 minute or 9 minute?
9.
Oof.
40, I think. Yeah.
40?
I could do 40.
You don't think I would score 1 goal?
No.
No, it's
No.
impossible.
Not 1 goal. What do you mean
chance.
impossible?
No chance.
No, it's possible.
It's
Maybe
possible.
there is a corner.
A corner, a corners, yeah.
And you?
No, the
Final
same.
score? 40.
40.
40,
So 80-0 on aggregate.
50.
50,
Impossible.
100.
Okay.
No.
Well, on that note, you guys, that's all the time that we have here today. Thank you so much for sitting down, and best of luck to both of you this weekend. We will be back soon with more Esports World Cup action.
My name's Brandon Smith. We're here at the Esports World Cup ahead of our EA FC 24 competition. I've got two absolute heroes next to me as well. Gents, introduce yourselves.
Manu, play for Team Gullit, X Team Liquid from the Netherlands.
I'm also playing for Team Gullit, Team Liquid, Emre Yilmaz.
Thanks for joining me today. We are doing a little bit of a foot trivia quiz to test your knowledge. First question then, who is the oldest icon?
Puskas. Sorry.
No, you didn't let me finish. Who is the oldest icon on EA FC? Puskas was the right answer, but it's from these four players. Gerd Muller, Bobby Moore, Bobby Charlton, or Lev Yashin. Who's answering first? Hands up.
Oh, it's between the Bobbies. I don't know, actually. I'm gonna guess Bobby Moore.
Incorrect.
Of course it's incorrect because it's Yashin.
It is Lev Yashin.
Yeah?
I know it
One
because
point on the board to Emre.
it's crazy at the time.
Which of these players has the highest shooting attribute based on their gold item? Okay, so from these 4 players, Harry Kane, Robert Lewandowski, Cristiano Ronaldo, or Kareem the Dream Benzema?
I think it's Kane.
2 for 2. Next one for you. Which player has the highest combination of pace and dribbling on their gold item? Vinicius Junior, Kylian Mbappe, Mohamed Salah, or Kingsley Coman?
Mbappe.
Easy, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Easy. Which special item on FC24 has a combination of 99 composure, 99 long shots, and is one of the most deadliest players in those clutch situations? Is it Johan Cruyff, greatest of the game? Is it Pele, foot birthday icon? Is it Wesley Sneijder footies or Franck Ribéry footies?
Cruyff.
Correct. Which Team of the Year player has got a unique body type classified as controlled lengthy? Virgil van Dijk, Erling Haaland, Jude Bellingham, or Ruben Diaz?
Ruben Diaz.
Wrong.
Haaland.
Correct. Which player, footies player, has 99 pace and 99 dribbling and can play right wing back, right mid, right back, or left midfield?
Whoa.
Is it Kylian Mbappe, Alphonso Davies, Jarzinho, or Frimpong?
Yeah.
Ah!
Frimpong.
Hey, camera.
I think that was Manu
Yeah,
first.
Frimpong.
Frimpong?
Yeah.
GG's.
But he can play left back as well, right?
Yeah.
Gents, thank you very much for taking part in the Foot Trivia quiz.
Pleasure.
That's been the 2 Team Hullet players, Emre Yilmaz, Manu Bashouri. We'll see them on the virtual pitch here at the Esports World Cup.
Yes, my people, it's your boy TN, and as you can see, we are outside at the Boulevard. I've got the player lounge just behind me where some of the players are relaxing and chilling. We're gonna go behind now and see if we can get one of them for a chat. Let's go, come on. Ooh, hey guys. This game's looking a bit tense, but you know, might need to interrupt. Can we go for a walk, little chat? Don't mind?
Let's go.
Let's do it, man. Come on. Right, guys. As we walk, let's talk.
Sure.
How are we both feeling? How are we feeling? You go first, Mark.
Good. It's a bit hot in here, but yeah, other than that, it's an amazing country to be in for sure.
Wait, are you from Australia? You should be used
I
to
am,
this
but
sort
it's
of
not as
weather.
bad. It's not 70 degrees like in Australia.
It does get hot here in Japan. So how are you today, my bro?
Feeling good.
Yeah.
The weather is not that hot as
Yeah.
I thought, but yeah, feeling great.
Obviously, we are in Riyadh. Have you had a chance to explore the Boulevard at all? Have you seen anything like you managed to go up and down?
There's lots of food at the Boulevard, that's
There
for
is,
sure. There's
yeah.
some good Arab mix, I'd say. I'm Egyptian, so it's amazing to be here with like all the food, but yeah, I love the food here.
Jafonso, have you had a chance to look at the Boulevard?
Yeah, you have a lot of new things.
Yeah.
I could like be lost in here,
Yeah.
inside. So yeah, it's really incredible being here.
And I heard from the grapevine that you were singing karaoke the other day, my friend.
Oh.
Do you want to sing for us now?
No,
No, you don't
please,
fancy
please.
it? Ah, no Underwater today?
It wasn't good.
Yeah,
I'm not
doesn't
good.
matter,
But,
doesn't
but
matter.
Mark can show.
No,
Oh,
James,
Mark, what's your favourite
I am
karaoke song
singing-
actually,
I am
now that
singing
we're here?
I can tell you the favourite, but I'm not singing it.
Okay, tell me.
Taylor Swift love song.
Oh.
A little bit, gets in the feels that one. That's a good song.
Ooh,
yeah.
okay, I see what you're talking about. That's not too bad. Now, guys, I'm having a lot of fun. But you know what would be even more fun? If you had a ball to play with.
It's a good point, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
It is a good point. I mean, we have to. We got to do it. So you know what that
He's
means.
Portuguese, so he's going to be better than me.
Excuses already. No, I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that. I need to see some skills, though. Oh. There you go. I'll save you. Oh.
Back to you.
Woo! Woo! Now, I don't know about you guys, but after that, I am absolutely exhausted. That took a lot out of me, you know. That is crazy. So I'm going to thank you both for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm sure I'll catch you both around the boulevard.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
It is our finals day here at EFC 24. What a resurrection stage we've had. Manu Bachori made it past only to hit the brick wall that is Yafonso. What a day.
The matchup of all matchups. We have the Brazilian, young, with the flair, a lot of expression. Anders Vergang. You asked for it, the Dane is in action. Can he get the job done? That is the question today.
Oh, it's fine. I think that was first touch minus. Thank you so much, Mike. What about this one then? We have Pierzin, this year's FC Pro champion, against Mark 11, last year's Vice World Champion, Brazil against Australia. I predict today plenty of goals. I think attacking masterclass. And what about you, Richard? Richard!
Well, Boras, you've saved the best game till last, in my opinion. The fan favourite, the only Falcons representative left in the tournament, Abu Maka. He's going to have 500 people backing him against the Iceman. He has looked flawless so far. Nicholas 99 FC, he's got so close to world glory before. Can he go one step further? Leah, take it away.
Thank you, boys. And listen, there's no need to argue. All of the matches today are going to be incredible. It is Championship Sunday after all. The top 8 are ready to go, but let's see which one of them goes all the way and becomes our world champion.
Nathan has brought it back level, 4 goals to 4, and there's another goal, almost identical. Ronaldo, big chance, lovely double step over the pass, maybe the wrong target. Oh!
Hello and welcome once again to the Esports World Cup. Today marks the end of 7 out of 8 weeks of high-octane esports battles across many of your favourite titles. And today also marks the end for us here on EA FC, because in just a few hours we're going to crown our newest world champion. And joining me for the ride once again, as they have been all week, we've got Mike Clabell and Gorilla. Welcome, guys. Mike, today is the day. It's the big one.
Don't need to build the narrative, the storyline. This is going to be everything for one of these individuals. Life-changing opportunity, partnerships, brand building, legacy, you name it, it is on full display.
It's massive. Gorilla, 2017 world champion. Take us quickly back to 2017. How did you feel on this very day?
Honestly, the last day I wasn't too nervous. I didn't have the greatest start to the group stage, so I feel like all of these players today can win it.
Have you given anyone a team talk, anyone of your favourites?
No, I'm not sure.
Oh, he's staying very much out of predictions there. Okay, well, I mentioned in a couple of hours, we're going to have an individual world champion, but we've also been crowning our club world champion here at the EWC, and actually, it's already been decided.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the club championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup club champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Welcome everyone to Championship Sunday here with EAFC at the Esports World Cup. My name is Leah Ravel, and somehow I've teleported myself from the secondary stage to the studio, but I didn't quite realize how little this would actually make me look. I feel so small. But you guys, a few days ago we started with 16 of the best FC players in the world, but now we are down to the top 8. And today, we will crown our champion. Speaking of champions, the club championship title is the accolade that all of the clubs competing are looking for. But wait, watch this. Magic, right? So cool. Club championship is the ultimate accolade, and if you missed it yesterday, we had an emotional moment on stage before the match between Anders and MS Dasari as Team Falcons claimed their title as club champion, which means Falcons not only have the most important accolade in esports, but they're also taking home $7 million. With that said, Falcons may have claimed the title of club champion, but there's still $20 million on the line for the top 16 clubs competing over the last several weeks. Well, today is EAFC, and the name of the game is to win. If you don't win, everything is gone. With that, you guys, sit back, relax, buckle up, and we will crown our world champion today on Championship Sunday.
Now, with 4,220 points, Team Falcons has become unreachable for all clubs behind them. They have secured the trophy and the $7 million prize pool, and it was fantastic to see MS Dasari being interviewed and being informed that Team Falcons had won yesterday on the EA FC broadcast. But the important thing that I want to dive into is this all-important second place. It's a $4 million prize for coming second, and things are heating up. So let's turn our attention to the resurrection bracket. It was an important day for Team Liquid yesterday because Manu Bashore survived by winning his final match in a dominating 10-1 scoreline. He has secured the club a minimum of 60 points and a chance to make a deeper run in the playoffs today, and importantly, increase that gap between Team Liquid and the teams behind them. Now, when we look at the bracket later on, all the other participants in EA FC playoffs, Cloud9's Nicholas 99 FC and Luna Galaxy with Jafonza will be the best positions. Cloud9 is already eligible for that club championship, but they only sit at 185 points, which right now would not be enough for the top 16. I'll explain that in a moment. We need to see Nicholas 99 FC make a deeper run if you're a fan of Cloud9, because a semi-finals appearance is mandatory for Cloud9. They have no more teams participating next week. Luna Galaxy has secured their first top 8 finish, and they need one more team participating next week in PUBG PC to become eligible for the club championship, because they need that top 8 placement. Why does that make sense? Well, when we look at the standings, of course, the top 10, in order to be eligible for prizes, you need to be in the top 16. That means you need to be at least 6 more on here. Can Cloud9 do it? Can Luna Galaxy do it? We're going to have to find out in the playoffs bracket today and PUBG PC next week. If you want to be kept up to date with that race for second place and the $4 million prize for the second best club in the world, tune into our show, EWC Central. We broadcast from 3 until 7 at twitch.tv, EWC, and youtube.com at EWC. Once again, congratulations to Team Falcons for winning it here in week 7. But the race is not done. There's still 15 more spots to find. That does it for this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Yeah, Falcons winning yesterday was pretty special indeed. And something else which is pretty special is this man next to us. We've got Wesley Sneijder, former professional footballer, of course, and he played for the likes of Ajax, Real Madrid, Inter Milan, where you won the Champions League.
Exactly.
Just to name a few. Wesley, lovely to have you here. First thoughts of this mega Esports World Cup, what are they?
Oh, it's crazy. I was actually, when I walked in like 2 hours ago, I was like, is the real World Cup here, you know? Because yeah, we are going that way. It's going that fast. So I love it to be here. Yeah, I think like it's what I said. It's getting bigger and bigger every time.
It is indeed, and I don't know if you have seen much of it, but Falcons winning the club championship yesterday. When any of the Falcons play a play in the arena, it is just completely special. You can see here, MS Dossery, he's the chairman of Falcons. All the fans absolutely love him. When you were playing for Al Gharafa, what were the fans like? Were they as special as we're seeing here?
I probably see more fans here than we understand with our games. So, I mean, like, yeah, there were not that much, but I know the league, the football league here, they have a lot of fans as well in the stadium. So yeah, I think like this is no surprise. The people here, they love the game, you know.
They absolutely love it, and we love that it's growing as well, and we love that you're a part of it. So thank you for coming and joining.
Thank you.
And this is the biggest moment for all these players in their career. You've had plenty of huge moments throughout your career. Is there any advice for the players before they get into those key matches?
Yeah, you know, some players, what I have seen, I've played World Cup final as well. We have the only one World Cup winner here on stage. He's here. But I mean, like, unfortunately, I couldn't win it. But you see some players, they are changing. They change their behavior before these big games, you know. They get stressed, they get nervous. And of course, at the end, if you are too nervous, it will get into your body as well. So you cannot perform the way you want to perform. So I will advise them, like, stay calm, do your normal things, the routine that you're doing for every game, even if it's a group game. So it's just a game. It's just a game. You have an opponent, and there's you. So if you're good enough in it, you will win it.
And great advice. I think we should all take that on board in everyday life too.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Don't make the moment bigger than what.
No, exactly. That's the mistake that many players do. You know, they make it bigger than it really is, because it's just a game. There's a referee. There's a thing you have to play, and after some minutes it's over. You know.
True. And building from that, I might be putting you on the spot a little bit, but we've seen a team Hullet, we've seen Diogo Jota get involved in esports. Could we see maybe a team Sneijder?
Actually, when I flew in yesterday, I was not thinking about to be part of it as with a team. But when I walk in and when I saw Team Gullit, I said to all the guys here, I said, I want to have my own team as well.
Yeah, I love it.
Next year, so I said already, if there are some investors, you can call me anytime, and we can go for it, because really I want to have the best players here on the tournament. And if it's not next year, it will be in 2 years.
So you've played a lot of games. Do you have any pre-match rituals? Because as a player myself, and obviously the 8 players here today, they'll have a certain routine. What was yours as a player?
I was completely different to the rest. I mean, like, everyone was in the dressing room and they were focused, and of course I was focused as well, but on my own way, you know. I was grabbing my coffee, I was walking around, listening music, making some fun some jokes in the physio room, you know, and I was just relaxed. But yeah, I hope these players they can do the same. But what I said before, do the things that you always do, and only then you can win. Because if you start to change your routine, if you start to change, now because now it's a final, I have to be more focused, then you got over focused, and it's not good.
It sounds like the Joker we need in our team. Do you want a role on this team here, the broadcast team?
Of course, let's do it.
Great, we've signed him up, guys. Wesley Sneijder on the EA FC broadcast team going forward. Wesley, enjoy yourself in the
Thank you very much. I will.
So special. And Manny Bashir, he's from your neck of the woods. Go and cheer him on. He needs your help.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's have a look at some of the plays from the day of yesterday in our Aramco plays of the day. We have 5 for you to enjoy, and we'll just talk you through them now. And one of them is Manny Bashir from Team Netherlands. Obviously, he's representing Liquid and Team Hullet here at the World Cup, and we just saw that. And then this is Web Nazari taking on Matthias Bonanno. Unfortunately, both these players have exited the competition.
One of my favorites, I love to see it on repeat. Tony Cruz, set piece, goalkeeper goes the wrong direction, a little extra curvature for the people at home.
Them free kicks on the edge of the box are like penalties, and we have a chance here of Emre Yilmaz versus Manu Bashore. Edge of the box, simple passing, first touch. So simple, but so nice.
The tiki-taka just comes together in a beautiful way. We always talk about timing and the importance of timing. That is a picture-perfect example. Looking for the recycle, the resurgence. Can Mbappe find somebody? Of course he can. First time power shot across the body. Gorgeous. Goalkeeper can't deal with it.
I love a power shot.
Gorgeous. I love it. We're ending on that too. Mike Labellism. There's plenty of them today. Well, this is the final day, so let's just quickly remind you of the format. We have 7 matches to bring you. We've got 4 quarterfinals, then we've got the 2 semis, and then the big one, the grand final. You know what's up for grabs as well. I'm not going to dwell on that too much, because I'm going to talk a little bit about the prize pool as well. That's what we're all here for. It's massive, and actually we can just forget about 9 to 16. They're out of here. We're looking upwards. We're looking at 50k, 90k, 150 and 300 for the winner later on. Need I say more? It is life-changing money, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, well, something else which is quite special as well is the players' reactions. They've been hit and miss. Some are going to love what we're about to show them in our Pepsi reactions. Some are going to hate them. Bonano, they're not particularly ecstatic, and Nathan as well. 2 players that were struggling a bit, as was Goal Poacher. Tough day for him.
Just part of the game. I don't want to sound like I'm sitting on the fence, but you got to have people go home to have other people progress. Abamaka, the emotion that he's had on display, coming out with the chants and interacting with the fans, engaging with them. And he had a late-stage run as well, and I think the fans have kind of acted like an extra man on the pitch.
There's a lot of pressure for a lot of players because this is the last tournament of the year as well, so I can understand why people are frustrated, and you're going to see so many emotions throughout all of these games.
We actually maybe should have ranked the player reactions versus the fans, because actually the fans sometimes beat the Manu Bashore. I mean, he must be feeling a little bit stressed after what he put himself and Renzo through yesterday just to get here. Was it 11 matches he played yesterday, Gorilla, or in total so far?
Yeah, there's a lot of games that he's played, and I think it does help him. The more games you play, you just get so much more comfortable. So.
Look at him. Abumaka absolutely loved just playing up with the crowd there, and we're going to see more of that because he's on the last quarter-final today. So I'm sure he cannot wait to get out there, and I'm sure the fans can't wait to see him out there either. But it is very much about the players, and as we've mentioned, this is such a massive moment, a massive stage for them. And actually, we asked them earlier on in the week exactly what this tournament meant to them.
Get ready for the final showdown,
where everything is put on the line
for the $3,000 prize. Yeah, it will be really difficult, but I have my chance, so hope to do it. I have to be in a good level and also have a lot of mentality and to be focused during all the games. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. So I have to give all that I can to win.
I'm happy because I qualify for the LCQ against potential matchups. I think I don't care. Like, if you want to win a tournament, you have to face the best players. I feel ready for I don't care who I play. To be able to win the grand final, I think I need to perform like in group stage. I think I did well.
The biggest upset for me was like losing to Web Nazi. I was not expecting this. Going to quarterfinal was one of my goals. For the match against Vergain, I feel like very confident, prepared. So let's see what's gonna happen, but I'm very confident. For me to lift the trophy would be like the biggest dream of my life. So I need this trophy to the people know that I'm an S-tier player.
In the quarterfinals, I will play against Mark 11. For me, it's my time to revenge for the last year. I feel so confident and prepared for this moment to lift the trophy in the end. I think I need to just do what I did like these 2 days. I played so well. I say it's time to show for everyone. I hope I can win this tournament because it's one of my dreams.
I hope that will be a great game. My life will not be easy, but yours will not be as well.
I'm hoping for a good game today, so good luck for you.
The revenge is coming, Vergain. I'm coming for you.
Hey Mark, I'm coming to you and I will get the revenge.
Well, you can see exactly what this moment means to all those players. We mentioned it as well. It's a chance for sponsorship, for brand deals, and maybe new teams as well. Do you think any of those 8 players fit with maybe a Wesley Schneider new team in the future?
I think he's got to go Dutch. There's too much talent, if you're looking at the FC scene, to not take from your home country. You've also got, of course, the current world champion from last year.
Yeah, there's some really good players, but I think for his first player, he'd want a home nation, wouldn't he? So any of the Dutch players, I think he'll want.
Maybe a massive transfer in the future then. Watch this space, hey, and watch that space to see if he actually creates a team. That'd be something special. Well, actually, for the last time, on the last 4 days, we're going to go and check in with our reporter, Leah Ravel. I don't know where she started today. She's had some interesting features across the last 3 days. So, Leah, where are you today?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Championship Sunday here at the Esports World Cup. It is a big day for EAFC, as later on this afternoon, we will crown our world champion, and their key will be placed on the iconic totem. There were 16 competitors here just a couple of days ago, but today we're down to the final 8. Big matches, big players, but my Jamil Motorsport match of the day has to be Jafonso versus Manu Bachore, a previous EMLS champion and last year's world champion, facing off on the biggest stage for the title of world champion.
That is a big matchup, and that's the first matchup as well. 4 massive ones. I'm going to start with you, Gorilla. What do you make of Jafonso Manu Bachore?
Jafonso has actually played 18 games here in Saudi Arabia. It's insane. So he's just going to get really comfortable, and he's going to be on main stage, I think, for the first time. And Bachore's had a very good run as well. So I'm looking forward to that one. I can't call it.
That's because he had to do the last chance qualifier as well, didn't he? He had to do, was it 11 over there, I think it was?
Yeah, I think it was a lot of games.
11, because then he done 7, so 18. Yeah, amazing amount of games. Maybe momentum's in his favour. Next on, I'm going to come to you, Mike. PH in Mark 11.
And this might feel like a revenge match to a certain degree. We heard PH in. He's got an expectation. Mark knocked him out last year in a similar position.
Semi-finals it was.
That's what I'm saying. You're making that final run. I think PH is very happy or hungry for this opportunity, shall we say. And then Young and Verging, I can't wait. I had this circled on the calendar. I talked about it at the intro of the show. This is my match to watch. I feel like Young is trending in the right direction. It's something that I'm just throwing out there. I know we have all the hype. He's global. We love Verging. We know what he's capable of. He's already won something this year, or multiple titles this year. However, on the big stage in Saudi, 3 matches, 3 losses. That's not an opinion piece. That's just a fact. That's just an observation.
Young has never beaten Anders, though.
No, he hasn't.
Also true.
No, he hasn't.
Head-to-head 2-0.
Something's got to give.
Move on. Nicholas, let's move on. Nicholas Abumaka then. Last on, big matchup for the local fans too.
Yeah, Abumaka has actually played 6 games on the main stage, and he's got a 50% win ratio. 3 losses, 3 wins, so you don't really know what version of Abumaka you're going to get. And Nicholas, like that comeback against MS Dottery as well. All of these games are top tier.
Well, they are the quarterfinals, and this is exactly when you can watch them as well. This is the schedule for today, so you know which one's coming up first. Jafonso's up first, Manu Bachore, PH Zin, Mark 11, Anders Young, Nicholas Abumaka, quarterfinals, and then we go on to the semi-finals, and that is when the stakes get even higher, okay? It goes from 50,000 to 90,000 if you get to the semi-finals, and if you're in the final, it's 150 swing either way. Runner-up gets 150K, the winner, $300,000. That is it. Big money, go hard, go home. Not with empty pockets, with 50K, because that's, if you got to this stage, that's what you go home with today. Can you predict at all Jafonso matchup? Where's that one going? Jafonso, Bachore?
I think because Jafonso's played so many games here, he's so comfortable.
Okay.
So for that one, I'm probably leaning towards Jafonso.
I'm going to go the other direction. I'm not doubting the champion here. We've disagreed on everything throughout every single day, so that seems on brand for us anyway. Manu Bachore, I didn't like the way that he played at all day 1 and day 2. He'd probably agree with me, but I thought yesterday he looked active, he looked dangerous, he was deceptive,
the best
he was direct.
Of we've seen.
He was scoring for fun. And I want to see him replicate that today.
We're split here though, aren't we?
Yes.
Jafonso, Manu. Guys at home, where are you going? Are you split? One of these two is going to win. Who's going to win at home? stcplay.gg. Cast your votes for this one. The first of our quarterfinals is coming your way. Before we get to the Giddy Arena, let's just welcome the players as well. They obviously entered the stage of the Jamil Motorsports a little bit earlier today. That is Jafonso. Actually, for me, looking a bit nervous, just whacking his hand. He doesn't really know what to do. Maybe it's because of the camera, or maybe it's because of the stage. Guys, what do you think?
See, for me, I want something in my hand. I'm always on the move. So, yeah, he does look a little bit nervous. And is it his first game on main stage, or is it?
It's not. No. And I don't know if jitters are a problem anyway. That just means that the game matters to you. I always had a little bit of early or anticipation nerves, but that didn't necessarily impact performance, because once I got into the game, I was flowing.
Manu Bashir doesn't give much away. Looks like he did yesterday. He was here a lot yesterday as well. You mentioned it. He's had a lot of matches. 11 he's played so far, and he's got Renzo with him, who is so experienced at this level, coaching him as well, Mike.
And Manu Bashir, what I will say is that he has a certain expectation with being a champion. He knows that a lot of pressure, a lot of eyes are on you, and you have to carry that weight. We've talked about it a little bit. You've had to live that as well. It's harder when you go into tournaments and people expect you to get to the finals or to win tournaments versus you being able to kind of coast through things and be a little under the radar.
This was for the tabletop, wasn't it? Whoever was going to top the table between Mark 11 and Jafonso this matchup. So this meant a lot to Jafonso.
Yeah, and I think he's played so well. I think he's gone under the radar a little bit compared to some of the other players, but I like his gameplay for what I've seen, and he's just so clinical in front of a goal.
What is it about his gameplay that you like in particular?
I just think he's clinical. You see some players get through on goal and they just don't take that chance, but with Jafonso, from what I've seen, you just expect them to score every time he's in the box.
You also spoke to Renzo, I believe, coach of Manu Bashir. Did he say anything about today? Was he making any changes at all?
He said he's going to bring in Havertz for Joselu, but he wasn't 100% confirmed. So we see that as the only change, which is surprising after that big victory yesterday.
Would that change much, Mike, in your opinion, if he was to do that? Havertz for Joselu?
I don't know if it would have been the change that I was swapping. Yesterday, he looked unstoppable. Manu Bashir looked like he was ready to win something. I'm just saying, a man on a mission.
What do you like about Jafonso? Obviously, Gorilla was saying he really likes his style. Are you...
I got another C word.
Okay.
Composure.
Composure.
His composure is brilliant. Defensively as well, super structured, which if you talk to myself, Yvonne, we love that. Yep. It's something we keep talking about. It just means you're going to limit mistakes. You have rules and you're following those rules. You're playing percentages. Defensively, he's been superb. And then offensively, again, taking those moments, as you were saying, with being clinical, but also there's just good composure. Doesn't rush anything.
So sometimes the amount of games catch up with you at all? 18 games now across about 4 or 5 days. For me, mentally, I'd be spent by now.
I think for someone like myself, it would, because it's hard, because you play the occasion sometimes. For me, like, the better the player I'm playing, the better I play. But there's so many games, but it's working out for him. He's got to this position.
I don't know if it's a question of threshold. I don't know what your threshold or well, maybe we know our thresholds, but I don't know what these competitors, at what point do you start actually feeling mental fatigue from too many matches? It could be 30 games for Jafonso, I'm not sure.
But it's the knockouts now, though, so I think that goes out the window. It's a new day, and this is it. By the end of it, we're going to get a champion.
Yeah, exactly. A quick word on what this morning would have looked like for both of these. Are they sitting and just watching Jafonso's gameplay or Manu's, or are they looking at all the quarterfinalists as well, just in case any of them got through and they played him in the semis?
I don't think they did a lot of prep this morning. No? I feel like that was done last night. Get your sleep, and then we're here. We're in here.
Yeah, you just gotta play. You gotta look at the player that you're playing, because you don't. If you lose, there's no point looking at the other players that you could face. So I think one game at a time is a bit of a cliche, but it's true.
What did your championship morning look like? Were you nervous coming into one of the biggest stages and biggest moments possibly of your life?
But the actual final, I was confident, not too confident, but the way I played in group stage wasn't great.
Yeah.
But for the knockouts leading up to the final, I was confident. So I wasn't nervous. I just thought I'd play my game. I didn't do too much homework on my opponent. I just focused on what I could do and try and score more.
Did you believe you were going to win, though?
Yes.
Ooh.
Had a bit, even though I was 3-1 down in the first leg.
I'll never forget the point. The gorilla point.
Gorilla, there's a camera there.
Hullet was incredible.
Yeah, Ruud Hullet was in the...
He scores a goal with Ruud Hullet, points at him in the crowd. It's going to be there for me. It's a life memory.
I love it. I think you guys need to go and watch that back again. 2017 Interactive World Cup champion over here. I believe our stcplay.gg results are in. What did they go for? Let's have a little look over here. 59%
Smart
to
group.
Manu.
Smart group.
For sure there, 41% to Jafonso. So they're siding with Mike Lebel. That's not something we see that often, siding with Mike Lebel. I'm not going to lie. Maybe they're not a fan of you either, Gorilla, on Jafonso there.
It's really hard to call. It could go either way.
In all fairness, too, Jafonso has looked amazing. We're basing this, some of it might be popularity and what you're used to seeing as well. Manu Bashir has a better track record if you're going through multiple years of competing. And Jafonso's been awesome this entire year. Like, I'm not going to take anything away from
Got 20 seconds. I'm going to quickly, Mike, I'm going to go with you. If they were to get further ahead, would they either prefer a PH Zin or a Mark 11?
I think they'd say Mark.
Okay.
I think that's fair to say. I agree with Mike.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see who gets through this one first, and if Mark or PH Zin, that's the next quarterfinal. First quarterfinal coming your way. There is Manu Bashir, the current world champion, taking on Jafonso.
Good evening and welcome back to the Qiddiya Arena for our final day of the EA FC 24 tournament here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. And what a tournament it has been so far. We started out with 16 players. We have our final 8, but who will be crowned champion? I'm Nicole, and alongside me, as always, is my wonderful co-host, Milos. Milos, firstly, looking fantastic.
Hey, right back at you there, Nicole. I mean, look, we have spent the past few days kind of separating the great from the incredible here at EFC at the Esports World Cup. And I guess sometimes it's just about who is the best on the day itself. But like the desk was saying, someone has to go home for us to advance in the bracket. And I am very sure in saying this, we definitely have the best of the best, the cream of the crop here in Riyadh.
I know, these are 8 incredibly talented players. I mean, I can't pick who I think could go all the way, Milos. I don't know about you. Have you got any thoughts?
Honestly, may the best win. We just want some good gameplay, and I think we're going to get that for sure. But shall we introduce our first quarterfinals?
Let's do this.
All right, please join us from Luna Galaxy. It's Jafonso! The semi-finalists of FC Pro 24 World Championship dominated Group A after squeezing back the LCQs here in Riyadh and flew straight into the quarterfinals. This man scored close to twice the goals he conceded. His play style is clear, Nicole. Offense is the best defense.
Ooh, I like that, okay. And his opponent, representing Team Liquid, it's Manu Bashir! Yesterday, he rose from the resurrection stage. He annihilated the competition to be here, to be in the quarterfinals. But can he make that count on this big stage in Riyadh?
What a set of quarterfinalists to kick it off. Please, Jafonso, Manu, can you please join us here in the center? Just quick words, head-to-head, look into one another, deep into those eyes. Any final words? Good luck.
Oh, that was so nice. Jafonso?
Good luck.
Oh, we love to see that, to be fair. That's really nice. Okay, guys, place your keys and take your seats. Good luck. Milos, that was really quite lovely, wasn't it?
What a wholesome way to get it all started. Who would have thought? There's a lot of love in competition in many ways. These two players, yeah, may be a bit of nerves, but if anything, they are both used to the big stage. So how about we get this game on the road? Our first quarterfinal here from the Qiddiya Arena in Riyadh. Let's send it to our commentators.
Well, here we go then. A championship Sunday has arrived here in the Qiddiya Arena. $1 million will all be spread out and spent today, with one player walking away with $300,000. Myself, Brandon Smith, and for the first time, this Esports World Cup FC 24 journey. Richard Buckley joins me in the commentary desk. Richards, it only feels right that we're back together for a quarterfinal.
It certainly does, and I really can't call this. I think if you look at consistency over the week, Jafonso is the man in form. an unbelievable last chance qualifier. We were there actually following it game by game, and as he went up against the likes of Stingray and Umut, his confidence was so incredible. On the other side of it, Manu Bachore, he had a poor groups, and when it came down to that resurrection stage, he absolutely annihilated, to steal the word from Nicole, Bonanno in a way in which you don't see Matthias Bonanno lose. 10 goals to 1. He will be on top of the moon going into this. Could go back-to-back. Not many people have won major tournaments back-to-back years. He'd be taking home 600k in the space of 12 months from the esport in which we love, and really cemented himself as one of the greatest to ever do it.
Well, you're right on saying there, Richard. Yesterday, he had to play against Matthias Bonanno 3 times in a row. He scored 17 goals against Bonanno to the 5 that he conceded against him. You look at where it went a bit topsy-turvy for Manu Bachore, and it was in the group stages where he basically didn't win a game for 4 matches on the bounce. From round 2, a loss against Asari and that 6-6 thriller that we saw here on main stage, then fell into 2 Brazilians, Nathan SR, PH in. They both took results in him. Then he had to play against Anders Vergang, which he did unfortunately lose. But then the form started to come back. Round 6, round 7 yesterday, and then that resurrection tournament sort of stage that he had to go through yesterday, Rich. He played 4 games. Yes, he lost to Abu Maka, but still made a way through to be in this top 8.
On the other side of it, you look at Jafonso. He's looking to complete the trifecta. He beat Emre 4-0 in the group. He beat Levy 5-2 in the group. And now, to complete the triple threat of Team Hullet, Team Liquid competitors, he faces Manu Bachore. We have to remind you as well, no double elimination bracket from here on out. Single elim, 1 game of FC. No 2 legs, 9-minute halves. Extra time and penalties will be required. Win to stay in, lose when you go home.
It sounds simple, but there's a lot more on the line here. The Esports World Cup. And this is quarterfinal number 1 coming your way here on Championship Sunday. Jafonso of Lunar Galaxy kicking from left to right. Manu Bachore of Team Liquid, Team Hullet from right to left. It was 3 different Dutch players that did make the travel out here to Riyadh, and only one stands tallest. He was the champion last year, won a penalty shootout where he won $300,000 against Mark 11. Mark 11 is also still in this tournament. It could be an early start if it wasn't with the help of Thibaut Courtois. Did a brilliant job there, Jafonso, of opening up the space. Quick corner comes in. And with the help of Kanate, on the second time of asking, he still has this attack to play out. Mateus tries to disguise the pass, and Jafonso already trying to unpick Manu Bachore, Rich, 5 minutes in.
Well, he's had good success as well. That chance earlier, you'd probably think he should green it. Manu coming up the other end, but solid defending from Jafonso. I would probably sum up Jafonso's game. In my opinion, in what we've got left in the tournament, he's the most well-rounded player. Attack, midfield, and defence when it comes to holding the ball, keeping possession, being able to manipulate his attacks where he wants them. I think he is the most well-rounded. That doesn't mean he's the best.
Big chance! And it's like he can hear you, Richard.
But he's looking to be the best right now.
Jafonso of Lunar Galaxy is just continuing this form he's had. You have to say he's been so consistent this year in this FC Pro ecosystem. He won the MLS early on to the year. He wasn't able to play in the likes of an E-Champions League. However, it was all eyes on the FC Pro World Championships in Berlin, where he got a top 4. And since then, Rich, he's just been on a momentum streak.
And the mindset from Jafonso, I spoke to him outside the arena in Berlin for that FC Pro World Championships, and he was really disappointed because he felt as though it were there for the taking. That was his tournament.
Bachore can't find a way through. First time he's been in the box there of Jafonso, and just on that point as well, Richard, we spoke about it, and so did the team in the studio. He had to play in a last chance qualifier to even earn his spot here. He's been playing more FC than any other player that's in this final 8, other than Nicholas.
And it's the level of competition that he had to play against. Abu Fouazi, Stingray, Umut, just to name a few. on the way through. And from that Abu Fwazi defeat that he suffered on Monday, he had to win every single game because he was down in losers.
Oh my, stop it. Jafonzo, what a save. Could still try and squeeze in at the back post. Should go for a goal kick.
I had a little bit of time yesterday during the resurrection stage where I weren't commentating. I went and sat in the audience and I spoke with Diogo Mendes, who are obviously good friends with Jafonzo, and he just said to me, I don't see how anyone beats him. He's so well-rounded, he's playing with such confidence, he's got momentum on his side, and he's playing at such a good level right now.
There's a quote that we remember as well a few months ago via Anders Vergang. The only player that he felt a little bit uncomfortable about was Jafonzo. They're both on opposite sides of the brackets of the FC Pro World Championship. I know Anders still won that tournament, but it would have been interesting to see if they were to match up maybe here. Chance comes in, it's saved just about by Courtois, and another corner comes the way of Jafonzo. Whipped in towards that front post, Haaland is there, and Canate just about deals with it. Recycle him.
He's making it look really easy to break him down at the moment. And I'm not surprised, to be honest, that a pause has come in here.
69% possession so far.
4 shots.
In the first 20 minutes.
To Manu 0. It's been one-way traffic, and that's a polite way of putting it so far in the opening 20 minutes. Probably should feel as though he should be more than 1 goal up.
Well, in the group stages, Manu Bashore conceded more goals than Jafonzo actually scored. He conceded 35 in the group stages. He was a bit leaky about Manu Bashore. I mean, you don't blame him when you look at the group that he did find his way in. Joint best defensive record in the tournament so far. Him and Nicolas share that. They both top their groups respectively. And they only lost 1 game in the group stages, a 4-2 defeat against the Brazilian Young, who does play against Anders Vergang a little bit later on today in another quarter-final match. Other than that, he has been flawless ever since he's kicked the ball here inside the Kiddie Arena.
2 fantastic coaches as well behind these two. Armando Vale with Jafonzo on the other side of it. Renzo, who has had such success and had his crowning moment alongside Manu last summer, winning the 2023 World Championship.
Still all Jafonzo, all Luna Galaxy. Coutinho deployed for that power shot if he wants to use it. Step overs are pretty, just gives him an extra yard or 2 with that speed boost. So good at just speeding up these attacks in these sort of areas. Disguises that pass well enough to draw out a save from Courtois.
Manu just a little bit of possession, if anything. Get your foot on the ball. Get yourself into this game. Could have a runner over the top, just offside, and that high depth playing perfectly to effect there.
Keep an eye on that back post as Mbappe will try and peel out. He might not have the aerial plus you're looking for. Certainly he's a deadly finisher in those areas. Where's that cutback? Is he going to need it? Looks for it, wins a corner. No, it goes for a goal kick in the end.
And also, watch for Jafonzo when he gets down that byline to maybe take a shot.
Oh no, this could be tragic. Sort of play. Oh no, it simply has to score. You do not make mistakes like that, because Jafonzo will punish you every single time.
Mistakes at this level, quarter-finals of the Esports World Cup. Simply unacceptable. Gave it into Van Dijk. He turned, maybe the touch was a little bit heavy, didn't expect him to take that big, but then the pass following it. You credit the pressure and the press from Jafonzo. Manu clearly unhappy. A dream start for the Portuguese star. And he's probably eyeing up potentially Anders Vergang final if he had it his way, I think.
Well, it was only 36 days ago, Rich, that he got a top 4 in Berlin. His best ever achievement, alongside, of course, winning the MLS earlier on this year, where he picked up $70,000 with that top 4 in the FC Pro World Championship. A win here would guarantee him $90,000 as well. And more importantly, with the club championship points on the line, Luna Galaxy might not be in amongst that top 16 at the moment, but they certainly will collect points, and they have got some more esports titles to play.
Yeah, 275 points, I believe, for a 3rd/4th placing. If he was to finish 2nd, 600, and then 1st, obviously 1,000 points.
Well, such big money in that club championship ranking. You certainly want to fight for it, even more so for Team Liquid, Richard, who are 2nd place at the moment. They stay there, they get $4 million. The player that represents Team Liquid is currently 2-0 down and needs to really turn it around. Trivella stopped there by Courtois.
A magnificent opening 32 minutes for Jafonzo. He is having his way right now in this quarter-final.
What a way for him to end this season, Rich. This could be. A real breakout year for him. Mbappe can't get past Militao there. The idea was clever. He might get another chance to try and unpick the Portuguese players' defence. Mateus, a couple of scoop turns. And ball rolls just to mix up the patterns of play, but again, yet to really have a shot. He hasn't had a single shot, let alone been in the box more than twice of Jafonzo.
And Jafonzo won't really give away any unforced errors. You heard Mike talking about it, the consistency, composure, and just his general style of play. It's so hard to beat.
Ball roll. Into corner, it was Time Green there for a second. I thought that was going to be a definite third. Quick corner comes in, you know where it's going deep. Oh! Acrobatic finish from Erling Haaland. Now that is one hell of a way to go into half-time with a 3-goal lead.
Jafonzo is in dreamland right now. 3-0 up. He's had it all his own way. And if this carries on, he will be crushing Manu Bachore's key.
Well, Rich, how many times have we seen an aerial plus header from there? We don't need to see a Time Green bicycle kick unless you're Jafonzo.
No real reaction either.
Long time still to be played. Remember, 9.5 is what we play on FC 24 now, if you haven't been following the regular season. Just a goal will change everything. A chance might just do that. Mateus into Hullitz, his first shot. And it will certainly give him some confidence. Quick corner is played in. Haaland can't quite match up with the header. Konate does enough just to deny him, and that will be a free kick there for Petr Cech.
So nice period of play from Manu off the kick-off, getting forward. He was looking for the edge of the box, and Hullit was there to register the strike. Maybe would have liked to play in a little bit further. That's a great press up the pitch.
Can he make the most of it? So much time, Mbappe. But the decision-making was the most important part of the puzzle. Was there a pass? Was there an option? No, Trivella. Back in the game.
It's his work off the ball that's rewarded him with the strike.
Well, I just wanted to ask, Rich.
Flicked straight onto Mateus. He was sort of holding Mbappe, and then quickly the right stick flicked onto Alexia Putellas. She managed to just nick it off his defender. And then, as you said, it's all about decision making. Do you go across the goalkeeper? Do you go near post? Do you take another touch and wait for a little bit of goalkeeper movement? Back to the Trivella from Mbappe. And he's back in the game going into half-time.
I wanted to ask, why hasn't Manu been able to have a sniff at a goal or do anything? And you could even discuss that he's just simply not made a mistake. Suddenly, we could be looking at a 3-2 scoreline if Manu Bachore can make the most of this. Mateus does so well, times it. Red! Then it goes into the goal. Alexia Mateus, we mentioned the involvement in the last goal, has just scored a red time finesse. And it's gone straight past the goalkeeper. Petr Cech will not be happy with that one, even with Jafonzo. He's laughing at the screen, saying, how's that gone in?
Well, I suppose one thing you can say about that, 99 rated players, 99 shooting, finesse shot plus. Even when it is red, it's good enough. when you've got max 99s across the board in every shooting stat. However, if you're Jafonzo, you'll feel a little bit hard done by, because that 39 minutes of fantastic play, you switch off for a couple of moments, you get a little bit unlucky, and the game is well and truly back on.
There was moments in that, Rich, where we could have been going into half-time and he was 4 or 5-0 down. Suddenly, you're absolutely right to say that. A bit of fortune and a mistake. Manu Bachore is only 1 goal behind, and I said 9.5 so long. How about scoring 2 goals in 5 in-game minutes? There's still 45 left to play.
I'll be really, really intrigued to see how this second half gets underway. Jafonzo was the much better player for the first 45. However, the scoreline doesn't really reflect that. Now, Manu, a little bit of confidence. What can he get going? As I say that, he tries to pass out of the back and it's intercepted.
Can Jafonzo punish him straight off the restart here? He does well, just to wait for a tackle. And then the space opens up for Mbappe.
Manu clearly displeased.
Let's see again the replay if we can, Rich, to work out what exactly happened.
Well, when he plays it back, just that beautiful, again, the composure, the patience. He expected Manu to just bite ever so slightly. Continues across the box and fires it into the top corner. I think you saw Bonanno last night, obviously on social media, saying he was struggling on the main stage.
He's not the only one, is he?
Anders hasn't won on the main stage. It'll be really, really intriguing. And that was one of the things that I think for Manu, he'd played up there 6 times, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 5 times. Sort of, you knew what to expect from him, whether it's from the crowd, whether it's from getting comfortable on there.
Mbappe fakes that play a lot to try and bring Mateus into this one. Hosselu finds Vitinha, Hullet.
Ooh.
So coming together in the box, Bachore does enough to get possession back and a chance to counter-attack now. Haaland in a running race with Hosselu. Yes, that is the Spanish striker playing as a right-back. Power shot comes in and...
I don't mind that.
Maybe with a corner.
We're looking for a corner. If you get it right, you've seen them flying to the back of the net. He's very creative. He's an attacking player, is Manu. I think we've seen a couple of the power shots from whether it's fullbacks, especially when using Hosselu, who's a striker at right back.
Speaking of those power shots, Rich, interesting to get your take on it. Vitinha, he's played in a couple of teams. Abu Makar, MS Dasari, Jafonzo, and he has popped up in moments with the power shot.
It powers up so quickly that, especially when you're knocking it back first time and then you're hitting the power shot straight away, your opponent doesn't have time to even get a man in the way or read it or do anything. Obviously, there is risk there with it being a manual shot and the error that can go onto that strike. But if you get it right, as Abu Makar did, I think, yesterday, edge of the box, power shot first time, it's almost a guaranteed goal.
Nearly 15 minutes of this second half gone, and it's allowed Jafonzo not just to get another goal, but to slowly settle into that game. Saying that, could be a bit of bother now. Haaland, the angle was asking way too much. You can probably understand he was trying to get a deflection out for a corner or something.
So 2 runners on the top side of the pitch. Just cast your eye over there. You've got to think the ball will go back over onto that side. It's Mbappe and Mateus, who's just popping up into a little bit of space.
Hosselu, Mateus, this is nice for Jafonzo, really starting to speed up the attack now! And as soon as the ball goes into R9, there's always going to be problems. It's a 3-goal cushion now for Jafonzo.
And fundamentally, he's just playing the play styles and playing his players really, really well. It was the switch of play, which we expected. When you're switching it over to Hosselu, it's sort of a 50-50 if it's a Hosselu versus Hosselu matchup, but If you're up against a Davis or a Havertz, you are going to win that aerial battle. And then as soon as you isolate the fullback, in that fullback v fullback matchup, Hosselu wins that header. You've got the pass into Pateas, and you can just offload. You will have an extra man somewhere. You'll have an extra player. And then as soon as you come into the box, it's just all about decision making. Do you pick the right side? Can you green it? Have you got the right players in the right situation? We're in August. Of course you are. Everyone's 99 rated.
Unfortunately for Manovichore, it's back to square one in terms of a 3-0 deficit where he's had to chase the game. Speaking of what a crazy year it's been for Jafonzo, a win here would not only guarantee him $90,000, but for just this season, he'll be coming in at about $194,000 in prize earnings, which just goes to show the year that he's had.
Manu's had a couple of those where he's got it out wide and he's shot, whether it's with a fullback or with an attacking player, across goal from narrow angles. Just looking for a rebound, looking for a corner, or maybe even a deflection from the goalie back into the box.
Haaland's got Frimpong chased him down. I think that was a sub that was made not so long ago. Footy's Frimpong on the pitch. Speaking of those 99 rated players, there's another one. He'll be happy with this, Jafonzo. Just with the ball at his feet. More time taken out of the game. Less chance for Bernardo. Try and find a way back. Posted in Mbappe. Might just conclude the game now. A 4-goal deficit. Is it too much to ask for a world champion? I don't think it is, but with who he's up against, Rich, it's maybe slightly impossible.
It's just so methodical. You can swap out the players, you can put new players in terms of in-game, and the process is the same every single time. Look for the switch of play it on the left, look for the switch to the right, isolate the players on the right-hand side, wait for the pass infield, and then it's the quickness in which you can get it from centre mid into striker. That first time little X-pass or through ball straight into the space, into the gap. He makes it look really easy, and it's not.
He's not done yet. Pull it. R9. Finding the extra pass that no one's in. Pateas, stop it. Step overs are pretty. That would have been one hell of a goal. Corner played short. As it stands, Jafonzo going through to a semi-final. Off it in deep. There's Hulu, who certainly could offer you a header. Chore, nothing's falling his way. Terrible touch that gives away another corner. Jafonzo of all the time in the world to keep possession. He's got no need to rush. Remember, he'll be playing the winner of PH or Mark 11. That's the next game that follows this one.
It's a great game.
Mark of unfinished business here in Riyadh. Looking to take down one of the best informed players in the world as well at the moment. PH Zin.
PH Zin looking to make it, what, 3 major tournaments when you look at his resume over, maybe even more when you look at the 2 Nations Cups, the FC Pro Open Championship, and then this. It would be a heck of a 2-3 year span.
Well, you were counting up, Richard. If you went to go and win the whole tournament today, you would be slowly but surely approaching $1 million.
Yeah, probably just under sort of 830,000.
Crazy money.
He's only 21.
And he's just signed for a record transfer fee to Alula, the Saudi football club. Bought him out of his contract early. He's going to expire next year with Ajax in the summer. I said, no, we want you to represent us at the Esports World Cup. Big chance comes in, saved by Petr Cech, and unfortunately, just don't think there's enough time. 10 in-game minutes to find 4 goals is asking quite a lot. Tuchemeni. Pateas R9 all involved in the hunt there. It would be Jafonzo's 40th goal if he was to score again in this Esports World Cup.
How 24 hours can change, eh? This time, yesterday, Manu Bashore was coming into a resurrection stage in which he would progress, scoring a ridiculous amount of goals. It comes into today, first game of the day, and you're out of the tournament.
What's on the other side for Jafonzo, Rich? I mean, he had a nice win against Mark 11, 7 goals to 4. Then he could just go back to the hotel and relax yesterday. Haaland tries his best to ball around the goalkeeper, and it's just not falling. It's just not happening, unfortunately, for Manu Bashore. He will be exiting here this time round in Riyadh, not as a world champion, but still as a quarter-finalist.
Some very, very nice prize money as well to go along with that. $50K.
Which would actually put him over $500,000 in prize earnings. He will feel a little bit hard done by this year, Manu Bashore, of course.
Couple of seconds.
A lot of the time, Richard, he's been in those top 4s, those top 8s. From the Champions League, run up at DreamHack Dallas against Emre Yilmaz, where he did qualify for the Esports World Cup.
EWC finishing second.
Wicked Wednesday, played well there. So many top flight tournaments where he just hasn't had that silverware. And look, for so many pros, even getting to a top 8, to a top 4, to a championship Sunday is massive. But for him, he's a winner. He's a champion. He wants trophies.
And that's the only thing on his mind. The only thing on Jafonzo's mind is who's next. PH or Mark 11. They'll be maybe not watching this game, actually. They might be getting ready for their match. However, Jafonzo's going to have the opportunity to sit back. So he'll probably not play now for maybe another 2.5 hours.
Jafonzo, I think he could kick off the new season now because he is in such good form. And in time, 2 minutes has been played. Jafonzo will be in the semi-finals here of the Esports World Cup. $90,000 Richard to his name. A massive win against Manu Bashore, who unfortunately this time round in Riyadh will not be able to defend his crown as world champion.
Jafonzo. Another key collected. Might have to call him the locksmith from here on out. Semi-final waiting.
Well then, 1 quarter-final down, still 3 to go for now. Let's catch up with our latest semi-finalist. He's with Nicole.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I am here with Jafonzo. I mean, great performance from you. You've been great throughout the group stages. Obviously, I mean, that looked really comfortable for you. Talk me through your performance there.
Yeah, I think I played a really good match. Start winning 3-0. I struggled a little bit in the end of the first half, but then I managed the game in the best way I could, and yeah, I won.
And you were one of the last players to earn a place in this tournament. Did you feel confident coming into this? Did you think that you would do this well?
Yeah, of course. I never doubt about myself. I think that you have to be confident on yourself, so yeah.
Well, congratulations. You need to go and crush Manu's key. So off you go. Well done. Enjoy that. I don't know if that's really an enjoyable experience. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, well, what an absolute demolition then. 6-2 in the end. This is how it started after a very comfortable start for Jafonzo, and we thought it'd be a bit more even, and especially when it got to 3-2, Mike Labelle.
Well, what happened was he set the tone. That's the reality. He came out of the gates, got an early lead. Manu had to play catch up. He started to make some opportunities late. You see this finesse shot, we talked about it not being timed perfectly. Either way, Pateas able to tuck that home, looks nice. But Jafonzo had an answer. He had an answer.
That looked like there was a comeback on there. 3-2, 45 minutes played. We're into the next half. We said, didn't we, what's half-time going to look like? No changes are made, particularly.
Well, Jafonzo was so good in that first half, and then Manu Bashore, we did think he was going to do a comeback, but whatever said at half-time, I think they had a quick reset, and we just saw more from Jafonzo in the second, and that was a clinical performance.
He's just not rattled. That's been maybe the takeaway here. Not only his ability, but the cadence. He's just not bothered by anything, and Jafonzo's moving on.
Yeah, semi-finalist number 1. His spot is confirmed. P18 on Mark 11 will join him. You said he's not rattled, though. It was the defending world champion, Manu Bashir. Surely you're rattled a little bit. He looked nervous when we saw him walking in earlier, though.
But not when he sat down. It looked like he's at home. He's super comfortable. Saudi might be his second home. I don't know. I'm just looking at his mannerisms, the lack of reaction. He's focused. He's dialed. Couple back and forth with maybe the coach, but nothing crazy. There's not a bunch of pop-offs. That's just how it's been.
Well, this is the key crushing moment, the heartbreak moment, as we've been calling it.
Give him a hard hat.
This could be a name. If Jafonzo wins, Bashir in the bottom of the trophy could be one of them.
Well, it's the biggest name he's possibly taken down in terms of that he was holding this World Championship title from last year. That's someone that you look at and go, I want to beat him just for that reason alone. If I don't move any further on, I've taken down a world champion.
I would co-sign that. At this point, or this stage of the competition, for sure. Biggest name that he's eliminated, without a doubt, and I think he's got to be there.
Yeah,
I would want the previous champion
if you
in my
win the
trophy.
World Cup,
Yeah, he's there
and
for
to have
me.
a World Cup winner at the bottom crushed. I mean, if I was a player, I would not be wanting to watch that. My own key getting crushed.
That's 19 matches now he's played here in Saudi.
Forget the wins and results. Like, to play 19 games in that short period of time is fair play.
Better tell him to smile. No emotion.
Maybe that's the fatigue setting in. He can't smile, but he can still play EAFC, which is all that matters, really. And we're going to break down some of the great plays from that first quarter-final as well with these two. What goal have you got? What play have you got?
So it's actually Jafonzo's second. Now, it's nothing crazy. It's just more a good press and then some good mechanics. So 24 minutes, Jafonzo's 1-0 up. Manu Bashir has a goal kick. So you're not expecting anything to come from it. So if I just play it here, he plays it short into Kanate. And as you can see already, Jafonzo is pressing. Now, you just keep playing here. There's no press on here. He's played the ball, but as you can see right here, if I just highlight that, Jafonzo has highlighted Mbappe, which means I want to go and get the ball.
And I always look at these with risk to reward. In an ideal circumstance, you'd like to always take a gamble when your opposition's trying to build up from the back, because if you get a takeaway, you create a 2-on-1 opportunity. Like, I know what's coming next. We just watched this one back. I got an idea.
And I don't know if this is as much of a mistake from Bashir as it is good press from Jafonzo. So we just play now. Bashir just thinks he's going to get a turn with Van Dijk and play the pass out into midfield, but that does not happen because he's pressed here with Mbappe. And then once he gets the ball with Mbappe, it's a 2-on-2. He has Ronaldo up here, and as we play right now, bang, here we go. It's a 2-on-1.
But there's something extra here. There's something nice. It's not all said and done. It looks easy, but then what does he add in? What does he sprinkle at the end?
It's the player lock, one of my favorite mechanics on the game. So if you see above Mbappe's head, he's activated it. But if I just slowly go forward, he's now switched to R9.
And now it's that game, we always talk about the bait and switch or the cat and mouse, or you're going to make that defender have to make a decision.
Yeah, so as a centre-back, I actually don't know how you defend this. I think there's a bit of luck, but Jafonzo, as I've said before, he is clinical. He pushes Mbappe, but because he's got the player lock, he's activated it. He's now one-on-one with the goalkeeper. But this is not just a standard goal, because Bashir is doing goalkeeper movement as well. So he gets through, he waits and takes his time, and he scores, and he takes the 2-goal lead. But we have some more games coming, so make sure you are here after the break.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Backstage here with Manu Bachori. He just came off of the main stage. Unfortunately, Manu, this ends your journey at the Esports World Cup. But two things I want to say before I ask him is what a good sport for doing an interview right after. Thank you. And what a performance from you. Up and down the whole tournament, you made it back to be here today, and you won 50K. How are you feeling?
Disappointed, honestly. As you said, up and down, and it's just the problem this tournament is that it wasn't just constantly up. And the downs were just too low, and then you get punished. I felt also like maybe, I don't know, it felt like things weren't right when I was playing, but yeah, of course, that's no excuse. He played better than me and deserved a victory.
So Manu, what's next for you for next season of FC? Does this end your season? Is it vacation time now?
Yeah, right now it's just waiting on 25 to drop. And yeah, hopefully next season we'll be back competing for titles again.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for doing this interview. Congratulations for making it until this point. 2 championships Sunday. Like I said, 50K in the bag. He made it to the quarterfinals. Commiserations to you, and best of luck next season. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, here we go then, our second quarter final. It's that man, PH Zin, taking on the man behind him. They're entering the arena together, Mark 11. This is a bit too cozy for my liking in a quarter-final matchup here. They look like they're best buddies here, guys. It's about to change, isn't it, when they get in the Gidea Arena on that stage for these two.
Maybe they're doing it on purpose. Take it easy with friendly. As soon as the game kicks off, that's out of the window.
These two, Mike, as well, pretty even Stevens in terms of what they've achieved so far. Both got 5 wins out of 7 in all those round robin fixtures. So can't really call it on the form here, but this is a different stage today, isn't it?
I was going to say the stage is set and we don't have any confirmation of stage work from the likes of Mark.
No.
Not saying that will be a disadvantage. I just haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. We haven't seen it.
That's not something that's going to phase him, though. We had his team manager, Denman, on yesterday, and he actually went to me, are all the quarter-finalists playing on the big stage? I said, yeah, why? He said, oh, because Mark wants to go on it. So the fact that he's asking if he's getting up there, he really wanted to be on this stage, and he gets a shot now.
I don't doubt that. I just know that I'd rather be ahead on the stage than behind having to chase a game. You feel the moments when you're sitting across from each other versus being in the secondary competitive area where it maybe feels a little more relaxed. This is every time you have a bad beat, you hit the post, the ball doesn't bounce your way, you name it, you start to question, maybe it's not my day.
It's the quarterfinal as well, though, so it's kind of chucked in the deep end a little bit, isn't he? But listen, there's no room for excuses, and he's been on the big stage before.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we can have a look at past matches where these two have played, and actually it was a semi-final of the World Cup here in Saudi last year. Mark got the better of PH on that occasion. What do you guys at home think will happen this year? Cast your votes right now, stcplay.gg. Let us know what you think. You were pretty wrong last time, weren't you, most of you? Majority of you there, 59% of you said Manny, for sure it wasn't to be. In the end, you did as well. This one, guys, are we going to look at past results and they're going to determine this fixture? Mark coming out on top, or do you think it's going to go a different way?
Even though I kind of built the fact that we haven't seen Mark on the stage, I feel like I'm tired of the lack of respect that he receives.
Yep.
I'm going for Mark today to forge the upset because I believe the chat is going to favor PHN. We'll see. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's what I think is going to happen.
Gorilla?
Mark had a very good group stage, and as you said, it's his first time on main stage, but mentally he does have that win over PHN, so do you know what? I'm going to go different to Mike. I'm going to go PHN.
Smart move. Smart move.
And they also now know who they're going to face as well. Jafonso, who looked very deadly out there. 6-2 over Manu. Well, the time is now for this one, isn't it? Who's it going to be? Mark 11 or PH Zin to join Jafonso in that semi-final? Let's get to it.
The first quarter-final here in the Gidea Arena, which saw Jafonso through to the semis. And what a performance from him. I spoke to him afterwards. Milos, you helped crush the key of Manu. I mean, Jafonso, a confident guy right now, isn't he?
Yeah, and he looked at when we were crushing that key also, just coming in. He knows what to do. There's not much to explain. The men came in. And if you ask me, Nicole, it's clear. You make it to semifinals, there's a lot more of that secret sauce from what we just saw on stage. So I absolutely cannot wait to see Jafonso back again.
Me too. Okay, shall we get our second quarter-final started? Let's get the players out. Introducing PH Zin, representing Al-Ula. Finishing second in Group B after an impressive group stage. The Brazilian has done it all in South America. He is a winner, but can he win this quarter-final? Can he handle the pressure?
And his opponent, representing Footways, Mark 11! The best from Australia hits the EWC main stage for the first time this week. He's been plenty busy, though, hitting the top 3 in Group A to skip the resurrection stage, having the perfect balance of offense and defense. Will he keep his cool against the man he beat last year on the world stage?
Okay, guys, if you come in here, please, PH Zin, come on in. Do you have any final words before the game starts?
No, it's just I feel so ready and confident, and I'm ready for this moment.
May the best man win.
Just so happens that might be you today. Who knows? Well, I think that's the hope for either one of our players. Gentlemen, please place your keys and take your seats. Go ahead.
Good luck. You know what, Milos, this is the first time that we have seen Mark on the big stage. I mean, the crowd is loud, as you can probably hear, so it'll be interesting to see how he does.
Crazy things have happened here. We'll see how it all shapes up in the game itself and on the pitch. Nicole, let's get this day started. Back again for game 2 with the commentators.
Well, these two quite simply couldn't be more evenly matched. When you look at the group performances, Mark 11, 5 wins, 2 losses, 28 goals scored, 20 conceded, +8 goal difference, 15 points. PH Zin, 5 wins, 2 losses, 28 goals scored, 20 conceded, 15 points. Statistically, Ryan Pessoa, this is the best game of the quarterfinals. Will it live up to the stats? The audience pretty even as well in their predictions at home.
Yep. Can I ask you for a prediction early on?
No. You can. I'm just... Do you know what? Yeah, Mark 11.
I'm with you. I don't know.
I think it's Mark's time.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think Mark 11's played extremely well. The only drawback is that we've not got to see him on the main stage. I think as a player, you obviously want to play as frequently as possible. Maybe that could work against him. The crowd element, of course, is sitting directly opposite your opponent. PA Zin, it's a rematch from last year where Mark 11 came out on top. So mentally, I think it favours Mark 11 ever so slightly as well.
The 2 players behind them as well. You got Denman in the ear of Mark. On the other side of the stage, one of the greatest minds in the game. Now, swapped out Ajax for Al-Ahula. And such an impressive move for Saudi FC, really.
Massive move. Probably one of the best players we've seen throughout the last couple of years in the ecosystem. And I'm just excited to get going. I think for P8 Zin, a lot of expectations stemmed from his performances at the FC Pro Open earlier on this season. And of course, he's come on since then. I would say, underperformed at the World Championship.
Massively. He got grouped.
Yeah, exactly. So
both players.
Yeah, but I think for Mark, my expectation for Mark was slightly lower because of the FC Pro Open.
Okay.
I think he didn't perform well there as well. He's not shy to admit that himself. But if you base it off of that,
both players had to win domestic leagues in order to progress their season. When you look at Mark down in Australia, had to reset the bracket. I remember actually watching that game because we were in Spain for the FC Pro La Liga right at the same time, and we had time difference lined up. It was nice. I managed to watch one and then commentate one. On the other side of it, PH Zin, he's won something really every year he's competed, whether it's a Commonwealth EWC title, whether it's national glory with Brazil in back-to-back years, which was unprecedented really this year, FC Pro Open. But you do have to say, E-Champions League, we expected more. Him losing, I believe it was to Montaxa, which he was great in like the first half of that game and sort of just fell away.
Was blistering.
So he's not gone up to the highs of that FC Pro Open win. If he was to beat Mark 11 in this game, he sets up a semi-final with Jafonzo. That bottom half of the bracket as well, tantalising. Anders versus Young in a rematch. And then Nicholas versus fan favourite Abu Maka. That's to come. Let's get into the present. So we PH in. Kicking from left to right, all in white. And in that footwish strip from right to left will be Mike 11, Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa to guide you through your second quarter final of the Esports World Cup EA FC 24. Not really got your opinion, Ryan, of that first game we saw. Jafonzo, dominant victory. What you expected, or were you a little bit surprised?
I would say slightly surprised, just based off of... Hold on a minute. Could be seeing our first chance. Based off of Manu's performance yesterday, the last game we saw was his demolition of Matthias Banana, one of the best defenders in the scene, and he made it look easy. So I expected a Manu of old, where he's won a World Championship before here in Saudi Arabia, But Jafonzo looks unbelievable.
He does.
I'll be honest. He looks sensational.
He looks like the man to beat right now.
Absolutely.
Michael Levin comes forward. Erling Haaland linking into Kevin De Bruyne. He loves that De Bruyne item in the middle of his 3 in midfield. I mean, he's got everything you want when it comes to passing play styles. He can play it in the air, he can play it on the floor, or with a pinged pass into feet. Could be a chance here for PH. Haaland pulls away and dinks it in to the back post. Kai Havertz picking it up. Maybe not where he was situated originally, but he will continue to recycle. The reverse elastic goal from CR7 is beautiful.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I thought there was a slight mistake there when he dinked it to the back post. Havertz had to recycle it, kept finding little areas where maybe he could have punched it to a striker and turned for a step over or a reverse elastico, and it came just here. Havertz, goalkeeper movement, done nothing, into CR7, reverse elastico, the little toe poke.
We've not seen a lot of skills.
We don't. I was saying this, and genuinely, I said this about 20 minutes ago. It's very rare. The only things we're seeing are step overs.
A lot of people getting the ball there and then shooting first time.
Yeah.
And I did think that, like, in previous iterations or even earlier on in the year, a little McGeady cancel in the box to open some space.
It's very rare.
Yeah. Mark getting accustomed to the main stage. First time he's played on there, believe it or not. All these games were taking place behind the scenes, but he is struggling to get used to that. Main stage right now, he's 1-0, and it could be 2 as Mbappe takes the strike. No skill move on that occasion.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of space there with Haaland, CR7 and Mbappe sort of just occupying the both centre-backs, just the gaps in between them.
Surprised by no R9?
I genuinely just realised. I'm thinking, who's missing for CR7? Yeah, it's a personal preference, of course, but I think R9 for a lot of players would be a staple player in the team.
Well, he does like Cristiano, and he also likes Erling Haaland. Does PH. Zini was trying to turn into an assist maker right there, playing Saka inside the box, and the other side, Saka here now for Mark 11, just getting a foot on the ball and finding his way into this game. It's not the worst thing to concede early when you've got 9-minute halves. It used to be a little bit more catastrophic when it was 6, especially if it was a single limb game and you weren't playing 2 legs. Michael Levin comes forward here. First chance of the game for him. R9 is used, and we talked about a McGeady cancel. There it is inside the box.
Love the skill moves. Love the step overs as well for Mark. Very explosive in dangerous areas.
That's a lovely ball. It's bring Kai Havertz into play. Cuts it back to Mbappe. Surprised that we didn't try and recycle it first time onto the edge. Haaland making moves off the ball. Just trying to recycle and pick a gap as Petr Cech called into action.
It's so patient. So patient. Corner though.
Haaland's up at the near post, and it's a combination of goalkeeper and defender on the line to stop it. That one you're not going to get anywhere near as Haaland rises highest and puts PH into a 2-goal lead.
The corner there, I don't think there's too much to dissect, but the build-up that led to the shot, I mentioned being patient. He seems to just pick passes in and around the area where Mark, it seems quite open. And I know what you're saying. It's very strange that PH I think he understands and realizes that because he's not punching the ball straight forward. He's waiting,
taking a little bit of time.
Dissecting him, taking time to pick the right passes, and it's causing Mark to rush quite a bit defensively.
Very similar sort of play style to what Abu Maka was doing yesterday, where he's a little bit more methodical in and around the box.
Yeah.
Let's see what Mark can get back into this game. Trailing by 2 at the moment, 20 minutes on the clock.
It's good press there.
He's not been rewarded.
Deserve to retrieve possession. Here's the space we're talking about. CR7 running into it, just backing off with Van Dijk.
That rapid plus activates, and we're talking about Cristiano Ronaldo over the course of the last couple of days, where he's not always a fan favourite, he's not always a pros favourite in the team, but he still is special.
Yeah.
It's taken him a long time to get up to being usable this year, and it might do next year as well. However, now he has got that item, he's more than viable.
This is quick now. This is the regular Peterson I'm used to and accustomed to this season. Quick passing, and it's like he just upped the gears a little bit in and around the area, just the first time passes.
Saka around the corner to Mbappe. Cuts it back to Saka. One more to Hullet. Good goalkeeper movement from Mark to get Cech across. And Ronaldo is offside. A pause coming in.
It's needed. A pause is needed. Mark 11's holding on for dear life. Peterson.
This is very similar to the One-Taxa game, though.
I was genuinely just about to say that, picking him apart, but I've seen, and we both have seen it this season, he's done the same. He starts off very well first 35 minutes, and then the last
if you can't go 5 up or 4 or 5 up.
Yeah. And
I think, just thinking back to that Anders game, what Anders did so well, whenever PH scored, Anders scored.
Yeah.
And it was a constant reminder that I'm in this game and I'm chasing you, One-Taxa just shut him down in the second half. They're the 2 games that spring to mind right now of something similar to what we're seeing at the moment.
So one thing I think is a little bit different with his build-up is that he's changing like the tempo of his attacks. The first 20 minutes, the first time he got those 2 goals, it was when he got around the area, he waited for positional play, like his players to get in the right positions, to play the right passes, slowed it down a little bit. But then those last couple moments there, just quick, snappy passes. So Mark sort of caught off guard a little bit. But we always say, when you're on the ascendancy, you have to make it count. You need to score goals and
when you're playing well, you have to score.
Yeah.
If you have periods of play, you're not going to play. No one plays well for 90 minutes straight. Even
there are games you suffer. You have to.
And PhD will suffer at some point in this game. Mark will put him under pressure. The question is, at what score will Footways Mark step on the gas? Because if it's 3 or 4, or maybe even 5, it could be a bridge too far. But for the first 26 minutes, it's been one-way traffic. Was a good pause in your opinion?
Absolutely. I think in those moments, it's where the coach is very important, and self-recognition as well, as realizing that you're not playing at your peak capacity here. Mark pushing forward though.
There is Ruud Hullet getting into the box, shoots at the near post and does find himself a corner. Haaland will pull to the near post. It's a flick-on header, and Petr Cech just about does enough. Haaland again in the near post. Ronaldo offered up, and he's done well.
Oh, that's a risky step over there. I feel as if maybe Peterson should have slowed it down a little bit, waited for support. Mark can get possession. I think that shot with Hullet there was genuinely just to try and earn a corner there.
Mark giving the ball away, and then I think realising that he has to try and win it back quickly, given the foul. PhD will play through it. You just look at the radar at the bottom of the screen, that right back in acres of space. Havertz wins, there's a flick on Mbappe, just went too early. Stones with a couple of step overs to create some space between him and Bukayo Saka, and will try and fire that ball into a dangerous area. Kevin De Bruyne into Saka. Havertz bullies Mbappe out the way, but can't quite keep hold of the ball. She's got a little bit scrappy all of a sudden.
Yeah. Pearson does finally manage to get possession back there. Triggered run is so important there. See, he's triggered CR7 as well. He's triggering Haaland. Goes for the finesse. It's an important save.
So going to be an in-swinger in towards Erling Haaland. Keeper has moved a little bit, and unconvincingly Petr Cech just about did enough, but the delivery coming now from Kevin De Bruyne. Dead ball plus activated. It's in on the head.
What? Off the line, I think.
And Kevin De Bruyne offensively has just about pulled something out. Haaland will be up for the header. Check again. This feels ominous.
It's a moment. I feel like it's coming.
He switched it up. He's on Kanate on this occasion.
Yeah, he got blocked as well when turning. Good press there, 2-on-1. And the last bit of defending there from Mark 11, but
since the pause, the game's been quite scrappy.
Yeah, to be honest, he's played better since the pause, but I still think it's below the Mark 11 levels that we saw in in the last couple of days, particularly day 1 and day 2 in the group stages.
Mark did actually lose that first game to Young, and since then has won 6 in a row. Could be a chance here for PhD. Good interception.
Yep, had to switch there to Kanate to try and manually read the passing lane there.
5 in a row, apologies. He did suffer a defeat in round 7 to Jafonzo, but the group had already sort of taken shape. Jafonzo waiting in the semi-final for one of these two. As it stands right now, PhD will be meeting him. Kevin De Bruyne spreading the play. Haaland will take the space. It's patient, and in the end, it's a finesse shot into a crowd of black shirts.
Goal before half-time doing the world of good. 1 minute added on here. Obviously, he has to go forward. Just look at the bottom side. There it is. It's Havertz in open space. Just about keeps it on as well.
Lovely pass into Mbappe's feet. Havertz taking it over again. Cuts it back. Ruud Gullit could be a chance on the edge. PhD defensively marshalled well, and that will do us for half-time. It looked dangerous for Mark 11 after the first 26 minutes. Since that pause came in, not a lot has happened. A lot of probing on the edge of the box and quite a lot of half chances, but nothing clear-cut.
It feels like Pearson very comfortable in defending Mark 11. We've not really seen the step overs or the skill moves from Mark in important areas. He seems frustrated as well, but I think they can take solace in the fact that he hasn't played up to his level. Peterson's played extremely well, yet he's only down by 2 with the second half to go. So there's time.
Yeah.
But if Peterson can put his foot down a little bit more and create a few more chances, we know that he's very comfortable in keeping possession in important areas, forcing his opponent into mistakes and breaking them apart when they try to go forward.
We're allowed a pretty lengthy break at half-time. Get the information on. Prepare yourself. More importantly, keep the hands warm, as PhD is doing right now. It is very hot outside, but actually in that arena, it's a little bit chilly.
Wonder what Demo will be saying to Mark 11 as well. Telling him to keep his cool and sort of just trusting his ability around the area. I think Mark 11 for me, his selling point in his where the majority of the quality comes from is his attacking play. We haven't seen that at all. And I think the moment it clicks, and hopefully for his sake it clicks as soon as possible.
1 could become 2 very quickly.
Yeah. That's where it sort of feeds into our conversation earlier about when Peterson is on top, he needs to make it count, because I don't think you're going to find many situations where Mark 11 doesn't score.
Mark coming forward. Ruud Gullit is the linchpin at that midfield, just trying to push the ball through him. He's won the ball back well through Kylian Mbappe. A little play lock fake, ever so quick. It's going to fall Mark's way. Gullit on the edge. Couple of step overs, takes the space. Could have actually taken another touch. Petr Cech called into action. Corner's played in quick. Haaland's up. And again, Cech forced into action.
Big save, right start from Mark there, but he done very well with Gullit, as you mentioned. I think he could have taken another touch there, but he knows that Peterson would move the keeper for the finesse shot, step over it into space, but maybe a little bit more composure and he could have scored.
Promising first 5 minutes, more in the first 5 in the second half than what Mark showed in the entire 45 in the first. So he will feel the confidence growing right now. The Aussie representing an entire continent.
Great
Mbappe looking towards the back post. Couldn't quite manufacture a chance there, even though he's playing well. PhD, you would say, still looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think the player lock cancels are doing extremely well in forcing Peterson to defend in a way that he has to either predict and try and cut the pass in or be aggressive and step. Peterson on the attack though.
It was a lovely ball roll out wide. Havertz taking it to the byline, cuts it back.
Oh my goodness.
That could have been dangerous. 55 minutes on the clock. 2-0, could become 3 as CR7 finesses home. PHZ is cruising towards a semi-final.
Just stem from, I think Mark and then be frustrated that the keeper kicked it out for the throw on. But it was well worked from PHZ. Took the space with Saka down the line there, plays it into Haaland, turn back with CR7, despite he trying to just shimmy across with Konate to try and block it. When you've got finesse shot plus,
it always favours the attacker.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for that case, it worked perfectly for PHZ. 3-0 to the good as well. And as I said, when PHZ takes the lead by more than a 2-goal lead, I would say he's happy to keep possession.
I think it might have been Alex B last year when we were in Riyadh. He kept on going on about throw-ins are one of the biggest skill gaps in FC. Mbappe just runs it into the hands of Petr Cech. And sometimes you're just not switched on from a throw-in. 3 passes later, it can end up in the back of the net. Mark's going to have to deploy that higher line and try and press PHZ into submission. However, the Brazilian's been there, done that. And he's got a trophy cabinet jam-packed to show his worth. R9 with a finesse. Haaland will pick it up on the edge of the box. The ball just ricocheting around. It's like a pinball machine right now. Edge of the box, Hullet, finesse, good block from Kevin De Bruyne. Haaland shrugs Saka out the way, but Saka for PHZ manages to keep hold of it.
His defence seems so structured in every moment. He's choosing the moments to step forward as well. If he does, his second man press for PHZ is very, very efficient and effective in those areas too.
It's been a solid performance. A CR7, Lacroqueta into the shot. PHZ versus Gifonzo. That's what you got to look forward to in your semi-final.
Yeah, 2 players that have shown their levels today. They look flawless, both of them. And I think it's a mountain to climb for Mark 11 and Footwiz in this game, especially against somebody that's got vengeance on their mind as well. PHZ won't forget last year. He'll remember, he'll have this game and be looking forward to it. Just haverts towards the byline, just a little dribbling towards the goalkeeper. Lacroqueta cancelled into the shot with CR7. Keeper commits. Van Dijk doesn't block it off the line, and it's 4-0 for PHZ in the quarter-final against Mark 11.
We said on paper it was one of the closest games. PHZ, with 67 minutes on the clock, has ripped that paper up.
I just sort of think the inexperience as well of not playing on the main stage.
It's big.
It's a massive thing, and I think people at home, you might really understand it, but it's just that you're playing at a different setup. You have to, the connection's different as well. You're playing in front of a large audience, the crowd.
It is a big difference, and I think there's been people coming out once they've been eliminated who's put certain things down to that, as well as poor performances themselves, but it is certainly a factor.
Goal here from Mark could maybe bring him back into it and give him that lease of hope he needs.
De Bruyne driven into R9. Twisting, turning, trying to create something. So a little glimpse of Wesley Sneijder there in the audience, enjoying what he's seeing. Pauls has been queued with 15 left to play. The amount of interceptions in that area that PHZ has got, just blocks or players sticking the leg out and winning the ball back has been insane.
I think one thing I've noticed as well, he's very happy in running Mbappe or CR7 back to try and cut the lane, so it forces Mark to try and recycle and switch the play again and try and find an opening, but there aren't many opportunities for him to do that.
Kevin De Bruyne on the edge, into Haaland. Again, De Bruyne.
Huge tackle there.
And then the runners come forward. Haaland leading the charge for PHZ. You have to wonder if that pause will even come through. Saka for Mark. It's just not been his day.
Yeah, that sums it up, really. I'll be honest. Get the rub of the green and it still doesn't fall in your favour completely.
It literally rolled across the line. Footways have had a fantastic another season.
Yep.
When you look at their roster, continuing to expand as well. What Dan and Denman, Johnny, the analyst over there have been doing so impressive. I'm sure Jamodo at home will be watching. Ethan. Stokes as well. Continue to change the needle when it comes to FC Esports. But on this occasion, PHZ finally gets a little bit of revenge against Footways, because I think if you go through the history books, there's a few different occasions where Footways have got the better over PHZ, whether it's in 1v1 or 2v2 competition.
Nice step over there from Mark. Veghorst back post. Keeper's going to get there as well comfortably. It's fair to say we'll be certainly seeing a massive game. Jafonzo against PHZ is an unbelievable matchup.
Well, you got to think Jafonzo will get booed by this Saudi pro crowd. PHZ is one of their favourites after recently signing as he taps the badge on his chest for Al Hula. And they will be on their feet very soon, because we have got two unbelievable quarterfinals coming up, Ryan Pozzolo.
PHZ said he felt confident. He's shown it in this game. That's it, the replay here, just passing in and around the area. It was a counter-attack.
If we get to the point where if PHZ plays against Abu Makr in the final, does then PHZ get booed?
Absolutely.
But it's going to be Jafonzo standing in his way against PHZ. As for those other two quarterfinals that we alluded to, Young will take on Anders Vergang. That is coming up.
I can't wait for that.
In roughly about 15 minutes' time.
That's another grudge match. That's another
massive
bit of payback on the horizon for Young. Last time they played it,
he gave it
on penalties.
And there were a little bit of back and forth.
I'll be honest, Young should have won the game. I'll be completely honest. I said at the start as well that Young sort of flew under the radar a little bit because of his performances. We haven't really got to see him at the latter stages of a lot of events this year.
And that final quarter-final, Nicholas versus Abu Makr. After what Nicholas did to Emes Desari, these Saudi fans won't forget.
Yeah, and another bit of payback. So Abu Makr won't be taking that easy as well, but massive congratulations to PHZ in this game.
What a weekend it would be for Team Falcons if Abu Makr was to go on and win after lifting the club championship here at the Esports World Cup. We're just going to see the final moments of this game. PHZ 5-0, as comprehensive as you like, will cruise through to the semi-final to take on the Portuguese star from Luna Galaxy, Jafonzo. 2 was two quarterfinals, Ryan, that were supposed to be quite tight in reality. Jafonso 6-2 against Manu, and PHZ 5-0 versus Mark 11.
Yep, comprehensive victories. PHZ, I'm more impressed about not conceding against Mark 11, but an overall professional performance from the Brazilian. From start to finish, might I add as well, it was a great performance from PHZ.
As PHZ collects Mark's key, Mark 11's Esports World Cup for EFC 24 comes to a close. PHZ will continue his route and try once again to be on top of the FC world. He's done it before in Riyadh, and he'll be looking to do it once again this evening. 5-0. He comes out victorious. What a player, what a performance. Let's head on down to PHZ, catching up with Milos.
And here we are on the EWC main stage here at the Qiddiya Arena. PHZ victorious for Club Al Ola. First of all, congratulations on the win. How does it feel like to walk up here and have a crowd cheering for you since you're representing a Saudi team?
Yeah, of course. I love like the people with me. And every time when I arrived in Saudi, they make me happy, and also they support me all the time. So yeah, I feel so amazing. I know I have Abu Maka, the Saudi player, but yeah, and I have also the Brazilian guys here, and I just want to make they proud.
I mean, this is a great achievement here, going past the quarterfinals, but you're playing against Jafonso after this. Now, how do you feel that game's gonna go? Is there anything that we should look out for?
Yeah, it's a bit funny. I had my preparation in his house. When he was here playing, I was there in his house. So he's my friend. He beat me in the last year, like 1 month ago in Berlin. So now it's time to revenge. But yeah, he's my friend. Will be a tough game, and let's see.
I mean, it's friends outside of the game, but when you're in game, it's all about who wins, right?
Yeah, of course. It's just friends after the game, but here he's my rival, and I will do my best to beat him.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win, PHZ. We'll send you over to get some crease crushed because Mark 11, you just took him down. That was it from PHZ, and of course, our player from Al Ola. We're going to send it back to our casters and continue on with our day.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from PHZ as we see his best moments from that 5-0 victory. Talk me through it, Ryan, and also talk me through just the general level of performance from PHZ.
Yeah, it was flawless. I think the first goal sort of set the tempo with the reverse elastico. It was brilliant. And these are some of the chances that Mark 11 had. Didn't fall for him there. Wanted the ball to the back post. Haaland, you could see in space. And this was goal number 3. And for me, from then on in, it was a tough battle for Mark 11 to even get a foothold in this game because PHZ just kept on probing and creating a lot of opportunities.
From minute probably 27 to 55, Mark played a little bit better, and it was starting to get back into the game. But where we say, when you are playing in a decent period of the game, you've got to try and you've got to score.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mark didn't. He didn't put any pressure back on PHZ, and PHZ rounded it out with 3 more goals in the second half, picking up another key and a 5-0 victory. As you can see, that is what it does to the bracket. That semi-final is going to be fireworks, but we've got to find out who will be in that bottom half of the bracket. Young from Tuzi Esports taking on RB Leipzig's Anders Vergang. Ryan, you're not on the commentary for that one, so I've got to ask you about it. Your thoughts? What are we going to see? It's been a day of revenge so far.
It has.
PHZ getting his revenge. Does Young get, what, 6 months worth of revenge on Anders Vergang?
You know what, right? Anders was my favourite to win the whole competition.
But he's not won on the main stage yet.
He hasn't. He's still... I'm not going to change my prediction, right? He's still in the competition. I've not really been that impressed with Anders' performances. From what we've seen on the main stage, as you said, yet to win at the MS Dasari game, he looked pretty tame and toothless, if I'm being honest, compared to the Anders of old that we saw at the World Championship.
That's coming up. It's going to be a great game. I'm going to be here for it alongside Dan Gaskin, but let's go on down to see a little bit more in-depth analysis on why PHZ was so good.
Thank you, fellas. And before we get into that matchup, I'm now rejoined by one of my favorite people, Ivan Lapanya, Boris legend.
Thank you so much.
Of course. What do you have for us? I'm sure that it's going to be a PHSIN highlight.
PHSIN for sure. This is going to highlight attacking structure, but also as well the weakness of a 4 at the back. So we have here in this tournament, it is banned with 3 and 5 at the back. You cannot play that. You must have 4. And this lineup at the back has one weakness, and that is between the fullbacks and this, let's see now, center back here. And we're going to see now how PHSIN is going to find this gap here between these players. We're going to play this forward now. And we have here, all right, so we can highlight here. This happens plenty of times. You see here, the gap always will come up in the end between the fullback and the center back. We're going to play this now a bit more. And I'm going to ask Mike also one question here. So the pass coming here, which skill move would you do here?
There's a few different skill moves. In this case, if I get some sort of scoop turn, I'd be happy. If you give me a quick enough body feint or step over, also very happy. You can do an elastico.
Elastico, yes. It is coming here, indeed, the X Factor. Nice skill move. Oof. And that is clean. And again, we have one more clip for you. And the same thing here. PHSIN with the patience, attacking structure. He has a plan here, bro. A plan, and that is to find the gap in between. All right, so we have, again, you see now the huge space here. Huge space. And also, if you play 4-3-1, which almost here every pro does, the center forward will find his place. Center forward here will find his place in between the fullback and the center back. And you see, Mike here, this space here, it is massive, right?
Yeah, if you'd allow it, I almost look at it as a bowling reference. You've got the lanes, you're trying to line up your shot. When you're talking about FC, I think of generating or creating those lanes of space. And it's, as Boris is saying, it's always splitting in this formation with the 4 at the back between the center backs and the full backs. Will always be a little bit of a gap where you have a little more time to work with if you can find that gap.
Yeah, so yeah, also he has his vision probably is, of course, on this play here. Mbappe, and also, of course, on this side here, trying to, again, expose this gap here between fullbacks and center backs. And this time, though, we're going to play this forward. From this here, he can go, of course, for the skill move, step overs forward, or pass back inside. He goes here for the skill moves and then extra passing. But this time, though, unfortunately, it is saved. But just here showing this structure, attacking plan, big key, and, well, PHSIN, well done. Fantastic game. And we have also, very soon, plenty of great games coming up. So please stay put. First out, a short break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
And back again behind the stage with Mark 11, who just came off the main stage after he faced PHSIN. Unfortunately, Mark, this ends your journey here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you for doing this interview. But I want to ask what your key takeaways are from this last match.
Probably like for the whole, like not the match specifically, but like the whole tournament, it shows like I am good enough to compete with the best players at least. I came top 8 in the world, second in the world last year, so I am clearly good enough to play. But PHSIN is probably the better player, deserves to win. And that's about it. He's just better than me.
Fair enough. We had a conversation that I want to bring up a couple days before the tournament started, where you mentioned that your region, it's a little bit difficult for you to train, especially with the other 15 players that are competing because of servers, because you're so far from everyone else. This considered, I feel like you should be proud of where, in my opinion, you should be proud of how far you made it and your performances. But are there any other positive takeaways from this weekend and your whole performance altogether?
Oh, no, of course, it's always a positive to come top 8 in the world. You can't really be angry at that, and like no one's gonna ever be like at the top every single year, for example. So like, I'm obviously happy with it. It's a smaller region I come from, but it's still fun. We've got a nice sort of bunch, and hopefully we can come to the World Cup stage more.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on making it this far. Commiserations that this is the end, and we will see you next season in FC 25.
Does it make you nervous that I know all your secrets? Promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad.
Well, you are watching the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, and this is our third quarter-final featuring that man, Young. He is up next on the Gidea Arena, taking a few selfies as he walks in here. Looking like this is just another matchup for the man from South America. He's got that coach that we've spoken about many times. These two are a formidable duo, as are these two here, Anders Vergang and his coach, Daniel. Anders, remember, just about 6 weeks ago, actually won his first individual world title. He's also won one with his club, RB Leipzig. Before, again, those two, they know how to go about their business on the biggest stage. We've got Boras and Gorilla still joining me here as we have a look at some of their past matches just heading in to this stage. This is maybe the one that we all want to see. Anders, how he bounces back on the big stage after a mixed day one and then kind of a progression in day 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, he had a bit of issues playing on the main stage. I think he has so far on the main stage 3 out of 3 losses. So he had a bit issues perhaps with the audience. He has to try to focus more on his gameplay, of course. Sometimes that could be difficult, and he's coming up here against a very good opponent, so tough game.
Do you think he'll change his mindset heading into this one, dealing with the crowd, I'm going to say?
I think he has to. There's no two ways about it, because if we see the same look into the crowd every chance there is, you're not focused on your game, so he has no other choice. He needs to focus, and I want to see the best Anders.
We haven't really spoken up Young's chances either, have we? From what you've seen, do you think he has a real opportunity here against Anders? Because actually, head-to-head at the moment, it's 2 Love, 2 Anders.
Yeah, I mean, Young has good chances, definitely. He had a good season as well. I mean, he finished in the FC Pro Open, the first big tournament of this year. He finished top 8 and lost there against Anders with the 5-3. So he has definitely great chances. And calling this one difficult. What do you say?
Anders.
Anders?
I'm going for Anders.
Anders as well. STCplay.gg, let us know as well as we jump straight into this one. Anders taking on Young.
Welcome back to the Gidea Arena. We just had our second quarter-final with a brilliant performance from PH Zin, which saw him go through to the semis, where he will be facing Jafonzo. And Milos, what a matchup that is. That is going to be such a good game.
Even more so with the context that we got from PH Zin in the interview saying, hey, I practiced with him. I was at his place. We're friends, we're ready to go. But you know what? When we're on the pitch, it's just rivalry. Outside of it, friends love him to death, but in the game itself, it's something else completely.
I know, I quite like that little storyline, that little undertone to it, right? It makes it all that bit more exciting. But, Milos, this next quarter-final, this is going to be good.
It could be a final in its own, but that's kind of the quality of games that we expect here at the Esports World Cup. So let's introduce our players, kicking it off with, representing Tazi Esports, it's Young! The second place Group A Brazilian was and absolutely is a key player to watch. And boy, has he not disappointed. His dynamic play style is a treat to watch. But will it open up more cavities than opportunities on the main stage?
And his opponent, representing RB Leipzig, it's Vergang! Wow, you can hear the crowd. They love to hate him, but that is because he is so good. Finishing 3rd in Group B, scoring 29 goals. Vergang came into this tournament as the favourite. He's the guy that everyone wants to beat. Can he keep his cool when the stakes are so high? Okay, guys, if you come here into the center for us, face each other. How are you feeling? Any final words?
I'm gonna win.
Vergang?
I beat him the last 2 years to qualify for World Cup, so I'm fully confident that I'm gonna win this.
Full confidence. Well, gentlemen, please place your keys and take your seats. Go boy.
Milos, that was tense. I mean, I love it. Fighting talk there from Vergang. I'm so ready for this game.
Absolutely, I think we all are. In this case, as you heard it from Vergang, he is 2 wins up against Young. So the question is, will third time be the charm, or it'll be a Danish hat trick here at the Esports World Cup? Let's send it over to our casters and get our game on the way.
Wow, quite the hot crowd, and for good reason, because Anders Vergang is back on the stage, and he hasn't made, let's say, the best of friends with this Riyadh crowd. Dan Gaskin alongside Richard Buckley. Very excited for this one, Richard, but it does seem like it's the hero versus the villain here.
Oh, they both want to win so bad. Young really wants to win. Anders needs to win. I don't think you can go onto the stage saying, I beat you twice to qualify. I'm fully confident you're going down again. And also antagonize. That's the only word to describe it, this crowd. And I love it. I love anyone who lives up to the crowd. One thing we've missed for a long time in this esport is fans in arenas, people at home, wanting to watch for more than just gameplay, being invested in storylines, being invested in players. There's one thing we've missed for a long time. Anders has brought that, and with that, he's made a couple of people not very happy. Young being one of them. Manu Bashore refused to shake his hand at the FC Pro Open finals as well. This is what we need, and this is what I'm so excited for.
I mean, I think this is what we've been asking for years in FC, right? Is to have these characters, have these heroes, have these villains. And Anders Vergang certainly is the villain here. But you mentioned it, and we have to talk about it. So far, he's played on main stage 3 times. He's been very much jeering towards the crowd, but he's yet to find a win whilst he's been on that main stage. How much is this going to affect him, right? Because we look at the World Championship coming into this tournament. He's the winner. He's the best player in the world. He's the GOAT. He's going to be up there. He's going to be the guy we're talking about for the next few years. But then he comes into this tournament, and every time we've seen him so far, he has been more focused on the crowd than he has his own gameplay. Do you think he can put that to one side here in this affair?
0-3 on the main stage is something he won't like at all. Can he put it behind him? Yes, he's got the ability to do it. I sat alongside Anders yesterday watching Abu Maka versus Manu Bashore, and he knows exactly what he's doing in terms of playing to the crowd. He is some of his favourite people in sport. You look across sort of different sports. He loves Luke Littler in darts, always egging on the crowd. He's a showman. Has he gone about it the right way? He's got about 350 people who want him to lose this game. You can count his coach, his mum, and RB Leipzig people who he has supported him as probably the only people who want to win. Because if I'm Jafonso and PHC, I'm probably wanting Young to win as well. You know what Anders can do? He dismantled the competition in Berlin. From the quarterfinal onwards, I think maybe 30 goals, 25 goals scored. He was superb. If Anders drops out of this tournament, it opens up the rest of the bracket.
It does, opens up maybe being the team that and the player that lifts a trophy as well. And I wonder if you put Anders' key in your trophy after it's been crushed. I mean, you have
and that's for 3 cuts of the same key.
I feel like you have can I get replicas? Yes. 3 of them divided. It's certainly going to be an incredible affair. Now, we've spoke about Anders. You can already hear the crowd already booing him because he's probably just walking back the stage. He needs bodyguards at this point just to make sure he's okay, but he is loving this. I like that you pointed that out. He's doing it on purpose. Yeah. He's enjoying himself. He is a showman, and it is entertaining. It's what we want to see. We want to see that entertainment, but he just needs to lock in once he gets into the game.
Absolutely. I think if you look at great sportsmen over the course of the years, one that springs to mind, Floyd Mayweather in boxing. People used to tune in to want to see him lose.
Yeah.
And he never lost. Anders is similar to that. Very rarely, when it comes down to it, does he lose. And that's why when PHZim did beat him at the FC Pro Final, so many people latched onto it. People who didn't ever watch the game of FC were tweeting out the celebration.
Well, on the other side, you've got Young, who had an incredible group stage to put himself into these knockout stages and put himself into this situation. He's been waiting in the wings as the resurrection stage went down yesterday. And could he be the man to take down Vergang? As you've already heard the analysts talk about, you've heard the stage host talk about it, he's yet to beat Vergang on a stage in a tournament. He is 0-2, but it was a penalty shootout he lost in the FC Pro Open last, it was January?
January, yep.
Quite a while ago now, so he would have certainly had the time to look back at maybe what went wrong. And he's had the days here in Riyadh to maybe study Vergang and assess what he can do to take down this player. It's going to be a great game. I can't wait for it personally, but I'm just keen to see how Anders interacts with a crowd, whether he goes a goal up, whether he goes a goal down. I feel like if Anders goes a goal up, this game might be his. He'll roll with that momentum. He'll feed off the energy of that crowd, just being annoyed that he's ahead. But if he goes a goal down, that's when I'm a little bit worried for him. And is he going to be too affected by the crowd noise?
And we get to watch it happen. We get to see it because he won't hide his emotions. If he feels like he's got Young in the palm of his hand, he's going to let you know about it. If he feels disrupted by this crowd, because I was hearing jeers and whistles during the Manu Bashore Abu Maka qualifying game yesterday. When Manu got the ball in the box, he was getting booed heavily. Not just on the intro or when he scored a goal, but even when trying to attack. You can't just cut that out either.
And it's worth noting, Anders doesn't wear headphones.
No.
He
will hear it all.
He wants to listen to every second of it. He might be able to hear us right now, I don't really know, but he really is a wonder kid. Because if you think back about the history of Anders Vergang, he was, 13, 14 competing, playing FC, goes on an unbelievable streak in FUT Champions, but then again, everyone only started to get really interested about when he was going to lose.
Absolutely.
He's grown up as being that guy that everyone was waiting for him to lose, and now he has almost been born in that kind of environment and just feeds off it as well. So we'll have to see how he's going to deal with this pressure as we're underway. It's Young versus Vergang. It's the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup featuring FC 24. And I really feel like this opening goal is going to be massive, depending on which way it goes here.
If Young scores first and can put Anders on the back foot, it really opens up this game. Anders has got the mechanical brilliance to win this game at a canter. If he's switched on and if he is fully equipped, if he takes his head away from it for a second, Young has more than enough ability to knock Anders out of the tournament.
Just for clarity, it is going to be Young kicking from left to right in the darker kit, and Vergang, of course, in that RB Leipzig kit from the right to left, as he's now attacking with Joselu. Does have help here with Mbappe, tries to play it through, ball gets given away though, and I think it's going to be a little bit nervy to begin with, but this opening goal, if it goes in favour, it's a great shot, it's a great effort. But Young just about holds on.
Already seeing the step overs coming out. Slightly fortunate to get the bounce back in his favour, but then, I'll be honest, I expected the goal. Very surprised that Anders isn't celebrating to the crowd right now.
Ball goes out of play. And possession back to Anders Vergang. And certainly hasn't been able to show us the world champion that he is so far when he's on main stage. Off main stage, he's been brilliant. He's taken down some of the best players in the world. Can he find that same kind of form on this main stage and silence a crowd that is very much going to be wanting him to lose here?
When it got through to the quarterfinals in Berlin, his results 7-2, 6-0, 7-0. A quarterfinal, a semi-final, and a final.
Hold on a second, though. This could be the opener. It's a good save, though, from Schmeichel. And that's two chances, both ends. Both players could have a lead, but we know what corners, they can be dangerous. But again, it's well played from Vergang. Make sure you get Konate there to judge that height, judge that header, and compete with Erling Haaland.
We always say nerves and pressure. What does that actually look like? What does that look like in an FC sense? We should be looking at a 1-1 scoreline right now. A little bit of time finishing gone missing. A slight lack of composure. And you said, what with the first goal? What if we don't see a first goal for 50, 60, 70 minutes?
Yeah, that's when the nerves really start to kick in, especially with the life-changing amount of money that's on the line at this tournament. $1 million prize pool, but here comes the cross, but Czech's quick to come out. Wasn't really that threatening in the end, but it is something that Young needs to be aware of. And it's something that we didn't see much of from Anders during the games on the main stage. He wasn't really going for the crosses. He wasn't going for the corners. He was kind of focusing on a lot of play through the middle, trying to play the beautiful game. And he's never really shied away from it. He's always said he doesn't really like the crossing meta. He doesn't like the corners. He wants to play the way that he sees the game. But I think when there's $1 million on the line, sometimes you just have to suck it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But here he comes. Stones on this left-hand side has been brilliant all tournament long. Haaland's going to be able to be available in the box. Oh, it's a great shot. But again, it's not quite enough to beat Petr Cech.
Couple of missed chances at either end. It just adds just that extra level of tension. And we know the results for Anders on the main stage. He will know that as well. He'll know he's not one up there. What a pass.
What a ball that is, though, and surely we have it. And of course, he lets the crowd know, but it is subtle. It's not over the top. And I think that's good from Anders. He has to stay focused, has to have that composure. But one thing we saw very rarely on the main stage was him taking a lead, holding a lead. He was often trying to come back from behind.
That driven pass is so penetrating. Ruud Gullit finds R9, and we talked about just a little lack of composure in the first 20 minutes. On that occasion, one extra touch, waited, seeing where the goalkeeper was, realised that there was enough space at that near post just to squeeze it in. Given the periods of play we've seen in the first 20 minutes, you would say a deserved one-goal lead.
Certainly deserved, but there has been chances for Young. Could be another here, and it's going to be a pen. And just like that, the lead could be scraped away from Anders Vergang. CR7 steps over it and will finish as Young puts one on the board. And just like that, we're all tied up. So all those nerves, all that tension, and we're back to level pegging.
You just saw Young gesture to the crowd as well, wanting him to get up. Maybe he feels as though that could be a way to get into the head of Anders. The actual foul itself, it's not good defending by any stretch of the imagination. Young did well to get into the to get into the space, but it looked like a pretty obvious press of a tackle button from Anders, which he will be disappointed by.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy, maybe, certainly by his standards. The best in the world for a reason. A lot of the talk with the pros here at this tournament was if Vergang can play the way he did at the World Championship, he would easily win this, because no one would touch him. But I don't feel like he's hit those heights just yet. Could be a shot from distance here from Gullit, but instead just walks his way in, plays the ball through, and somehow, some way, has found his way on goal. And look at the eruption from Young. He knows that this crowd is on his side, and he's playing up to it.
And when we see this replay coming back in, I just want to highlight the goalkeeper, because Anders, he's so active with the goalkeeper movement. He almost doesn't really defend. He's so caught up on moving that keeper and trying to position them correctly. The actual defending mechanics that he was using, he got Van Dijk, he pulled him to the left out of the way a little bit. It was really simple for Young.
I think it was so important that Young got an instant reply here against Anders, because it's not allowed Anders to settle into the game and really dictate the pace of it, hold on to possession. and just attack Young over and over. Instead, now it's Young who leads. It's Young who can see how quickly he wants to play this game and start to frustrate Anders a little bit, maybe.
Completely turned on its head, this game.
And certainly now, just opening up more chances. It's going to be the he saw the goalkeeper movement and said, I tell you what, a fancy one.
We talked about a lack of confidence in the first 20 minutes. It's flowing through Young right now. So audacious, and I absolutely love it.
I mean, in this meta where corners are so good, I don't hate it, as there's a lot of players, a lot of bodies going forward, but the pass isn't quite good enough. As you can see, the fans of Young in the crowd as well. Would love to see him find a victory here.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of Brazilians in there supporting. I'm sure PhD will be watching on. In support of a good friend of his as well.
And of course, he wouldn't face PhD until the final if he were to go on all that way. So they're on different sides of the bracket. Saka now plays one into R9. This is better from Anders, does have a second chance, but will be recovered here by Young, and he can start to break away. A quick move. There are defenders back for Anders to work with, but you can see the CR7 making the run alongside Havertz. A nice little 1-2 is going to do wonders here to create some space, but good defensive positioning, but not quite good enough. Still is an opening, but finally, Vergang will win the ball back.
It just looks a little bit all over the place at the moment, Anders, but
hold on.
Look how quick he can turn defence into attack.
Erling Haaland, what can you do? Just ran into Saliba. Maybe just hoping that Young would step into a position there.
But speaking of PhD, Young was to win this game. Final quarter-final, Nicholas probably the favourite against Abu Maka. 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists, all from South America. What about that on the bingo cards coming into Riyadh?
I mean, we've seen across the years just how dominant South America can be at times. And it looks no different here, as now there's another opportunity. Haaland with a step over, still has the ball, just about gives it away. But it looks nervy at the back. Vergang gives away possession, regains it at least, so he can try and settle these nerves a little bit. He does need a goal, I feel.
Young's second-man press as well is really impressive. Every time you see that little green arrow on top of the AI player, quote-unquote, that's Young activating him and pushing 2 players over to the ball. He's sort of pinning Anders in, which is very, very uncommon.
Ball given away again, but it doesn't matter because it is going to be a free kick to Anders Vergang. At the moment, Anders hasn't really had a passage of play to be able to break through, and as you mentioned, Richard, it's because of the defensive work we're seeing from Young. But if there is an opening, you know that Vergang will find it, and he can stretch his legs with Hosselu here. Into Saka, will shoot, but it's a good save from Czech. Gonna be a corner. Danger, plays it in. Erling Haaland not gonna be able to get up over Konate. No, actually, Young can launch a counter.
It looks a little bit dangerous, that one, as it came in, because he wasn't committed at all with the goalkeeper. It was right under the crossbar as well. Delivery probably a little bit too close, if anything.
These runs that have been made from CR7, by the way, have been crazy. As now, speaking of CR7, he's through a goal, has a chance to shoot. That was an opportunity to take a big lead here, but still does have a corner. Again, Haaland's going to be the target, and for good reason. Young's 3-1 up. As again, he shouts towards the crowd, and he's loving every moment.
Vamos, indeed. Player and coach up off their feet. He deserved a goal from the original play with CR7. Corners, we know what to expect. We know the success rates. I think Ryan Pazor always says it's a penalty as soon as it goes into the box. But Anders wasn't able to get anywhere close to that Erling Haaland. Is it close enough that if he pulled the keeper, does he get it? It's split-second decision-making. He didn't move the goalkeeper at all. And he finds himself 3-1 down after, for 17, 18 minutes, being in control as a couple of admins head onto the stage. I actually think that is Jesper Pilm, if I'm not mistaken. Former Danish coach of Marcuso.
It's incredible knowledge. Just to be able to see that from a side view as well. But Anders clearly unhappy about something. The one thing that this delay will do is just maybe stop the momentum on the side of Young. You can see he's amped. He's locked in. He's chatting to himself at this point. He's saying, like, he's got
45 minutes away.
3-1 up. 45 minutes away from a semi-final. Guarantee yourself $90,000.
And I also...
What's happening here?
The way that... I always think of how the game's progressed and sort of the momentum of the match and how it's moving along. Right now, it's a lengthier half-time pause as usual, so that it could swing. But if we just played straight through, Young's probably 4-5, 6-1 up.
Oh. I mean, you know full well that once you take a 2-goal lead, you start to feel a little bit more comfortable. That does allow you to play in that manner as well. We need to see an answer back from Anders Vergang here.
Just look how close he is to that monitor.
Every pixel counts. But there was something that he wasn't happy with in that first half, and I don't know if it was where the PS5 was located, but it's certainly been moved now, and maybe it can help, or maybe not. Asaka can whip this one. It's CR7! It's 4! And Young is trying to put this game to bed.
It is Young's moment on the main stage. Anders looks lost. After a devastating loss in January on penalty kicks. That right there, that outburst of emotion. 6 months of, you took my moment to qualify for the FC Pro World Championship. However, Anders is built different. And if anyone in this scene could overturn a 4-1 defeat, you would think it'd be him.
But if we see another one go in favour of Young here, I do start to wonder, is it just a little bit too late? One more into another. He's playing with him at this point, but it's a good save from Schmeichel. And Young needs to just try and find one more. It really would put this game to bed and put him far too far away from Vergang.
Back post, Haaland.
Goalkeeper has been brought out. Haaland is going to be the target. Haaland versus Schmeichel in the air, and Haaland cannot beat the gloves of Peter Schmeichel. And Anders will survive for now. Oh, but he's giving the ball away. Here's CR7, bang! It's 5! And this game might just be done.
The press from Young. He was so rampant. As soon as that ball went into the box from the corner and the second bounce fell to Anders, he tried playing out. And he was on him like a rash. Couple of step overs. Anders did move the goalkeeper, but it didn't matter. Because Cristiano Ronaldo is Young's man of the moment right now.
I mean, we have to give credit where it's due for this performance from Young. To do this against the current world champion really is something. I mean, for Vergang, there is still time. And if anyone can do it, it would be him.
He's shown us no signs, though.
But there hasn't been those signs. You've got to remember how young Anders is, though, as well, right? I mean, he came into the scene when he was 14, 15. He's only 17, 18 now, 18. His R9 not quite through on goal, but does have some possession. Is players up and above. It's going to be Erling Haaland, and there's one back. Don't count him out just yet.
That's a long time. 32 minutes with 9-minute halves. He's going to put constant press on. He's going to step on it. If he was to turn this game around, it would be something quite historic here in the Qiddiya Arena. Young's got to be careful.
How's your lip reading, by the way? Mine's pretty good.
What was?
He said, I can't do anything. He's trying, but everything he tries just, he's not doing what he wants.
He struggled on the main stage through one factor or another.
Here's Young looking to try and find a sixth, and there is that sixth. The instant reply.
Oh.
And the fans are lapping this one up.
Again, I love it either way. Just the emotion that's been on show. Young knew what to expect from Anders. Both supremely confident in the pre-match chat.
Yep.
Unfortunately, only one of them can win. And he's not just winning, he's dominating right now, Young.
62 minutes on the clock. 6-2 is the score. Could be 7 here as Saka's through. Oh, it's beautiful from Young. And there's no way now, surely, that Anders gets back into this game. It's even a little shake of the head from Young. Setting is almost too easy at this point. He can start thinking about that semi-final. Maybe he can start thinking about that trophy with how he's been playing. If you can take down the world champion like this.
What's stopping you? For Anders in Berlin when he went on to win that world championship, it was Johnny he beat in the round of 16. 4 goals to 2. And once you spoke to Anders, he said, as soon as I beat Johnny, I knew I was going to win it. If Young goes on to lift the Esports World Cup FC 24 trophy, people will look towards this result.
Well, it's 7-2 with 25 minutes left. It would need to be nothing short of a miracle for Anders Vergang. For Young here, this is revenge. Never beaten Anders, but now he's hammering him. Here's a corner. Haaland's there. Easy peasy, hits the post. That could have been 8.
You watched the game yesterday, last game of the day, where it was a overwhelming scoreline, what, 10-1?
10-1.
In the end. Even though this game, there's still, what, 23 minutes left to play. Anders hasn't really shown anything, and this could get to double figures.
Anders just has to throw everything forward, and it does leave gaps like this at the back. It's 8 for Young. It's game, it's match, you can call it here. He knows it, we know it, Anders knows it too. And Young has been nothing short of phenomenal this tournament. And he wants to hear more from the crowd, as they're even griddying at this point.
They're griddying, they're doing Anders' celebration, they're showing the tears.
I think I said yesterday when Bonanno got hammered 10-1, I said it's character building. And it's the same here for Vergang. Off the back of winning a world championship, he'll taste defeat again here. But that will only encourage him to come back bigger, better, stronger, as he looks to try and put one back on the board, but can't get the shot away with R9. Haaland will get a second chance. That's going to be denied as Young regains possession.
Look, Anders will be back.
Of course he will.
A player so talented just doesn't go away like this. And I can tell you what, the next time Anders Vergang and Young play against each other, it's going to be absolute fireworks.
Well, just as everyone was excited to see Anders versus PH Zin again, right? We're going to be excited to see... I mean, let's be honest, we're excited every time Anders Vergang is playing.
But... is it now a little bit personal?
Could be. Oh! He's trying it. And this is what you set yourself up for when you become that villain, though, and you know you can make those celebrations when you are winning. You have to be able to take them as well on the flip side. But now Young starts to look towards, you know, a semi-final, and you mentioned the names earlier. There's some big names still in this tournament. Here's Hullet, and here's a chance for one more.
Rebound.
And there it is. It's 9. The headphones are off. And the Su is out.
Superb. That is incredible. You talk about the other players in this semi-final. Well, Nicholas versus Abu Maka's coming up next. You've got to think he's going to get the exact same treatment. Nicholas.
Well, also what's funny is Young is a crowd favourite right now, but if he were to play Abu Maka in that semi-final,
booed out the building.
Suddenly you're booed off the stage. There's not going to be any Cristiano Ronaldo Su's there.
Jafonso against Pietjin again. Pietjin's going to be a heavy fan favourite. Recently signed for Al Hilal FC.
One back for Vergang as he just shows he still has what it takes to put the ball in the back of the net. But no reaction from him towards the crowd. He knows that this one's done as well. And it will be a tough pill to swallow for any player, no matter your confidence, no matter if you are a villain. We're all human at the end of the day.
He's probably glad this is the last event of FC24. Gets a few months away.
I mean, it's a shame that that's going to be a memory for him of FC24 after such an incredible year. When you look at the World Championship, you look at the Pro Open, etc. Like,
yeah,
he's just been a player that has gone from strength to strength every time we've seen him.
But when you do make it a little bit personal, people want to beat you even more.
You get a target on your back.
Yeah.
Well, when you become a world champion, you get a target on your back. Everyone wants to beat you. Everyone wants to beat you.
Watching VOD even more closely, what are you doing that's differently? Why do you think so many people are using Saka?
Yep.
So Anders was so good with him in Berlin.
Your strategy gets studied. It gets copied. And your homework was good for the previous event, but you almost have to come up with something else in the next, and that's not always easy to do in FC. As Anders looks to try and put another consolation goal on the board, but it's not going to happen. Can Young find 10? That's my question.
I can't believe this score.
I mean, you look at it on paper and you ask, what on earth happened?
It's the first 20 minutes were really cagey.
I mean, it looked like Anders might have been able to take it, as the 10th goal could be here. He's trying to put on a show for the fans at this point. He probably could have had a 10th goal.
Anders has struggled so much on the main stage.
And there could be various reasons for that. Certainly, I will give him credit. He hasn't really played up to the fans as much as he did in the previous games. Of course, after the goal, he did a little bit, but it wasn't as over the top as it was in other games.
Yeah, just as I was talking about with Ryan as well, you're playing different settings from backstage to on here. Obviously, the crowd play a factor. Maybe it's different connection as well up there. It's different factors, but it's the same for both players.
I mean, Young's been loving it as he finds 9 here, and it might only finish as 9. I say only 9 goals against Anders Vergang. This is something that Young will remember for a very long time. He had yet to beat Anders Vergang on the main stage over the last couple of years, but now he has well and truly hammered him into the ground and will send him home and crush his key.
Wow.
One last chance for Anders to try and just put one on the board to have a happy memory, and it hits the post. And that about sums up his game, but no, he does get a second chance. He does get an opportunity to put a 4th on the board, but that will be the last kick of the game as Young has completed his mission of taking down Anders Vergang and finding his revenge as he marches into the semi-finals here of the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. What a game we've just seen.
Well, let's wait to see Anders handing over that key as full-time whistle is seconds away. There we are, 9-4.
And a shake of the hand towards the coach and towards Young. And as long as we see that after any game, then I don't care what happens in between.
Always respectful.
And Young even trying to encourage the fans to applaud the reigning world champion. But now it's his chance to lap up the applause himself, because he's into a semi-final. $90,000 guaranteed, and the crowd want one more. He's put on a show in this match, but now it's about focusing on that semi-final and keeping his key safe. As for Anders, the crusher waits. It was an incredible quarter-final. The semi-finals will be coming shortly, but we still have one quarter left. Let's find out how he's feeling on the stage.
I am so happy to be here chatting to Young after that incredible performance. How does it feel? You beat Vergang and you beat him well.
Oh, I feel amazing. I think like the result is just the result of my preparation. I prepared very well with my coach. Like he said, we played like twice. He won twice, but I played better like twice as well. And now I show him that I'm better than him. And I would like to thank you all, this crowd, the Saudi crowd here is amazing. Also the Brazilians here. Thank you guys for all, and I'm very happy.
What has it been like for you to play on this stage here in Riyadh in front of, like you just said, such an incredible crowd who were all behind you?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. I think we play with the crowd is so good. They support me all the time, and I'm here to make a show for them. So I'm ready to more.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you go off to crush Vergang's key. Congratulations. Wow, what a game that was. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nicole. Well, Anders, once again, not being able to get the job done on the big stage when it mattered. Obviously, we were watching that together. For us, we couldn't quite believe that he won that World Championship about 5 weeks ago. This was a completely different player.
I'm not sure what it is, because that's 4 games on main stage and he's lost them all, but they weren't close games. I don't think Anders deserved to win any of them, and yeah, I can't put my finger on what the problem was.
Can you put your finger on why he was underperforming for the last, or has been for the last 4 days?
Hard to say, of course, what happened exactly, but I think for this season his big target was to win World Championship, which he did. And maybe after this he kind of lost a bit hunger, perhaps a bit of the spark, as he probably felt that he proved everyone this season that he's the best player.
Does that happen? Because you've both won massive tournaments. Can you tell the audience what it's like to win everything you've always wanted to, and then to continue trying to be as good the next tournament?
Yeah, I think like in this game the margins are so small, like between the best player and let's say the 25th best player, the margins are extremely small, and to be the best you have to put in these extra hours, extra grind, extra hunger. I think that probably happened a bit, like after he won a heat, maybe switched down slightly, and that was here enough to, well, lose with such numbers.
Yeah, and losing such numbers. He did 9-4, you can see there. And now that does mean Young progresses. Anders is out of it. Young will now take on Nicholas or Abu Maka. It might be an all-South American affair, or Abu Maka might please the crowd and go on this incredible run, because he actually only got 6 points as well in those group stages and actually got through on goal difference. Gorilla, I want to ask you the same question that I just did to Boris there. After you won that world title, a bit like Anders, what were your feelings after it? Did you kind of get motivated to win again, as we just watch the key of Anders, who we're talking about being crushed here by Young? Or was there a bit of a lull in motivation?
You have an aim. When you start competing and throughout your career, you have an aim, and that's always going to be the World Championship. So Anders won it. Is he 18 now? He's so young, and I think he's built the whole year up into it. He's won it. So coming into this, you are just going to be lacking that extra something, where a lot of the other players are going to be hungry. It's the last tournament of the year. So I do think him winning the World Championship, as much as it was good, he's won it, I do think he plays a part in the performances.
Yeah, and also think for Young, this meant much more. So actually now, after this win, he guaranteed to double his winnings from 90,000 to 180,000 minimum. And I mean, having such motivation, such extra drive, I think here is probably that difference.
Yeah, we saw former world champions Key being crushed last match. So that was Vanny Bashor, and now we're seeing another world champions Key being crushed there by Young. He is going to love that, and he loved celebrating. That's something we don't get to see very often, especially in EAFC. I'm not sure if that happens a lot in StarCraft, but it may have done, because we just got our winner. Their studio is actually just opposite us, so we can see exactly when they crown their champion, and this is that champion. It's a Clem from Team Liquid, and he outwitted his opposition in that final 5-0. What a fabulous result for him, just to go and put his key into that totem as well. I can't wait to see who does that a bit later in EAFC as well. Well, that's StarCraft. Let's get back to EAFC, because you have a illustration from that matchup, and I'm guessing it's come from Young.
It's coming, yes, and showing now how he, well, the trick he used here to break down Anders Vergang. First out, just here, showing also what we showed last time, that space between the fullback and centre back, huge space, of course. But then what happens here is quite interesting. So look at the space here.
Yeah, so he's on the edge of the box with Ruud Gullit, and because Ruud Gullit actually has the finesse shot plus playstyle, I think in this situation I would have gone for it. But they have so many players in front of the ball, so he has a lot of space, he has a lot of time, and once Ivan plays it, you'll see that extra pass, nice and simple, in behind the defence.
Yeah, but also here, I think Anders, his pressing is so good, but sometimes in defense he has more focused on the keeper movement than actually pressing this player here. And see that this is a huge space, and Young does this so well to take the space, take every inch here, working his way here forward, and he wins so much time and enters here this dangerous space, and that pass is really nice, and also great finish.
Yeah, and Saka's not going to miss from there, but we have one more game in the quarter-final, so make sure you come back right after this break.
welcome back to the main stage. We are just behind. Anders just got off the stage. Unfortunately for him, his journey ends here at the Esports World Cup. But Anders, talk to me about the game. The first thing I want to ask is Young celebrations. Notoriously, you're known for your celebrations. Young did some back. Did you notice them? Did it bother you? How did you feel?
I'm not trolling. Honestly, I didn't see them, and it makes sense that he do it now since he lost 2 years in a row to qualify for the real World Cup. So that he can do well at this World Cup, I couldn't care less. I'm still way better than him. It's not like random that every away player today lost by 4 or 5 goals when on paper normally we are maybe better. So I couldn't care less about his celebrations, and hopefully he's gonna lose next game.
And tell me, are there any positives taken out of this game right now or your tournament as a whole?
Not from this game. I've never played with that much delay, so I don't think I'm ever gonna witness this again. But from a tournament, it was not good enough. Also from the beginning, I just played really bad. But it's quite normal that when you just become world champion and win the biggest tournament you can, you have a kind of bad form after that. But Thor had in Open, like the first tournament after he won last year, but now he's back again. So I think I'm not in doubt that I'm gonna be back at the highest level and gonna be the best again. But I didn't deserve to win this tournament. That's just how it is. But I would also say that the setup in some kind of ways was also not good enough. But everything comes down to myself, and I didn't do well enough. And for the next tournament, I'm gonna do everything I can to be back on the top.
Amazing. Well, a positive attitude after a successful tournament up until this point. Commiserations for going out in the quarterfinals, but congratulations on your performance as a whole, and best of luck for FC 25.
Wow, if you just caught that interview with Anders Vergang and Leah Ravella, reporter in the break, that was something spicy as we see the last quarter-final players roll in here. Nicholas, the Iceman, into his 7th consecutive World Cup. He is taking on the fan favourite, the Falcons player, Abu Maka, who knows exactly how to win on the big stage here at the Gadia Arena. He is going to have everybody in his corner. He knows it as he walks, and he just, I guess, acknowledges everybody ahead of his performance. Guys, that's what we're about to look forward to. Before we deep dive into that, can we have a quick word on what Anders just said there to Leah? He said his mind. He spoke his mind on all accounts, didn't he, Boris?
Yeah, he did. Indeed. So yeah, that's a big question among pro players who is playing home, etc. He was playing the tournament he won last time. He was playing home every game. So yeah, I guess it goes back and forth for both players. Sometimes you play home, sometimes no. And I guess that's something that you have to handle because someone has to play home, someone has to be the host. So yeah, I mean, he was of course not happy. And that's also the mindset of a winner. He wants to win every tournament, even though he kind of downplayed this tournament here, which I don't quite understand because, of course, it's a huge one. But he just, well, he wants to win every tournament. And yeah, I understand that he's, after this tournament, quite bitter.
He's not going to be happy after that, is he? That's his 4th loss on main stage. I know we said it a few times, but that was a big performance by Young, so coming off that, he's just not going to be happy.
And salt was very much rubbed in the wounds of him as well with the celebrations that Young was doing. Leah mentioned that and asked Anders if he saw them, and he said he didn't. How can you not see this? We never see that.
I have never seen
anything like that
before. And it's not once, he's done it twice.
He did it twice.
He did
once
it twice.
During, it was about 75 minutes or so at this stage. He literally got out of his chair, put the controller down, and then did that. If you weren't wound up before by that scoreline, that definitely wound you up.
Yeah, I mean, he was enjoying and loving every moment here, and well, Anders said that he missed that. There's no chance. I mean, that one felt.
Do you like the fact that Anders very much wears his heart on his sleeve and he gives us that raw emotion, and we know it's so close after that matchup and he hasn't really had a chance to process it? Do you like that, or do you wish he kind of held something back like some of the other players do.
I like it. I think it's refreshing. If you're the player playing against him and you're losing and he's doing all these celebrations, then of course you're not going to like it. But I think for the pro scene, I think it's a big plus.
Also, one thing that I have to mention also that, okay, Anders also does these things sometimes on the stage as well. But one thing that I love about him is that he gives and he takes.
Yes.
But after the game, he always shakes the hands, because I mean, what happens in the match, in the cage, that you know, that's one thing. But afterwards is always still GG. So I think that's one point that I really like about him. That sometimes he also gets crispy, but when he gets this against him, he still takes it quite good.
He draws the crowds to our sport, which we absolutely love as well, as does the player we're going to see next, Nicholas 99 FC. He's been around for absolutely ages now, years, and he's going up against someone else who draws the crowd as well, in the form of Abu Maka, the local player. Gorilla, I know you have a load of facts about Abu Maka and being on the main stage and just what he's done in his career.
Yeah, so Abu Maka and Nicholas, I don't think have actually played before on a main stage at a big tournament, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. But also, Abu Maka is coming off a big win versus Manu Bashore, which was also on stage, and I think that's very important. He's going to have the confidence.
Do you ever look into if a player hasn't played against each other? Does that matter at all at this stage, Boris?
Of course it matters, yes. I mean, Abu Maka has a playstyle that is a bit different. And if Nikola hasn't really, and his coach hasn't done proper research about this one, of course this playstyle might shock him. So definitely matters here.
What is it about Abu Maka's playstyle that could shock Nicholas?
Yeah, I think he has something that is nowadays quite rare to see, and that is these passing combinations. Like most times, the players here go for a bit more, let's say, mechanics that are a bit broken, a bit more like flicking, crossing, etc. Abu Maka tries to play FC like he did back in 18, 19, 20, which I love to see. A bit more ground passing, and that is actually nowadays quite rare.
Yeah, well, guys at home, would you bet against the Iceman, Nicholas, in his 7th World Cup? Or are you going with the home hopeful? Let us know, stcplay.gg. Cast your votes right now. I guess it's a case of get your own back as well for the Falcons player, because Nicholas knocked out MS Dossery.
And that was from a 4-0. Nicholas was 4-0 down and he came back
against
MS Dossery on stage with the fans on Dossery's side. So I think that is probably good for Nicholas, because he's seen the other side of it and he's came back and got the win.
Would Dossery help Abu Maka here and say, I've played Nicholas so many times, this is how you dispatch this man?
Well, definitely, yes. I mean, you have to look at that game, the first half, where he was, I think, up 3 or 4-0. And he has to try to, well, replicate the same kind of game style as Dossery had against Nicholas for the first half. But then he has to also try to change what Dossery did the second half, when Nicholas came back and scored 5 goals. That was a crazy comeback.
I do think Dossery will be given nothing over complicating, but I think he'll give him 1 or 2 tips, maybe the way Nicholas is defending, maybe his pressure. There'll be 1 or 2 things that he'll tell Abu Maka that could benefit him in this game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Nicholas is so experienced at this level. He's been in loads and loads of matches like this one. Abu Maka, a little bit less experienced at this level. Well, let's see how this one plays out for a place in those semi-finals against Young. Enjoy this one.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to the Gidea Arena. And wow, what a quarter-final we just saw. That was so good. Young absolutely dominating Vergang. I mean, we weren't really expecting that, were we? Anders was the favourite of this tournament, by the way, before it started. Milos, how good was that?
Honestly, that was an incredible thing to witness. Young, at the end, great composure under fire. I have to say also, the crowd behind him, that is a buff to take in. However, kudos to Vergang. Not obviously one of the best players in the world, but to be able to turn those boos into boons over day and day and day, to get it here, honestly, pretty darn impressive. But I'm sure it is not the last we have seen of Vergang.
Of course not. And we need to mention Young's celebrations on this stage. The crowd absolutely loved him, didn't they?
It was absolutely brutal. I mean, twice. You do it once and the crowd reacts twice and everybody's on their feet. That is something else, Nicole.
Indeed. Okay, let's get our final quarterfinal underway. So, representing Cloud9, it's Nicholas 99 FC! Oh, listen to that crowd. Nicholas finished top of Group B. He only just qualified for this tournament, but he had an incredible group stage and showed his opponents exactly what he can do. The Iceman needs to keep his composure here and shut out this noise, but it won't be easy.
And his opponent, representing Team Falcons, Abu Makka!
Wow.
Abu Makka, our last Arab and Saudi representative, has fought through fire and flames. From groups to a grueling resurrection stage, he made it count when it mattered. And from now on, surviving and thriving are all that matters.
Wow, Milos, this crowd is absolutely unbelievable. Players, if you come and join us right here, Nicholas.
Hold on.
If you can face each other. Do you have any last words?
No, just good luck. Any final words? I'm ready, God willing. Gentlemen, please place your keys and take your seats. Faddalu.
Milos, that felt so tense. I could feel that, right?
Absolutely is. You're not alone in this. But we have our final quarterfinal about to begin. Riyadh, one more time, Samoni Mara! Hadrin! I think it's time. We're all ready for it. So let's send it over to our casters.
Well, it's quite clear to see who has certainly got the backing here in the Qiddiya Arena for our last quarter-final matchup in the Esports World Cup. Already 3 players are into the semi-finals. Just 1 place remains in that top 4 to take on Young. What's up, Brandon Smith and Dan Gaskin will be guiding you through this quarter-final. Dan, I mean, look, Nicholas, I absolutely love the fact he's come out here, he's getting booed, he's getting hissed at potentially, and he just does not care. On the other side, Abu Makka is soaking in this atmosphere. I mean, Nicholas is called the Iceman for a reason. He can keep his cool no matter what pressure he's under, but this really is going to be a battle against a wall of noise throughout this game. The best way to stop it, an early goal. Silence them quickly, and Nicholas needs to get on top of this one. As for Abu Makka, he's been so entertaining all tournament long. Goals galore. We've seen 15 goals in a game, 10 goals in a game. It just seems to be he loves to attack, which does leave him open at the back, but as long as he can score more than his opponent, he's not going to care.
Well, yesterday, Dan, we had the opportunity to watch Abu Makka in a handful of games. He actually has had to play 3 more matches than Nicholas has had to even get to this stage. He was playing until the late hours last night with wins against Nathan SR, Webb Nasri, and then taking down Mani Bashore, last year's world champion. Some would say that it could favour him, some wouldn't. For Nicholas, he will not care about this at all. For him, he was flawless in the group stages, Dan.
Nicholas is just one of those players that even when you think he might be down and out, he always finds a way back in. 4-0 down against MS Dossary, and he comes back and he's able to tie it all up at 4-4, which is not something that many players could go on to do. And maybe that's something he can take away against Dossari's teammate here in Abu Makka. It doesn't matter if I go behind. I know I'm going to have a path and a route back into this game. But I do think that the crowd is going to be loud and proud and in Nicholas's ear here, so he has to be on top of his game.
Well, the only game that Nicholas lost was in day 1. This is back on Thursday now in round 1. He lost to Mani Bashore 4-2. Since then, he has been on a rampage. He won 6 games in a row in the group stages, and that's just not wins against anyone. Dan, it's wins against the likes of MS Dossary, Anders Vergang, unfortunately he's just been eliminated, Nathan SR, Matthias Bonanno, fellow Argentine there as well, and then even the likes of PH in, who he beat yesterday, 5-0. He's been on a rampage throughout the group stages.
And Nicholas is just one of those players, he's so hard to predict, so hard to read when you're going up against him. He seems to have always something up his sleeve. There's the main man himself, MS Dossery, a previous world champion himself. Hands off the baton now to Abu Maka to maybe go on and win the Esports World Cup. But there is a long way to go now, and he just has to try and break through Nicholas's ice-cold wall here.
Well, then it's a hard ask for him, but let's see what he can do. Last quarter-final underway now. The Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. Nicholas 99 against Abu Maka. The winner will be taking on Young in a semi-final that will be worth $150,000. Remember, the winner tonight here in Riyadh will pick up $300,000. 7 world champions in a row Nicholas has made. Since 2017, he's never missed the big outing. Whether it be the best 16, the best 24, the best 32 players in the world, he's always there. His name's always on the list. The one thing that's been lacking, Dan, is just that piece of silver at the end. You feel like it's the uncompleted story.
And certainly with the way he's been playing, he definitely could get the job done here in Riyadh. And one thing I can promise you in this game is going to be goals. And I don't think it's even curseable with how both of these have been playing so far this tournament. They've been so good going forward. I'm expecting there to be goals galore.
Ball, Abu Maka, 5 minutes in. We'll give this crowd something to cheer about. Surprise, surprise, it's Erling Haaland using his heads. Basically a diving header.
I promised you goals, and we've already got one on the board. And it was a beautiful goal. Recognised that there were players just stepping up, and then there's an over-the-top through ball at just the right time. And as you mentioned, a diving header pretty much to secure it. Oh, what a ball it was. And anyone else probably not getting on the end of it. Maybe a CR7, but that's why Haaland is on the pitch. That's why he's in your team.
How's he even seen that pass there, Vitinha? Abu Maka knew exactly what he was doing. In case you have missed headline news here at the Esports World Cup as well, the club championship has already been won by Team Falcons. They won 2 of the esports titles in the first couple of weeks here in Riyadh, regardless of where they place. They've already won that bonus $7 million, and they will be lifting that big Esports World Cup trophy at the end of the 8 weeks. Long ball over the top. This could be a second for Abu Maka. Could he have done more? Was there an opportunity to slide that into the right corner? Quick corner played in now. Haaland makes it 2. Forget the chance before. Abu Maka. What a start to this quarter-final.
All smiles for the crowd here in Riyadh. The Qiddiya Arena is about to have its roof blown right off if Abu Maka continues to play this way. I mean, we know how dangerous corners are. We've said it 1,000 times in this tournament. But he could have had a goal previously. If it wasn't for the goalkeeper movement from Nicholas, it was probably going to be 2-0 regardless. But Abu Maka, he's been flawless with these corners. He's so quick when he takes them. And it's pinpoint accuracy time and time again. And Nicholas now needs to try and dig deep and do exactly what he did against Abu Maka's teammate and find his way back into this game.
Well, if you remember rightly so, last time that Nicholas played a Team Falcons player was on this main stage, and he was 4-0 down in 30 minutes. And I believe that MS Dossery is sitting in that very seat that Abu Maka is in. In case you missed what the full-time result was, it was a 5-4 win for Nicholas. I'm not saying that will be the same scenario here, but you can't count the Iceman out. He always finds a way back off the 10 minutes in. Abu Maka could not have played this quarter-final any better.
Well, I mean, in the interview after Ander Vergang lost, he said, you know, I was playing on the away side. It's no coincidence why we're seeing people lose on the away side either. Abu Maka on the away side, 2 goals up. Because what he has is the crowd advantage. He's always at home. And he's played so well so far this tournament. He really has gone from strength to strength. He had a moment, a blip, I feel, in confidence on day 1. Where I think maybe the nerves got to him a little bit. But ever since then, he's recovered and looked like a player who really can go on to win the whole thing.
Well, he said yesterday in an interview as well that this is the consistency that now he's starting to expect from himself. Last year in the World Championship, he got a top 16 spot here in Riyadh last time that we were here. This year, He's had 3 top 8 finishes. He might be on for a third here. Mbappe, what a tackle that is. It had to be reckless from Rudiger, but he just did enough. Unfortunately, he's just given away a corner, and we know what could happen here. Courtois saved onto Bellingham, and Canate bundles it through for 3.
And the crowd are absolutely loving it. And why wouldn't you? Your boy is looking like he could be scoring double digits at this point.
Well, it's the loudest it's ever been inside the Kinney Arena. Even louder than when Team Falcons yesterday won the club championship. There is going to be a small technical pause, I believe, potentially there. Nicholas is fuming, and you can understand why, because fair play to Jude Bellingham, who somehow got on the line. Courtois nearly parried it into his own goal, but that is just, it couldn't have fallen any better, Dan, for Abu Makar.
Abu Makar has got corners on lockdown. And if he keeps finding them, it's going to be difficult for Nicholas to get back into this game. It's going to be difficult for anyone to compete with how successful he's been from corners as well. And he knows it. He's been taking shots at times, saying, if the keeper parries it out for a corner, I've got a great attempt at goal here. But then what he does is he switches it up sometimes. When his opponent thinks that there's maybe going to be a shot, suddenly he breaks out the skill move. Suddenly he starts to dance in that box. And I love what I've seen from Abu Makar so far. As for Nicholas, the Iceman, he's called it for a reason. He needs to refocus and try and find his way back into the game. And it is doable. There's plenty of time here.
3-0 in 16 in-game minutes. What a start for Abu Makar. The point I wanted to say was, though, is that he's had quite a few top 8 finishes this year. His consistency's been incredible. FC Pro Open all the way back in February. Got himself a top 8 finish there, losing to the hands of PH Jin, who he very much could match up in the final, depending on how it goes here. Also got himself a top 8 finish in Berlin just 36 days ago. And once again here at the Esports World Cup, his consistency has continued. Might be able to go one step further. It'd be the furthest he's ever been in a big world championship tournament like this one. And he really has been the next rising star here in Saudi Arabia. As much as MS Tassari is loved by many, you feel like it's a passing of the baton. Especially this year, we've seen it.
I mean, it's his time to shine. And this crowd are just hoping he can put on even more of a performance here. And I wouldn't blame them if they start to get a little bit nervous if Nicholas got a goal back. But if Abu Makar can go 4 up, it's going to be so tough for Nicholas.
Chance Mbappe finds the feet of Haaland. Well played, Canate just scoops the leg around. Nicholas is still not happy. Whatever he's dealing with on the virtual pitch, Kai Havertz all the way on the left-hand side. Simply has not been able to get going yet. Toni Kroos finds Bellingham. Yet to really register a proper shot of goal. Here's Nicholas so far, getting into those step-overs, trying to find his groove now in his final third. Haaland keeps it in. And will allow for this chance to restart again. Big switch of play.
It's good patience from Nicholas. He's not getting frustrated visually, certainly in-game. You can see on his camera he's starting to get a little bit annoyed, but he is at least playing with patience in-game. Just needs to be careful with counter-attacks that might follow.
Amount of space on this far-hand side again. John Stones looks to be pickpocketed here by Kai Havertz. Really well done down the byline. You know where that's going to end up. Haaland makes it 4-0 in 28 in-game minutes. If there was really a stage for Abu Makar to make a name for himself, this is it.
What a moment for that young man. You talk about a passing of the baton. He is grabbing it off Tassari and saying, I am more than happy to wave this flag for Team Falcons. As everyone in the audience starting to wave theirs. And again, as soon as he saw Haaland at that back post, it was just a matter of time before the ball ended up in the back of the net. Haaland has been unbelievable this tournament, as has Abu Maka. But we have been here before with Nicholas, right?
And it was in this exact moment, really, Dan. 30th minute, he was 4-0 down. And I believe he got a goal just off the restart, maybe like this. Oh, played Abu Maka again.
And I wonder if maybe Jasari had a word with Abu Maka just to remind him of what Nicholas is capable of doing. Don't let your guard down. Don't take your foot off the pedal. Continue to press. Continue to look for goal after goal. Don't give Nicholas a chance back into this game.
Well, there isn't really anyone better to ask, is there, MS Dasari, who had to go through this matchup. It's one of the calmest competitors we've ever seen in this esports space, Nicholas. We need to see a new level of calm to really work through this current situation he finds himself in a knockout quarter-final. Mbappe, Toni Kroos, heavy pass. It's not doing any favours there. Abu Maka. Oh my, what a ball again. Finds the feet of Haaland. He's just done that a few times there, Dan. Gets the ball into Vitinha, and it's just this double tap little dinkies, even to find into a big striker.
Nicholas needs to focus up a little bit here. He's not happy, but he needs to be careful because he doesn't want to give away another goal just while he's complaining. If there's something wrong, pause it. Have a chat with the admins, have a chat with your coach, whatever. He needs a goal here. He needs something to cling on to.
Could this be the start? Bukayo Saka! That really just sums up the luck that he's having right now, Dan. You will not get a better chance than that, and you can't even hit the target.
I mean, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for him. Oh, that could have just opened up this game. Because you score that goal, you plant that seed of doubt into Abu Maka's head of, is it going to happen to me as well as Dossari? But now Abu Maka gets to slow the game down again, hold on to possession, look for another one of those over-the-top through balls. Because Nicholas needs to start pressing him soon. Of course, you can go into the half, probably be 4-0 down and still believe you can get back into things, but that time is very quickly going to disappear away from you.
Abu Maka is just playing Nicholas off the park still at this point. You get down that byline again, it's that corridor of uncertainty. You know where that one's going to end up. Kai Havertz just about doing enough with his play style pluses, which does enough to stop Erling Haaland on that occasion. 4-0 half-time is not going to be pretty for Nicholas, but as we've come to see here at the Esports World Cup, no one is safe in the knockout bracket. Big chance this is for Kai Havertz, he's offside.
Again, it's so close for Nicholas. Even more frustration. Probably would have been a goal if he was onside there, Havertz. Abu Maka still has a chance here to make it 5 before half-time. He can hold on to this ball. He can wait for that last attack. It's another ping and switch of plays he finds every single time. And he is onside here, but does give it away, so... Looks like it probably will be 4-0 to end this half. And I mean, these quarterfinals, Brandon, they've all been insane, but they've all been very one-sided.
No, they certainly have been. They've certainly had a long scoreline. Big chance for Haaland before the break. That's not going to give Nicholas 2 big chances in the half. So frustrated in the break, but for Abu Maka, he really can't ask for much more than this. 4-0, he leads in the quarter-final stages of the Esports World Cup, featuring FC 24. Abu Maka couldn't have played that half any better, Dan, let alone that first 13 game minutes.
I mean, I like what the analysts were talking about in the studio floor earlier about Abu Maka's play style and how he comes up with something a little bit different, sometimes likes to play the quick passes on the floor, but if we're honest, he's really found a way just to get that ball onto Haaland's head, whether it's the through balls at the start, whether it's from the corners, or whether it's just been a dink to the back post. Abu Maka has played this first 45 perfectly, but, and there has to be a but when you're going up against Nicholas.
One goal, as we saw, Dan, it will change the game. It's just if that goal's ever going to arrive.
I mean, you feel if it goes to 5, you start to just think about the semi-finals. But if Nicholas gets 1 and just regains a little bit of composure here, gets locked back in, refocuses, and then Abumaka maybe starts to worry about what could happen. But you can see big discussions with the coach at the moment about maybe some tactical changes that could help him in this second 45, because something's not been right for him. You could see the complaints he was having. Will we see Abumaka saluting once more?
It's only been in the last sort of 24 months there's been the emergence of Abumaka. He sort of stole the hearts of the Saudi Arabian people when he won the local FC Pro Partnered League, the ESPL, 2 years on the trot. When MS Tassari's not winning that, you start looking around and thinking, who is this guy? Next thing you know, he's competing on the international stage. And he might just be on for a semi-final finish here with a huge scalp on the way through.
I mean, we could be looking at Anders Vergang and Nicholas eliminated in the space of 30 minutes.
Could this be a perfect start for the second half? Haaland, it was an idea there to try and play the ball into Cruyff. Abumaka again has defended superbly well.
Yeah, he seems to have got Nicholas's number for the most part. I mean, Nicholas has definitely had the chances. Missed that open goal, or what felt like an open goal. But other than that, Abumaka has read every single attempt that Nicholas has tried. He's always had a defender kind of lurking, cutting off those passes. And for Nicholas, he just needs to find something else a little bit different here.
Cruz finds Havertz. Is there an option to whip it into the box deep? There was.
Something different.
Just another question thrown at Abumaka to say, look, I might start lofting some of those crosses into the box.
I don't hate it from him. I think you've got to get a little bit creative now, because you've tried everything for 45 minutes and it's not worked.
Abumaka, first time on the hunt in this second half for a 5th goal. That should go up for a goal kick. It does. I mean, at this 4-0 situation down, what minute does it get to when we see Nicholas just sort of have to go for it?
I mean, really, it feels like now 60 is usually the default answer, right? But 4-goal deficit is hard to turn over.
Nice ball into the finesse. It was time green. Petacek gets a hand on it and it goes up for a corner.
Here we go.
There's a lifeline to fall back on, Dan. It's here from a corner and it goes. There's Erling Haaland, who's timed it green. It doesn't fall on his head. Falls back to Mbappe. Can he get the angle? No, he can't. Van Dijk stands strong. Another wave at it. Pass into Haaland. There's another Team Falcon shirt in the way. That time Courtois. Still, the chance is alive, and eventually, with the help of Brutal, who drops into an extra defender. Could be a chance to counter-attack if Abumaka. What a counter-attack this could be. 2, 3, 4 shots there, all blocked from Nicholas. If he was to go and get a 5th, it would be a heartbreak scenario for the Argentine. Brilliant build-up, Abumaka. What a clever pass that is. Finds Mbappe. Superb, Abumaka.
Unbelievable. The lifeline on the other side of the pitch for Nicholas to get back into the game. A moment of panic from Abumaka, giving that ball away. But then to have the composure to go down the other end and do that. The vision, exquisite. As we get to look back at it, it's just one after another, and then just seeing Mbappe peeling. And he finds him perfectly. And the finish, I mean, it looked inevitable by that point. And it might be inevitable that Abumaka wins this game.
Again, Dan, it's Vitinha. His role in this team has been superb. He's just been the playmaker. That lofted ball went over 2 defenders' heads. Mbappe was through. One of the best goals we've seen so far from Abumaka in this game. What a ball, look, it's through. Kai Saka there was in acres of space.
I don't mind that. I think that's actually quite smart from Abumaka. He doesn't really need to be looking for more goals now. He's got 5. It's actually about possession. If you start attempting passes, even though he looks like he's through, there is an opportunity you give the ball away.
Surely not another one into Erling Haaland. 6 of the best from Abu Maka. Some of these scorelines we're seeing in the Esports World Cup are truly ridiculous.
It's been an unbelievable day. 6-2 to Jafonzo, 5-0 to PH Zin, 9-4 to Young. And now Abu Maka finds himself up 6-0. These semi-finals are going to be something else here in Riyadh. Again, it was a little bit fortunate, but he looked for the pass. He tried it when he was in the final third. And he can start thinking about that extra cash he's been able to get getting into the semi-final. Guaranteed 90,000 now. And with the way Abu Maka has been playing, maybe there's more on the horizon for him.
As you said, just forgetting for these quarterfinals, it's been his biggest payday already. Topping what he picked up in Berlin just 4 weeks ago. $40,000 he got there with a win here. $90,000 guaranteed just for getting into the top 4 here. Alongside that, even more Club Championship ranking points for Team Falcons. They don't need them. They have already won the Club Championship rankings, but maybe they're going to try and set a personal record.
I mean, for Abu Maka to find another trophy for Team Falcons in that Club Championship really would be the icing on the cake.
Just looking as well, Dan, it's his first season contracted as well for Team Falcons. Was picked up from Twisted Minds at the latter stage of last year after getting a top 16 at the FC Pro World Championship, where we saw Manu Bashore knock him out. We knew Manu Bashore went on to win the whole competition after that. Certainly has had a bit of a springboard season as Abu Maka, regardless of what happens in the semi-final. Look how open it is at the back for Nicholas. He's had to just go for the game now, unfortunately. But it could get really, really ugly.
It does set up a mouth-watering affair in those semi-finals, though.
Is there a chance for one for Nicholas? Still can't find a way through the power shot there.
Abu Maka versus Young. They've already played each other here in the group stages. Young beat Abu Maka 4-3. It's one of the few players Abu Maka has lost to so far. But back in 2023, as it could be another goal here, and will be for Abu Maka. It's 7. Chalk it off, sending him into the semis against Young. And he did beat Young back in 23, 6-2 in playoffs. So he knows he can take down Young. Is there a scenario where Abu Maka ends up in this grand final here in Riyadh in front of a home crowd?
7-0, Daniel Gaskin. What on earth?
It's that serious you've used my full name.
I've had to.
You have to.
We've had to go full names.
At 7-0, and it could be 8.
Oh my, this is getting really, really, really ugly for the side of Nicholas now. There's one more pass across the goal if you wanted to find it. Went for a La Croqueta instead. And it's clear to see Nicholas's head's gone, which never normally happens. Abu Maka is having the time of his life out there. I know we're not in the grand final yet, Dan, and I know who stands in his way, but could you just imagine if Abu Maka was to get to a grand final, how crazy this crowd is going to be?
It would be absolute scenes. It would be insane, and a fantastic memory for Abu Maka.
He wants 8. Abu Maka.
I mean, he wants 8, the crowd wants 8. He's turned up the heat here in Riyadh. It's hot enough outside, but it's hot here inside. He's been able to melt the Iceman here in this game.
Quite literally. Fancy an 8 on there as well. Another block in the way. Still is alive. What a ball. Oh, that is superb. FC 24, Abu Maka. Just the creativity in those moments, Dan. He's not afraid to go back and then recycle and then find another way to unpick the lock.
You know when you go to a football game as a fan and you just say, I just want one goal, someone to cheer about, someone that I can go home, tell the kids. How about 8 when you come here to watch Abu Maka? I promised you goals in this game. Now, I didn't think it was going to be this one-sided, but Abu Maka has been a goal machine so far this tournament, and he is not disappointed here in this quarter-final.
Well, you know what, Dan? They've got one better than that. They haven't just given you a few goals. They're giving you a free ticket as well to the next match, because he's coming back to another semi-final. Can Nicholas find anything in this game? He honestly can't. There's a world here. We could be looking at a 10-0 result.
Before Abu Maka, I mean, Young now stands in his way in the semi-final. I mentioned he's already lost to him so far this tournament. On the other side of the bracket, Yafonso, who Abu Maka has also lost to so far this tournament.
A lot of repeat matchups coming up. 2 Brazilians, 1 Portuguese player and a local here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. All battling for glory here at the Esports World Cup. One of them will pick up $300,000.
And it will be...
I mean, I'd love to hear from Nicholas as well at the end of this game.
That's what I was going to say. It's a case of what went wrong. It's going to be a deep dive assessment of this game for him. Wasn't happy from the get-go, really. After the first couple of goals went in, he was complaining to his coach.
Abu Maka. Surely not. Oh my God.
At this point, just try something, try anything.
At this point, you just showboating for the fans. 8-0.
I mean, we've just seen Young destroy Anders Vergang on the main stage. And maybe the winner of this would probably be a bit concerned to go up against Young, but Abu Maka has just done the same thing, if not one better, against a legend in himself, Nicholas 99 FC. And it is so difficult to call who's going to win this tournament. I was chatting to Gorilla backstage, and he said, I mean, we all had our talent predictions at the start of this tournament, but I'm not sure any of us would have seen how all of this would shape up. And with how everyone's played so far,
I think all of our predictions might be eliminated, Dan.
I think they might be by now, yeah.
Anyone said P18 or Jafonso, maybe?
I did think about changing to Jafonso last minute.
I mean, can we edit the spreadsheet now?
Not just saying it. I know that I had Levi David, there was a Bonanno, there was a lot of Emre, and there was a lot of Anders Vergang. And I think that might have been it.
Well, this is generally the biggest scoreline deficit that Nicholas, I think, has ever experienced in his FC esports career. He's been involved since 2016. But to be eliminated in a quarter-final by this margin is unfathomable. He'll try his best to get a consolation if he can even find a way through Abu Maka's back line. Well, I look forward to hearing what he has to say after the game. Abu Maka, incredible performance here in the quarter-final. Semi-finalists in the Esports World Cup. 8-0 win against the Iceman Nicholas 99.
He's already given him his key. He says, I don't want to have to bother with that on the main stage. I don't have to be interviewed here. He probably wants to get out. His key will be crushed by Abu Maka. And that might be heartbreaking for Nicholas to accept defeat here. But for Abu Maka, he has put on one heck of a show in front of the fans here in the Gidea Arena. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say, because he's going to be over the moon. A guaranteed $90,000, a place in the semi-finals, and a rematch against Young from earlier on in the group stages.
Absolutely, Dan. Look, 16 players came here. They qualified in all different routes and situations, from Dallas to Sweden to invites to the last chance qualifier. Now there's only 4 players that remain. Abu Maka is amongst the top 4, and he's catching up with Milos now.
And here we are with the man of the hour, Abu Maka, victorious on stage. He'll be making it to the semi-finals. أبو مكة مبروك الفوز. أكيد حتطلع هلا على نصف النهائيات، بس بالأول بدي أسألك، في كان ضغط عليك كتير، شفناها بمرحلة المجموعات وقدرت تتخطيها، بس هلا ورجعتنا جيم كتير نظيفة. شو تغير بين امبارحة واليوم؟
أول شيء الحمد لله، أنا كنت واثق من المستوى، حتى في المجموعات المباريات اللي خسرتها كلها كانت فارق هدف. فكنت عارف انه بس احتاج هذه الفرصه هي اللي ترجعني، والحمد لله امس يوم تاهلت دعم الجمهور بدعم الموجودين كلهم دعم فالكون قدرت ارجع بمستواي. لسه انا ما سويت شيء، انا اليوم توب 4 اطمح اني اوصل للنهايه ان شاء الله.
Well, of course, it's no secret I had some issues, but those games were barely by a goal loss, so it's no issue. We got back into it, focused up, and here I have a crowd behind me. They pushed me, and I definitely could show my skills, but I'm not done here. I want to make it at least to that final and not just get held up here in the semis. طيب حتلعب انت جيم كتير مهمة هلا بنصف النهائيات قدام يونغ، شو متوقع بهالماتش هاي؟
يونغ لاعب كبير يعني فاز على انجلس بنتيجه كبيره. لعبت معاه بدور المجموعات قدر يفوز عليه فرق هدف، لكن ان شاء الله باذن الله قادر اني افوز على يونغ، ودعم الجمهور الموجود وحاضر ان شاء الله اني قادر افوز على اي احد. دعواتكم اللي تشوفونا وان شاء الله باذن الله نكسر الحاجز ونروح للنهايه. يعني تقريبا هذه السنه لعبت 3 بطولات عالميه كلها خرجت من دور الثمانيه، هذه الحمد لله المره عديت وان شاء الله باذن الله الجاي افضل باذن الله.
There it is. Quarterfinals has been my stop so far in the year, but I managed to make it past. I'll make it here into the semis and beyond, no matter who it is on the other side. Mabruk, congratulations, Abu Mecca. I'll let you go and crush your key. هنتركك تروح وتكسر مفتاح اللاعب ضدك. Hey, that was it here from Abu Mecca. We'll send it back to our studio.
Yeah, thanks, Milosh. And we can just see some of the highlights. And wow, what a one-sided affair that was. 8-0 to Abu Mecca over Nicholas, who is so highly regarded in our space, which is it's quite difficult to watch maybe as well. We've watched Nicholas for so many years. Just get defeated in that way. You can see how visibly distressed, is that the right word to use, about what's going on. He just couldn't find anything to make it stick today.
Yeah, it's not a performance that we're used to seeing from Nicholas, but from Abu Mecca's perspective, that is a statement performance for his next game. So I would not want to play him now.
Looked like he's having a couple of troubles there. He was, you know, kind of gesturing to his coach there. What do you think was lacking, was missing?
I mean, he was not happy about the gameplay, I think. He had the same issue against Dostary when he was down 4-0, and then they had a game reset, and then he came back 5-4. So there might be something there. I don't know exactly what's happening because I haven't tried out the actual gameplay. But yeah, there's always the risk of having best of one, that sometimes maybe one player might have some kind of better gameplay perhaps. And yeah, I mean, these numbers, they're crazy. These rounds are extremely one-sided. +4 Jafonso, +5, +5, +8. I don't know.
But at least we have cleared one thing up, because Anders said, oh, he thought there was a problem because he was playing away. Well, Abu Mecca was playing away there, so there is no issue in terms of if you're playing home and away. Maybe today Abu Mecca was just the best player on the day. Well, he goes through, doesn't he, to our semi-finals. We have 4 players left. We started with 16, and this is our last player to have his key crushed in the quarter-finals. Abu Mecca doing the deed, of course, and that key, well, you know who it belongs to, Nicholas 99 FC. This is the one Nicholas was missing, and we kind of thought maybe it was written in the stars, and maybe he would then hang up his controller. He's spoken about it. He wants to win this, and then maybe he feels like he can retire.
Yeah, he was looking like into knockout stage for me anyway, one of my favourite players to win the tournament. The way he was playing, the way he came back against MS Dostary. But if Abu Mecca goes on and wins the whole tournament, I think that key that you're seeing on screen right now will be at the bottom.
Yeah, sweet moment for him.
Yeah, and it's also quite funny because he actually went through on 6 points. I think that was -7 in goal difference as well. And that was also thanks to Young beating Levy. Thanks to him, kind of. And now he's going to face him in the semi. So a bit funny there.
I mean, yeah, something has definitely shifted over here at the Esports World Cup for EAFC. We've got 4 possibly new faces really starting to emerge here. Jafonso taking on PH Zin. He's a 2v2 world champion, FC Pro champion from early this season. And then the second semi-final is Young taking on Abu Mecca. 4 fantastic players, 2 fantastic matches to get your teeth into in a few moments' time. But before we move ahead, let's just go back slightly and have a look at that masterclass from Abu Mecca. 8 goals for you to digest. What number are you going for?
We have here the first one, actually,
Okay.
Abumaka's goal against Nicolas. And we spoke about Abumaka's passing skills, and I think he is probably in this tournament the best passing player left here, and just showing here his vision. I'm gonna play this slightly. So we have here the pass back to Gullit, and then in this moment here.
Yeah, so if you just see Haaland here, I actually thought when I first watched it that he triggered him, but it wasn't. So this is the AI of Haaland, and he knows that he's running. And if you look in the bottom corner, Vitinha's playstyles has long ball pass plus. So anything over the top, he is the best at it. And he knows this. It's so quick, it's so decisive, and he knows every single player on his team at their strengths as well.
Yeah, but I mean, just showing here, like, he has so short time to actually see this run and to respond to it. But he sees this so fast, reacts, and the pass here is perfect thanks to this playstyle plus long pass, but the reaction and vision that makes really here Abumaka special.
And then that diving header to finish off as well, just the cherry on top. But we have another game, the semi-finals, and the winner of this will get $150,000 guaranteed right after this break.
I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from
Ready, set, go. It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
tem pena, mano. Você vai chegar com 5, com 7 dentro do gol, tu vai finalizar e vai fazer, mano. Não deixa ele vivo. Vambora.
So you qualified last minute in the last chance qualifier here in Riyadh, which was amazing. Congratulations. Any positive takeaways besides that one from your entire tournament up to this point?
Yeah, I think was, as I said in interviews, like was a surprise for me to be here because I was very close to don't come here because some personal things. And yeah, my practice wasn't too well, wasn't too many games. I prefer to rest. And I say to my coaches, like, okay, let's see what's going, but maybe 0-2, 1-2 in the last chance should be okay for me. I don't care. I have to take it. And then I qualify, as you say, in the last minute. I don't know, even I was surprised. And then here for group stage, I say, okay, it's a tough group, so let's see. Let's try to be annoying against the best players like Anders, Manuel. They are already world champions. I am the oldest man here, so I just try to be annoying for them. I qualified first the group, and then, yeah, today didn't went well for me, but yeah, I think that was a positive way to finish this season.
And Nico, what's next for FC 25?
I don't know, like now I have to practice the beta, like I think I have 1 more week. So yeah, that's the next step, and then rest for 3-4 weeks. Yeah, the news game is releasing in a month. So yeah, that's the next one.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on your performance up until this point. Commiserations for now. That is all for Nicholas 99, but we do have more semifinals after.
Well, it just got real, really real here at the Esports World Cup for EA FC. It is semi-final time. The winner of both these semi-finals, well, they guarantee themselves $150,000. Who is going to be the first to get themselves into our grand final here? Will it be Jafonso or PH Zin? Two dominant displays, Mike Clavel, for both of these players in their quarterfinals.
I'm sure PH Zin is happy to be peaking later stages. And then Jafonso has been consistent through and through. I know we keep saying it, but he deserves that type of recognition. We have to give him the appreciation, the accolades, the achievements, another last chance qualifier, of course. And he's been good every single day.
Yeah, and a little bit about PH Zin's season as well. He started off really well. He actually got grouped at the EA FC World Cup to Jafonso. He knocked him out. So yeah, a bit of a revenge match up here as well.
Perhaps, yes. I mean, they both had great seasons, definitely. And also this tournament, they have been playing some top FC. But yeah, completely new matchup. And we've seen these quarterfinals. It could really be a wild game.
Jafonso, tell us a little bit more about him competing in the EMLS this season. Like, what have you seen change in him this year?
Well, coming into the year, I had been hearing from a lot of people in Europe, because obviously he's Portuguese, about, hey, he's ready. He's ready right now. And I say, okay, we'll see what happens in EMLS. The first couple events are online for EMLS, looked good. Didn't necessarily look like he was the best competitor or he was a guarantee to go through or a sure thing for the finals that were, of course, in person. And then he dominated. He did his thing. And then from there, it's carried on. So I think it probably gave him a little extra bit of confidence, which is to be expected. But again, not to be a broken record, consistently this year, he's been good from the start to where we're at now, so start to finish.
And PH Zin, I mean, he's obviously wearing a Lula as well. He's signed for this Saudi esports team coming into this. Yes. And Mike's been sitting in the crowd, I'll ask him in a moment, but that's going to give him a lot of confidence as well, just knowing he has probably the 12th man on his side.
Yeah, I mean, he should be here. Favorite from the fans, definitely playing for a home side. And yeah, he has a crowd with him, but also he has as well one big trophy this season, a huge trophy, winning the FC Pro Open. I mean, that was a massive one. So yeah, he knows what it takes to win these big games. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Mike, just a really quick one here. You were just watching as a fan in the Gidea Arena. What was it like?
I mean, it's packed. I don't think there's a seat. I had to move over people to try to get next to someone. So that's the kind of atmosphere in there. I'm sure that it's coming across on screen, that everybody's got chants. They're up, they're down, they're handshakes. Everything's happening in there. So if you get a chance or we get a chance, I'd like to take us in there for the semifinals. I'm just throwing it out there for a $60,000 game, basically.
I feel like it was a crowd that was giving you goosebumps as well. Hairs very much standing up on the back of your neck.
I'd never seen the celebrations. I don't think any of us have at the competitive level when you're talking about FC, where you had the lining up the Sui. You know,
I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen the chants in this regard. I've never seen mid-game team talks with an audience. It's just most of our events are a little more studio, so we don't have that new dynamic.
Exactly. I'm not going to get you to predict this one because it's getting to the crunch point, but I am going to get you guys at home to predict. stcplay.gg. Put them in now because the countdown is on. 10 seconds until we find out our first grand finalist. Will it be Jafonso or will it be PH Zin? The time is now for both of them.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to the Gidea Arena. Okay, our quarterfinals are done. We just saw Abu Maka become the final player through to the semi-finals. And what a game he just had on this very stage behind us. And it's fair to say, he has turned his tournament around, Milos.
Yeah, that entire ship has been rounded, and it was a massacre that we saw in the quarterfinals. Unexpected, but he attributes that victory to, you know what? I lost by only a goal or two in most of the other games. It's all right. I managed to bring it back, and I got a crowd behind me. So that is a buff that you cannot neglect, as you've heard our analysts and our casters that have been here in the arena over the past few days. However, shall we just remind everybody what's at stake here? Because if you've made it into the semifinals, you've made at least $90,000, right? But it also means that you've crushed quite a few of our keys here. There's quite a few that you've been seeing as we are on. What is it? 6, 12, quick 4 players down. There you go. We do it on broadcast, but also our trophy. Nicole, can you believe it? After all these days, in just a few hours, we'll have our victor. And it might just be one of our next 2 players.
Imagine lifting that. Imagine how that would feel, Milos.
Mental.
Well, it won't be long until we see that happen on this very stage. But shall we get our first semi-final going? Let's do this. Representing Luna Galaxy, it's Jafonso! Jafonso was one of the last players to qualify for this tournament, but he has dominated it. A great win in the quarterfinals led him here, but how will he do when he faces a close friend here in the Gidea Arena?
There's no game without 2 players. His opponent representing Al-Ula, PH Zin! With a 5-0 statement, the Brazilian easily dispatched Mark 11 in the quarterfinals for this spot here in the semis. Practice partners and friends in the real world. How will this rivalry play out on the pitch?
Milos, this is a big game. Guys, if you want to come here and face each other, please. Do you have anything to say before this semi-final?
Just good luck, and yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, good luck for him, and I'm ready, and that's it.
Okay, guys, go and place your keys and take your seats. Good luck. Milosh. They're so nice and respectful of each other, but that's because they are close friends. We said earlier, and it's going to be really interesting how they deal with this game.
Yeah, because it's one thing to be friends outside of the pitch, but on it, it is all about this rivalry. And currently, Jafonso holds a 4-2 streak against him. This is on the pitch itself for the final game that they had at FC Pro Worlds only a bit ago. But we have to get our game ready, so
let's do this.
Are we ready here, Riyadh? Casters, take it away.
Jafonso versus PHZ, $150,000 on the line. And one of those keys will be no more in 25 minutes time. Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith in the commentary booth to guide you through what could be, it could be a penalty shootout, it could be a 7-0, it could be a 7-0 that way or this way. I don't know what to predict anymore, because what we've seen so far has been nothing short from ludicrous.
Quite literally, Richard. I mean, you go through the quarterfinal results. Jafonso Manabashore, 6-2 win for Jafonso. PH in Mark 11, 5-0 to PH in. Anders Vergang 4, Young 9. And we just saw Nicholas lose 8-0 to Abu Maka. What are half of these results we are seeing? It's unheard of.
It is unheard of. It's a conundrum that I'm sure certainly is yet to be uncovered, as you just saw the prediction coming in at the bottom of your screen there as well. PHZ slight favourite, 58% of the votes going to the man from Al Hulula FC. Luna Galaxy on the other side, they've got a chance to get some more points on the board in the club championship.
Just on that as well, Jafonso PH, they have played before. They played about 36 days ago in Berlin.
Or is that spot on?
I think it's spot on.
Bang on.
Maybe 37, we'll see. They are the teams loading into the games now, which you can't see at home. We are about to kick off this semi-final matchup. $150,000 on the line between these two. Jafonso up against PH in. Winner bags $150,000, goes into the Esports World Cup Grand Final. But back to the point, Richard. They played in Berlin. It was Jafonso that knocked out PH in, not in the knockouts, Rich, in the group stages, which by PH in's own levels and estimations that he has for himself was poor. Yeah. He did make out the group stages in the World Championships.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at just PHZ's general level of play this season, we were looking down the rap sheet. It's semi-finals, finals, quarter-finals, wins since he's come into the scene, and especially since he's moved from South America over to what was mainland Europe. Not sure where he will be located now with his move to Al Hulu FC. It really does sort of make for very nice viewing. Over $500,000 in prize earnings. He'll be looking to make it closer to $1 million if he was to be victorious today.
Yeah, the FC Pro player from Rio de Janeiro was in contract with Ajax until the summer of 2025, and then Malula came in and said, look, we fancy signing you for the Esports World Cup. They bought him out of his contract nearly a year early.
Do you know what's even crazier about that game that you were talking about in Berlin? It were a loser's game. They both already lost the match in the tournament. Memory serving correct, it was Virgil who had beat Jafonso to knock him down to the lower bracket, and in the lower bracket final, as you said, Jafonso with a 4-2 victory.
And now they match up in a game that's worth $150,000. It's a little bit of a different scenario. Jafonso started so well in his quarterfinal. Are we going to see that start again here against PH? And that was very nearly a perfect through ball into Mbappe. Jafonso still very much in possession, control in this start to the game. Can R9 turn? Mbappe might have a bit of space to get a shot away. John Stones comes to save the day.
Be a chance for PhD just threading the needle.
Can he stay calm? Cristiano Ronaldo goes for a cutback, recycles so well. Mbappe opens up the account for Piagazin.
Get the native tongue out. One touch passing. Let's see another look at it. Ronaldo taking the space, could have struck towards goal. Saka first time into Mbappe, and a near post finish for PH. 1-0 up inside the first 15 for the Brazilian. Fonzo with a chuckle and a shake of the head as he ran the ball out of play. I've seen a lot of people suffering on the main stage.
Just some of the scorelines we've seen, Richard, in this sort of latter stage of a tournament. We've seen a lot of FC this year.
Yep.
There's discrepancy in some of the results. Certainly unusual. Haaland looking for a second for PAG and into Bukayo Saka. Believe it or not, Erling Haaland unable to win that battle against Osterlund.
Chance
for Kai Havertz. Step overs back to R9.
Just struggling to get something cooking there. Jafonzo had to pull out a little Ronaldo chop to try and create a little bit of space. PH again coming forward. Kanate with a good block to stop it going 2-0, but that's loose in the middle of the pitch from Jafonzo. He will reclaim possession and play out.
Bit too keen off the mark there, Kai Havertz on the left-hand side. Instead, we'll look for that long ball. Chance to break away. That ball roll was perfect. Gives an acceleration boost into Erling Haaland. Cristiano Ronaldo bundled out the way. Wait Militao still could keep this alive. He's won it back. Racketted into a pass there for Haaland.
It is just, every time he comes forward at the moment, looking like creating something. PH then.
Very fortunate to get that pass away there, Hullet. Havertz wins a corner, and how dangerous they could be. PH in, big chance. He can find that front post flick on. Haaland's just pushed off the ball there, shoulder to shoulder with Mbappe. A third of the game gone already. PH in the driving seat. Last time he was here in Riyadh, he fell in the top 4 stage of the competition, losing to the hands of Mark 11. This time round, he beat him in the quarterfinals. Maybe some unfinished business for Lula's newest addition to their esports team. Here's R9, back to Hullet.
Rebound.
Keeper get there on the rebound. Yes, he can. 2 hands on it.
Yeah, he was pretty keen with the goalkeeper movement there. PH he moved him backwards and just tried to eliminate and reduce the chance. Did get the shot away in the end, Jafonzo, with Rude.
Keep an eye on that run that will continue from Haaland. It's unfortunately terrible touch from Stones. Of all the games we've seen so far, Richard, on the main stage, this one actually seems to be the least crazy so far.
Yeah, for the first half of sort of the young and Anders Vergam. The first 25, it was pretty lackluster, to be honest, and then it just absolutely exploded into life.
Vitinha disguises that pass well. Finettes green! And it's R9 that equals up the tie.
Textbook Jafonzo, building up on the edge of the box, waiting for the space. And that finish is picture perfect from Ronaldo Nazario. First touch plus activated and then finesse shot. Out of the reach of the goalkeeper, even at full stretch, nowhere near he's going to get to that. And a great reply. Could we have a tight competitive game on the main stage here on Championship Sunday?
Greatest of the game. R9 doing the business there. Pateas, is it 2 in 2 minutes into R9? Yes, it is! Blink and you'll miss it. R9 has just doubled his account. And Jafonzo has flipped the game on his head.
Straight from the kickoff, won the ball back. Couple of recycles. The nice disguised pass into R9. And Jafonzo, after looking a little bit lost in the first 25 minutes, as we approach half-time, will go in flying.
It was like I could hear us, Rich, because we were sort of crying out that the first 35 minutes was a bit slow. Thanks for, 2 goals flying from Jafonzo. And PHG all of a sudden looks a bit unsettled.
Good pressure, high up the pitch to win the ball back.
Keep an eye on that run there. Is he onside, Mbappe? No, he's not. It was a good idea. This chance and a half looks like it's going to play out to Jafonzo. What a chance to go into the halfway point. Not just with a 1-goal lead, imagine a 2. Goal cushion. Alexia Pateas, Vitinha. So a few power shots from the Portuguese midfielder, and on that occasion, still just buying the time. Nice that killer pass. Pull it, R9 all queuing up. R9, quick feet, nice reverse elastico.
Couldn't quite execute where he wanted there. As he sort of shakes his head, both players don't look the best pleased at half-time. It is Jafonzo with a very, very slight lead.
Well, the halfway point in this game, Jafonzo 2-1 up. PHG started so well in the game, scoring in the first 15 in-game minutes. And then it was 2 in 2 in-game minutes from Lunar Galaxy's Jafonzo, who has had a year to remember. EMLS Cup champion, top 4 in the FC Pro World Championships, and at least the top 4 finish here. Who knows, he might be able to go the full way. Underway in this one. Remember that there is another semi-final that follows this one. It is Young against Abu Makka.
It's a 150k game. We have to remind people as well, you win this, guaranteed $150,000 and 600 of those club championship points.
Just for context as well, last year Jafonzo made around about $25,000 from competitive FC. This season he's already earned $190,000. If he was to go and win this one, he would be looking at about $250,000 in prize earnings. What a ball that is. It's so clever. He's ducked and dived through the on-rushing goalkeeper, but can't find a way through for a finish.
Jumped through the hoop, but couldn't quite put the ball in the back of the net. And PHC's got a chance.
Seen those go for the legs of a defender before. Not on that occasion. Edelman Attal defends well. Havertz, Hullet, huge which of play. Now to Tushimene. Pateas might fancy a finesse, not on that occasion. Recycles back inside Haaland. It's a horrible touch. PHC struggling to get a foothold in this one, Richard. Oh, now he can. What a chance. Bukayo Saka in acres of space for PHC to make it 2-2. We're all square once again.
Just saying. You thought PHC were struggling to get into this game. The high line, Saka with the run, the ball timed to perfection. And Jafonzo with a chance. It bounced off Haaland. He couldn't bring the ball under control. PH goes up the other end and levels the tie.
For the visitors, number 11, Bukayo Saka.
Let's have another look at it. He was just too quick. He couldn't get back. Militao was the nearest defender, and it was all about keeping composure. He slammed it into the bottom left corner.
Mbappe straight away from the restart. Are we looking at a potential hat-trick there for Arnold? We still could be. Onside Haaland. Yes, he is, but in a bit of a tussle there with Konate.
Yeah, no Van Dijk for Jafonzo, which is interesting. He's gone, as he has, Militao and Konate. Obviously, Van Dijk, one of the best centre-backs on the game, but doesn't possess aerial plus. However,
it's like personal preference as well, Rich, with those centre-back choices. Seems like the same pool of 4 or 5 players.
I think personally I would have him in, but I understand it why you wouldn't as well.
Just depends on what sort of consistency you get, isn't it, from a centre-back. Mbappe watching on that through ball. He's pulled that one off perfectly. Big chance, PH in! 3-2 he leads! The Brazilian is back on top!
Timed to perfection. Comes down the other end, and before you know it, the ball's in the back of the net. A shake of the head from Jafonzo. Just hear the PlayStation noises in the background. Someone's utilising that clipping tool and seeing some instant VOD review. Let's have another look at it. Mbappe with the ball. CR7 made the first run, but Saka was the player straight through the middle. Green timed at the near post. PHZ leads. There's a shrug of the shoulders from Jafonzo.
But you can see on the replay there, as you saw against Jafonzo, he just flicked on to Edelman Attal, who was originally going to try and trap the run of Cristiano Ronaldo, but then he sort of fakes it, found the run of Bukayo Saka, then it was too late to switch back on to Konate.
Fits green there as well. You're in a good position as long as the goalkeeper movement isn't absolutely spot on perfect.
Goal for the visitors, number 11, Bukayo Saka.
Well, for Alula, their newest signing might be taking them to a grand final in the Esports World Cup featuring FC 24. His first outing in the new colours of the Saudi club.
The 2 semi-finals in a row at major competitions as well for Jafonzo.
I'm sure there'll be a very happy Diogo Jota watching from somewhere. Of course, the owner and founder of Luna Galaxy. He was here actually at the Esports World Cup a few weeks ago, actually playing a bit of FC with MS Tasari, I believe.
Great player lock through ball.
Tchouameni looking for a cutback or a lofted ball into the box. Wins that battle. Ooh. Chance for Mbappe. Squeezes it through. Oh no, makes it 3-3. You cannot take your eyes off this one.
Even when Jafonzo looks uncomfortable, even when he shakes his head vigorously, he's always in the game. And it was the player lock that opened up the space down that far side. Slightly fortunate to win the header. It was a 50-50 with Tchouameni and Stones. And then that driven pass across the midfield, across the penalty box. It would cut out any midfield, just as it cut out the goalkeeper. 22 minutes left. Game well and truly back on. You just saw a quick glance at the stats there as well. 61% of the possession going Jafonzo's way. He's held the ball, but we're all level. What a game we've got coming up as well. Young and Abu Maka.
Do you reckon we'll see another Cristiano Ronaldo-esque celebration on the... I don't think that would go down too well with the Saudi
I don't know if he'd get the fan participation this time.
No, I don't think he would he?
It's going to be weird for him because he was certainly fan favourite against Anders Vergang, and now he's going to be, you would imagine, booed out the building when he makes that walk, because he's not their guy.
From hero to villain in about an hour.
It was their temporary guy. Abu Maka's their forever guy.
You don't know what we're alluding to. It's Young against Abu Maka in our other semi-final. We have to work out who on earth is taking one of those two spots in the grand final first from this side of the bracket.
Over the top.
Coutinho, what's that run of R9 there? Haaland's in acres of space in the back post. Fakes a player, or uses it. With Mbappe this time down that byline, which causes all sorts of problems. He went for a shot, which will win him a corner. Now we all know what happens from a corner. Normally something of danger. Just like that. Surprise, surprise. It's 99 rated Erling Haaland, causing more problems in the box.
When he gets whipped in, there's only one outcome. If the goalkeeper's not there, if he don't protect in front and protect behind, Erling Haaland will rise, and he pokes Jafonzo's nose back in front. These two stallions have been going back and forth all game long, but who will be first past the post?
Well, PH led the game, then Jafonzo was in front, then PH went back in front, and now we've just swapped roles once again. Back to you, PH. What have you got for us? Goes back to De Bruyne on the edge. Then tries to speed up to Wade course into R9. Surely not 4-4. Did he go the right way?
For me, no. Across the goalkeeper was where the chance was whipped in towards Wakehorse, but on that occasion, well defended from Kanate.
Well, Weghorst is going to be that player to cause a bit of havoc in the final third.
Lovely ball.
Onside. He is. Haaland, Hullet, Vitinha. Mateus tries to find that killer pass into R9. Chance to counter-attack, which PH did score from before. Should have gone back to the goalkeeper. No. Ooh. Instead tried to be brave there. Final 10 in-game minutes. Jafonzo, as it stands, is going through to the grand final of the Esports World Cup, featuring EA FC.
Where is that going?
Is a terrible pass.
We wanted a tight game. We wanted something nip and tuck, and we've got it. in the semi-final after 4 comprehensive quarters. The semis is where the drama has certainly picked up. For a debut at the Esports World Cup for FC 24, you've got to say, it's delivered. The celebrations, the performances,
the names we've had here as well, the matchups we've had.
The crowd.
And they've still got more to give, this crowd.
Yeah, because Abu Maka's on his way out. Probably getting a few games. Just watching those final couple of moments from Young as he beat Anders Vergang.
It's a unique atmosphere as well at the Esports World Cup, because there are fans that are sort of watching multiple different esports titles here, but as soon as they get a sniff that there's a Saudi player of Team Falcons that is competing on a main stage here in the Kiddie Arena, they just flood in.
I actually saw them run across. They were, it was on day 1, and I think they were watching Call of Duty, and as soon as MS Tassari made his walk, about 200 fans just flew into the arena. I think they've got a schedule of the games.
And their support certainly has been heard. And it was heard yesterday when Team Falcons were crowned club champions of the Esports World Cup. 6 minutes back in Inswan now. A semi-final worth $150,000. PA Jin currently 4-3 down against Jafonzo.
Ooh.
Can Arno win there? Yes, he can. It's on a play. Well, Wenkhorst has to score. He will. 4-4. And we're all square once again. We're 4 minutes away from the 90th minute.
It's ugly, but PA Jin will not care one bit. The ball's up in the air, and R9, as Jafonzo looks to the heavens.
We can see it on the replay again, Rich. Was it a pass that was blocked? Was it a long ball that was...
I think he went to play out of the back. Let's have a look at it. He's gone long with Hullet first time. Havertz on Havertz, and then he just didn't get the lock on with his centre-back.
You might be laughing.
86?
You might be in the 86 minute now, Rich. 4 minutes away. PA Jin's delivered some late drama before this season, if you can cast your mind all the way back to February. Has he got a bit more left in the locker, or do we need extra time, or is Jafonzo going to continue to keep on surprising us as he has done this season?
Is it a little bit too early to play last attack? For me, I think it could be.
PA Jin might have other ideas though, Richard.
R9.
Mbappe still looks to break the line. Referee, penalty! In the 87th minute, PA Jin with a huge chance to get in front. He does score. 2.5 in-game minutes away from a grand final.
He went to play down the far side. He's been robbed. He's been pickpocketed of possession. Can we see the foul again, if possible? If we can get a replay of that foul, I want to see it, and I want to see how much contact there really was.
Can we slow-mo it?
Here we go. Oh.
That's not a nice animation, is it? Unfortunately, that's an animation that might have just cost you $150,000. Jafonzo was laughing before, but this time he's actually crying inside.
He's dispatched the penalty with Kylian Mbappe. And he's got to go forward on this attack.
PA Jin has just scored 2 goals in 2 minutes. Is he about to get into a second grand final this year? He was a champion in London at the FC Pro Open. Is he on track to be a champion here at the Esports World Cup? Added time, I can imagine, of a long time. What a ball! Into Cruyff, what a one more pass, Mbappe! Jafonzo! That is incredible!
Played the extra pass. He recycled. This man doesn't know when he's beat. PH was moments away. He comes from kickoff. It's a dink over the top. Haaland wins it. Cruyff sells everybody and just offloads it.
Surely not another one now, Richard. 3 minutes added time. PH last attack of the game. 5-all. We wanted more. We wanted a game that would deliver, that was nip and tuck. This has been that and so much more. He's going to win that.
He's going to get a throw in. He's going to get the attack.
5 in-game seconds left, but he's so deep into the half of Jafonta. The referee's going to play the attack out. Wow, Weghorst into R9. Finds a cutback. Neymar off the woodwork. PH nearly snatches here the death.
Extra time is where we go.
Imagine Richard Buckley. Imagine if he pulled that off with Neymar.
Inches, centimetres. The L1R1 drag, creating the space. Neymar. He's going to be here in a couple of days. He could have just won it for the Brazilian, for PhD.
It's got to be. This has been game of the day by a mile.
I think this is it. This is the chance again. R9 into Neymar, takes a touch, left-footed.
Did he time it?
No.
I'm not going to be nitpicky because that was one of the biggest chances you'll ever have. 5-all extra time is going to be needed between these two. Who on earth is going to the grand final? They have delivered everything in this game. PH back to you, Al Weghorst. 6-5. The game swings back to the Brazilian.
He could have just won it seconds ago. He now edges in front once again. 92 minutes on the clock. We're in extra time, so there will be time for Jafonzo to reply. Neymar is the one who turned provider this time around, just sliding the ball into out. And I said it on Monday and I'll say it on Sunday. NDW, never doubt Wout.
I'm glad we're approaching the end of the season, so that won't catch on anymore. Who knows, though? They'll probably give it another special item towards the end of the season.
Just came off for Burnley yesterday.
Back to you, Jafonzo. Both of these two clinical in the final third. Neymar does well to sell 2 or 3 players.
It's a fullback battle right now. Who can get the best out of their fullbacks?
Haaland, Neymar. Can't find a way through. That's that 99-foot he's Neymar. Interchanging just constantly left to right. Where's that pass? Where's the runs of Cruyff? Where's that lofted ball? There it is.
He already pulled the goalkeeper. It was good anticipation from PH. But that is a woeful clearance.
And amongst all the home fans that are here, there are just a group of Brazilians that have travelled out to the Esports World Cup. They've been pushing the likes of Young and PH in through the competition. And the support certainly has been heard and it has been useful. So they push their player on, though. Last 4 in-game minutes in his first half. Cruyff. Step overs and pretty. Jafonzo. 6-all.
Outstanding levels of patience. More than anything. Just recycling the ball. Keeping it moving. Waiting for PhD to make a defensive movement more than anything. I'm not even going to call it an error. Just a movement, so there was a gap there. You just see Kanata, he pulled him ever so slightly to the right. The step overs, effective. Could say slightly fortunate that he got through there. without a tackle coming through, but 6-6. Penalties seem fitting.
It really does, doesn't it?
They've got different ideas.
Chance. Cruyff! Oh. Inches wide. The point I wanted to make, you just saw PH sort of just laughing at the situation he found himself after just conceding. This is John Stones of all players driving this attack forward. John Stones wins a corner. Last chance of the half, whipped in towards that front post, and that should do us for the halfway interval in this game. 6-6, PH in, Jafonzo. Still, nothing to separate the two.
After PH in, edges in front, 92nd minute, you're probably thinking, what's Jafonzo got left? What do either of these two players have left? The concentration levels on display, the sheer guts and determination from both of them. You've got to pick yourself up for 15 more minutes. Do we have a winning goal, a winning moment here at the Esports World Cup, or will we go to spot kicks?
PA's in, your chance now first to take the lead in this one. Neymar, where is that ball gone to? The fact as well that moments in the game, Richard, the chance of Neymar, the penalty shout that probably shouldn't have been a penalty. Yet still Jafonzo came back again and again and again.
And that 9-minute halves makes extra time so long. Now, it makes it really important with the substitutions, with the game management. When it used to be 6 minutes, it would fly by, extra time. And we used to go to a lot of penalty shootouts.
There's going to be at least one or two good chances for either of these two players. There is, you're right to say, there's so much time left. Think of that, it's about 2 minutes of real life time. Just under that left, which will tick by slowly. Mbappe now. Good idea there from PAG. Jafonzo. Overlap Frimpong, fresh off the bench, 99 rated Frimpong, full of pace, full of energy, finds a cut back, Neymar to Shimeni, look at the space for the Real Madrid player, what a tackle, Konate.
The bravery from PH to commit in there.
Wow, Weghorst. Wow, Weghorst still. Maybe went a little bit too far. Final 4 in-game minutes, we are edging towards the dreaded penalties. Vitinha. Hullet, Jafonzo, can he build the perfect attack? He scored 6 goals already, but this one would be the extra special goal. It would be enough to put him into a grand final, his biggest ever match he would have played in his career. Neymar finds Haaland, can he twist and turn? The step overs are pretty. Still Haaland tries to shift it onto his opposite foot.
And last chance will fall for PH. The step overs are so nice, I thought he was going to take the space.
Oh my.
Hold on.
Can Cruyff get there in the air? Yes, he can. 190th minute, we're into the last couple of in-game seconds now. Win this, you don't just guarantee yourself $150,000, but a spot in the Esports World Cup Grand Final.
Last attack.
Is he going to have enough time to get this attack together?
Yes.
But where's that ball going to land? There's options in the box. Disguises the pass into Neymar. Come back, Cruyff! With the last kick of the game! Jafonzo might have just done it.
From 128 to the top 2. Jafonso with the dagger of all daggers to guarantee $150,000. PHZ's on his phone. He knows it's over.
Game, set, a match. Jafonso continues this story of one of the best seasons he will ever have. He's a grand finalist, and he's one game away from $300,000. A 13-goal thriller that will be one to remember for a while. What a game, Richard Buckley. What a way for us to cast our last game of the season together as well. It couldn't have gone any more down to the wire. Jafonso at one point was nearly eliminated out of the game, but still came back.
That's the last game for me at the Esports World Cup, and what a game to go out on. Absolutely incredible. Jafonso's in the top 2. Let's hear from him right now.
I am here with our first finalist, Jafonso. Congratulations, but wow, what a game that was. Can you try to sum up how you feel after that and how that game was from your perspective? Because it was so close.
Yeah, I think it was a really good game to watch. It was 50-50. I had the luck to score in the last minute, so yeah, PHZ is one of the best players in the world, so yeah, it was a really tough match.
And you are through to the final. How does that feel? Did you know that you would get there? I mean, we spoke earlier and you said you were confident you could go all the way, but you've done it. One more game and you could be champion.
Yeah, as I said, I'm a really confident guy. I really think that I can win, and yeah, I'm in the final. So yeah, let's see what happens.
And how are you going to prepare for that game? Don't worry, I'm going to let you go in a minute. I'm guessing that you're going to be keeping a close eye on the next semi-final, right?
Yeah, I'm watching. To be honest, I don't care about the opponent. I just want to do my game. Of course, it will a really tough match, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, well, congratulations. I'll let you go because you need to crush PHZ's key. Well done and good luck for the final. Please give it up one more time for Jafonso. Incredible stuff, incredible game. Guys, back to you.
Well, he said maybe a bit of luck there. Does luck come into this, Mike, for us?
What a game. We've been asking for it. It was back and forth, goals galore. Late drama, a lot of different variety with the types of goals being scored as well. You see some of the classic one-on-one, some of the quicker passing, some of the whipping it in for crosses. You saw the long shots. You already seen a finesse in action. Saka there on the near post, and it was really back and forth.
Yeah, and plenty of nerves. We saw plenty of blunders as well. I think that happens now because it comes into play with this big prize money. You might start to think about extra 60,000. Extra 150,000. I mean, that is big money. And this was very harsh. He scores here 5-4.
We thought it was done.
Thought it was done there.
Thought it was done.
But Jafonso shows so much composure. Extra pass, fantastic. Scores 5-5. And yeah, I mean, he just shows such
Couldn't believe that. I almost forgot about it. Neymar in the 90th had the chance to close it out.
This is what we expected to see from these knockouts today, and we haven't seen that until this stage at the semi-finals. Is this now a turning of the tide, a sign of things to come for the second semi-final?
I hope so, and I'd like to build on what Ivan said. There's definitely nerves. There was a lot of sloppy defending in that game. Sometimes it's the better offense that brings score lines like this. There were a lot of defensive errors.
Yeah, plenty of them. But yeah, as we said here, it is big nerves, of course. And yeah, this means also now that, well, PHZ knocked out. He had a nice tournament, but in the end, he has to see here his key crushed in the end by Jafonso, the man from Portugal. And I think for him, I mean, he got 18 points in the group stage. He has deserved this spot. And I think throughout this tournament as well, he has been probably the most consistent player, I'd say.
2 massive losses for PHZ to Jafonso this season as well. In the groups of the FC World Cup about 5 weeks ago, and now here on arguably the biggest stage, a semi-final stage.
He's only one step away now, but it has been starting to brew that it just might be Jafonzo's year. We started that narrative earlier on, especially after he had an initial group stage where it looked clear-cut that he had a certain confidence and cadence and he was going to be getting results. But when you are able to progress play in the 90th, then that post being hit by Neymar on the rebuttal, and then you score in the 121st, you start saying, this could be it. This has to be it. Surely it's meant for me, and I'm going to crush some keys.
It seems like there's two of those fairy tale narratives running. One for Jafonso coming through that last chance qualifier, and one for Abu Maka coming through like he did. 6 points. He had just a 2-goal difference in front of his home fans. There's that poster that's being held up with the fans as well, saying it's happening in Saudi, bring it home. And obviously that is for Abu Maka. So there's two of these fairy tale narratives. One of them is going to be crushed.
Yeah, I think also this definitely tells us that players who played recently, who have been grinding recently, this month, this week, who are in form, performs now. And also shows like the margins, again mentioning, like from the best player to like spot maybe 25, the margins are extremely small and takes to have this extra grind, extra practice, and they come in now fresh from this week's qualifier, both qualified. Abu Maka now also, of course, through, and Jafonso, and they might play then in the final. Let's find out.
We've got 2 more matches, haven't we? One more semi-final and one the grand final coming up a bit later. And I wish you could see behind the camera as well, because a lot of the studios here, the lights are going out, which means we have another champion crowned. StarCraft a little bit earlier on this evening, and now Call of Duty Modern Warfare. This is their moment over here. Atlanta FaZe with the trophy aloft in their arms. Let's head down to Leah.
Hello everyone, Leah Rebella here again in a different atmosphere. Once again, we are at the Totem, where Atlanta FaZe have claimed their title as champion, and they are putting their key on the Totem that will be here in Riyadh forever. Soon, we will be crowning our champions in EA FC, and that winner will also be here, putting his key on the Totem forever.
I can't quite see behind there. Is there 5 more titles to be announced? I think EA FC gets announced tonight, and then it's 4 more next week. All the Atlanta guys are in front of the Totem. I'm trying to get an eye on that to see how many more keys are ready to be inserted into that Totem, and then it's going to go and get placed somewhere in Riyadh. That's the selfie I want when I come back here next year. We're going to go and find that Totem and really relive what we got to experience here at this year's Esports World Cup. Okay, well, 2 more matches, guys. The last semi-final is coming your way after this break.
Ready, set, go.
amazing, bro. Look for the extra pass in the box because he's scared for you shooting. Come on, keep going. Keep triggering Havertz.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Backstage. PH Sin just coming off the main stage. Unfortunately, his journey ends here at the Esports World Cup in a semi-final. But PH Sin, I have to hand it to you, a great season, a great performance up until this point, and a great game, especially for all of us watching at home, and I'm sure to play, coming right down to the end. Tell me, any key takeaways? How are you feeling after it? Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, of course, I'm really proud of my season. I just moved to Europe. I won Pro Open EWC, and now I make top 4 in the World Cup. I think I deserve it to go more like high in Berlin. But yeah, it's hard to say. But yeah, now just good luck for Jafonso. I want to say one thing also. It's a bit unlucky we played this game because we depend a lot for connection, and I hope this can be better for the next years. This is just thing I hope, because this is all our work, and I'm just coming to Brazil to here, more than 20 hours fly to play one semi-final with this connection. Me and Jafonso was complaining, so it's like, and I think it's really hard to say now, but everyone can see.
So you mentioned that you moved to Europe, your first season in Europe competitively. How has that transition been in terms of playing, meeting new people, learning a new language? How has that been for you?
Yeah, of course, I learned a lot from my life, not from my work, but from my life. I learned English in 1 year. I didn't, 1 year ago, I cannot talk nothing, and now my English is not good, but I can try. So yeah, I'm so happy, like change a lot of things in my life. Yeah, I knew now another country. I live in Netherlands, was so good with my family. I enjoy so much. And also I become a better person, a better player, playing against the best in Europe. So now it's just time to have my holiday, to have my time with my family, because I deserve it a lot.
Any plans for your holiday?
Yeah, I think I just want to go with my fiancé to somewhere else, just enjoy, and that's it.
Amazing. Congratulations, by the way. Fabulous season from you. I'm excited to see what's next for you next season. We both have about 20-hour flights back home. But again, commiserations, but you have a very incredible season, a very good performance here to be proud of. And we'll see what's next for FC 25.
Yeah, we'll see.
Here we go then. The time is now for that man, Young. He'll be taking on Abu Maka for a spot in this grand final against Jafonso. This is incredible. Maybe two players that, on paper, well, no one out of our team we predicted had them down to be a winner, let alone possibly a semi-finalist. And this is how they did it. Young against Anders Vergang. 9-4 in that quarterfinal, Mike.
And this should be the most electric matchup that you could have asked for. If you saw everything previously, Young kind of won over the crowd in this Anders game. Now I would think the crowd's got to go against them with Abu Maka in-house.
They're 100% going to be on Abu Maka's side, so it's going to be interesting from Young's perspective. He's going to go out there thinking they're on his side, but we might get a few boos.
Young's not going to get it as one-sided, is he? As he did against Nicholas a few hours ago now. Surely it's going to be a closer contest.
I don't know. My predictions have not been great this tournament, so I'm with
you. I'm with you. I don't think anyone on any of the broadcasts predicted any of the top 4 competitors as their winner, just to give you an idea of how close this has been, how much back and forth, the surprise of results, the variance in players. And again, I think I gotta give a lot of credit to some of these guys that came up with a package I didn't expect. I didn't necessarily expect that Young would get here, but it wasn't to take away from him. I just didn't know that it was gonna be possible. But he's brought his A game, and the same with Abimaka. You know, local guy, a lot of times we haven't seen him in a deep run. He's been at the big tournaments, but we've never seen him in a top 4. This is the highest he's ever been in any of these worldwide or global events.
Well, it's quite a contrast, isn't it, as well, in terms of stage time. Young, the first time we saw him on stage was last matchup against Nicholas. Completely different story to Abimaka. That's definitely going to come into play once again here, Gorilla.
Yeah, because he's going to be comfortable. Obviously, you got the secondary stage, but being on main stage, you got the fans there, you know, the cameras are on you. And the fact that he's played there so many times, he doesn't have that comfortability, there's no second guessing anything. And something as simple as just sitting down in the chair, it's only going to be a positive for him.
A quick word on what Gabgol can do, the coach for Young. The fact that he's won 2 world titles, albeit not with Young, but he's got that experience, the guy sitting behind him in the chair.
Yeah, one of the most successful coaches throughout our community. There's a few household coaches that have the majority of wins or have been through multiple different players and had success. I also noticed he had synchronized celebrations with Young, so maybe he's bringing a lot of energy as well. And I think they came with Brazilians, because I was in there when that game was going down.
I saw a few.
There was a lot of Brazilians. I don't know when they all arrived, because they weren't here in previous days. This is a new addition. I don't know if they saw that Young was progressing and they flew in. Maybe they came in late. It's been great. I saw them live streaming. You watch the stream back. They're popping off everywhere in the building. I don't know. They've arrived. They're here.
Mike knows, because he's been in the Giddy Arena as well. When he had a bit of an off time, he went in there as a fan, sat and watched. He loved what he saw in there. Guys, as always, please vote for your winner. This is a big vote as well. This one counts because the winner goes into the grand final. stcplay.gg. You guys are experts on what to do now. Well, this is our last semi-final for the biggest prize purse ever in EAFC. $300,000 is on the line, 150K guaranteed in this semi-final.
Thank you, guys. Wow. I have just about recovered from the game we just witnessed up here on the big stage. That was unbelievable. Jafonso just coming out on top, but it was so close, Milos. That's what you love to see.
Going
so good.
Going into extra time is obviously always a lot of fun, especially when a game's so close, especially when both players know one another so well, even so personally between our 2 players, a Portuguese and a Brazilian, is beautiful to witness. You know, heartbreaking at the end for one, but Jafonso is set to go for that grand final. But Nicole, we have to figure out who he plays.
Yes, who will be joining Jafonso in the grand final here in Riyadh? We are about to find out.
Let's introduce our players then, starting off with our first on stage. It's Young! You can definitely tell the crowd skews one way here, and it's definitely not towards the Tuzzy Esports player. However, this man is the Brazilian sensation himself. Our last Brazilian in the competition. And he's impressed beyond belief. He's young in more than just name, but also in age. Let's see what he can do on our semi-stage.
And his opponent, representing Team Falcons, it's Abimaka! Wow, listen to that crowd. They absolutely love him here in Riyadh. The way he turned his fortunes around during this tournament has been absolutely incredible. Can he work his magic once again? We are about to find out.
Gentlemen, شباب أبو مكة بعد أمرك تفضل. كلمات أخيرة.
دعواتكم إن شاء الله إني جاهز بإذن الله.
Well, with your prayers and your hopes, we'll make it past.
Anything to add, Young?
Just wishing good luck, the best wins.
Right, place your keys and take your seats. Good luck. Oh, Miloš, the crowd in here. They are, of course, behind Abu Maka, but that's going to be tough for Young.
Honestly, it is tough, but this is the separation. Does Young have the medal to make it into the grand final? There's no better test than this, and this crowd here in Riyadh. So, Nicole, let's get it started. Our second semi-final. Let's send it. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miloš and Nicole. And well, at one point, about an hour ago, Young was a fan favourite, but you can clearly see the fans now behind Abu Maka once more. Dan Gaskin here alongside Ryan Pessoa to take you through this semi-final to see who is going to be in that grand final to face Yafonso. Now, you would not want to be facing this crowd, would you, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely not. I think Young was sort of caught by surprise there. He thought that maybe when he walked up, they wouldn't move. Maybe, of course, he sort of realised that they'll be on Team Falcon's side, and rightly so in the home nation. But I think with the word the fans have been behind him in previous rounds, he expected maybe some sort of love from the crowd. But yeah, not to be seen. Abu Maka embracing it as well. We've got an incredible semi-final on our hands.
I'm so excited for this one. I mean, every Abu Maka game we've had on main stage has not disappointed. It's been goals galore. The fans have been wild. The fans have been loud. But on the flip side for Young, he's also been putting on a show. They have played each other already in this tournament. Young actually defeating Abu Maka 4-3 during the group stage. But if you go back to 2023, Abu Maka took down Young 6-2 in playoffs. So they know each other well enough. It's 1-1 at the moment on the main stage. The audience think it's going to be an 82% in favour of Abu Maka. How are you feeling about this one, Ryan?
You know what? I might actually steer clear of a prediction. I'm pretty sure my success rate might be below 10%.
I'll let you off.
Yeah, genuinely, because I'll be honest, I expected Anders to beat Young and Nicholas to beat Abu Maka straight up. I thought they would win, and Abu Maka won comprehensively against Nicholas. Of course, Nicholas not very happy as well, and Anders the same. But this is a massive game because between the both of them, they scored 17 goals in their quarterfinals combined. So I'm hoping that there's more goals and more of the same in this game. But yeah, prediction-wise, I'd say Young impressed me more. I know Abu Maka won 8-0 against Nicholas, but Young against Anders looked fluid. He looked dangerous every time he went forward, and there's something about, I don't know.
You don't have to make a prediction, Ryan. It's okay, you just said.
There's something about Young, though, I don't know. There's something about him. He seems emotionally fueled. And I think sometimes that works for and against players. It worked for him in the Anders game. You can see how much it meant to him. He was celebrating on stage. He was giving it to Anders for payback, and it was a massive grudge match. This game I don't think is a grudge match, though. So maybe some players, or for him, this game might be a step down in terms of emotion for this performance.
There is something to be said there. Young desperately wanted to beat Anders to get that revenge. Maybe there's a little bit of revenge to be had from the previous game for Abu Maka, though. But he'll certainly have the crowd behind him. One thing I can promise you again, goals. 9 goals from Young in his quarterfinal. 8 goals from Abu Maka in his quarterfinal. How many are we going to see in the semi-final here as we are underway? It's going to be Young kicking from left to right in the white strip, and Abu Maka from right to left. And who wants to be in that grand final more? Guaranteed $150,000 if you get there. But of course, it's a tall task to get through either of these competitors. But can Young strike first here as he's starting to charge forward? Havertz back into the middle. Mbappe now could shift one, will find one, but Saka's not going to be able to do much more.
Wins it very high up as well. A needless pass there, sort of rushed from Abu Maka. Look at the play.
Oh, and it's one more, and he does find the shot, but Virgil van Dijk defensively sound. Still, though, danger, and we'll find one more. Oof. And Ronaldo's through, and Ronaldo puts it away to send Young a goal in the lead here.
That's a beautiful goal, like a kit around the goalkeeper. I thought it was offside, to be honest. Hullet against Hullet wins the header down as well, and it's a blistering start from Young in this game. CR7, though, was proving clutch moment after moment for him. The replay comes in, and you'll see Hullet, as I mentioned, winning the header, the pass back, first time, CR7, like a kit around the goalkeeper. I genuinely thought it was offside. That's why I didn't even react. I thought it was off.
I mean, I had to double take it, but I called it as I saw it. Maybe Abu Maka might have thought it was offside as well, but Young, the composure to La Croqueta around the goalkeeper. But now Abu Maka looking to try and answer back. Havertz bodies his way through, dings one to the back post, but it's good defensive work from Stones. And that's the danger zone. That's that danger area that you look for in Haaland, but Young will be delighted to be able to defend that one. Now time for Young to push down this right-hand side again. Can't quite beat Saka. And Abu Maka just needs to make sure he plays his own game here. Doesn't want to get sucked into the way that Young's been playing. Very fast-paced game, and while that's a brilliant ball, not quite enough to beat Czech.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to get enough pace to get around the keeper with Johan Cruyff. But I agree with what you're saying in terms of sort of sticking with his own tempo and not falling into the traps with the way Young's playing. It's very aggressive, it's very fast. And the crowd firmly in favour of Team Falcons and Abu Maka.
And their support has certainly gone a long way. I mean, it's got Abu Maka to a semi-final.
Yeah.
And he's been loving every moment of it, as have they. At one point, he was competing in the resurrection stage, and now he finds himself in the semi-final. 90,000 guaranteed, and playing for a grand final spot. You saw pictures of the totem earlier with all the keys of the winners. And we're still yet to find our victor here in EA Sports FC. Here's Kai Havertz. Haaland again at that back post, but instead opts to go to Cruyff. He tries to hit one. I don't hate it, but again, Young had players in the right place just to ensure it was stopped.
Just to further emphasize on what you said about how Abu Maka had to go through the resurrection stage, even getting there was by the skin of his teeth. He genuinely got there because of the goal difference. Hold on, it could have been a finesse there from CR7 and Young, but Abu Maka made it through in 6th position in a 1-2 games, lost 5, and then went undefeated in the resurrection stage against Nathan Essar, another Brazilian, Webb Nasri, and Manu Bachore. He hasn't looked back since that final round 7 in the groups, where he had a very, very poor performance against Emre Yilmaz. Lost 4-0 and was very, very dominant by Emre.
Well, he needs to find something now, and this could be it, but it's going to be offside. That one was offside. Saw the lino flag go up. But that is the danger that Abu Maka does pose, and Young needs to be aware of it. Havertz again, strong against his counterpart. And it will be a free kick. Often opts to play short and will reassess how he wants to approach this one. It does seem to be a clear direction of trying to work this right-hand side. As I say that, he heads right down the middle, down the throat here of Abu Maka, but Abu Maka says no, not this time.
Switches on. Kai Havertz, as we've seen throughout the days how important he has been for the width and the offensive play as well.
I mean, there has been a few different items that have crept up throughout this tournament. Well, there's been majority 9 or 10 that have pretty much been in every single game, as that's a great through ball. There is going to be support in the middle, but Saliba's been unbelievable at the back for Young.
Done very well
today.
Yeah, done very well, and to not be strayed and sort of slow down and jockey across to look for the, or to principally think the pass was going to come from Abu Maka, and he can attack now himself.
CR7 again in the mix. Haaland, one more to Saka! It's 2-0 to Young. And we saw what happened last time he started to get going. It was goal after goal. Abu Maka needs to slow this one down and find a response soon.
Silence the crowd ever so slightly. Young so far in this game. He's getting the wide words of Gabgo, his coach, behind him. We take a look at the replay. Mbappe, Konate doesn't do enough there to get possession, and it's just simple passing. And Bukayo Saka puts it past Petr Cech, and it leaves Abu Maka with work to do in this game. 25 minutes in, 2-0 down.
I mean, Young has been in unbelievable form in this tournament. Right from the group stages, when he was atop the group for the majority of it. Here's Mbappe, maybe a chance to fight back, but that's great defensive work again from Konate. Corner, though, we know how dangerous it is when Abu Maka has the chance, but again, can't get above Konate. And it will mean that Young gets the chance just to hold on to this 2-0 lead.
Yeah, you see how early he triggered Havertz there. Just for this particular ball, he can then just drive forward. He's triggered Mbappe and just look, just like that. Defense to attack in an instant. Here we go.
CR7 once more, but Virgil van Dijk this time does better at dealing with him. I think Abu Maka just needs to get a read on Young here and what he's trying to do with his attacks in the final third.
Yeah, the triggered runs are very dangerous. It just helps him go forward. It gives Abu Maka a lot to think about, whether he tracks the run, does he follow the player in possession. It's a poor switch.
CR7 drags it back and now will work alongside Sacco. Just got that second goal for Young. It's a recycle of play, but a sloppy ball, and now Abu Maka can start to work the pitch here. He's not really been able to play his game so far, has Abu. Maybe now this can be the opener that he desperately needs in this game. He just needs something to cling on to. 32 minutes gone, and that one's going to be pulled back. It's going to be a free kick, so Abu Maka just hasn't really got going.
Yeah, the offside trap caught him off there. I think it would have been a 100 depth offside trap. Maybe manual from Young to push his defence forward. See the support for Team Falcons in the stands.
Oh, but now this could be a chance for the Falcons fans to celebrate, but check again. And you can see head in hands for all the Falcons fans, as Abu Maka just can't quite get through and penetrate that defensive Young. Even if he's able to get to the goalkeeper, he can't get the shot through. But now Young on the counter-attack here, tries to hit one. Second bite of the cherry, plays it back. Saka working with Hullet, trying to find Haaland maybe in the middle. Mbappe's also there with CR7. Just so many players, and the step-overs were almost enough.
Yeah, crucial step there with Konate to win possession.
A lot of space on this left-hand side for Saka. Stretching his legs, Mbappe's going to be inside. Haaland's also there, he hits it instead and opts to take the shot.
Good keeper movement. Moved him at the last second there. I don't hate the shot, to be honest, with Saka, the idea of it. Just that switch again, then you see how it's just so much space. He just triggers him from deep, and it's always the same. Just trying to look for the space for Mbappe to run into.
Well, somehow, Abu Maka's won that. That's a great sliding challenge. 5 minutes left of this first half. I think the good news is it's not been completely one-sided here. Abu Maka is definitely still within a shot here. Last time when we saw Young start to belt in goals, he ended up scoring 9 of them.
He's just not getting a lot of success with the switch to Havertz. You can see it's on all the time with the hug side, and it's just not getting to him in the air. He gets it on the floor here, Kai Havertz, to try and get the space to go forward.
Havertz gets blocked, gives the ball away. Maybe could be last attack instead of this half going over to Young.
Yeah, Gabgo in Young's ear, just telling him, just slow down, there's no need to rush forward. Play for the last attack. Probably have 1 or 2 minutes added time, and just wait till the last moment so you don't give your opponent to win possession and potentially punish you. Here he is, Mbappe again in behind.
One last chance before half-time, CR7. It's a long ball back to recycle, but there is still time. Just about, has to start going forward now. Can't really afford to go back. CR7 plays one more. Haaland makes it 3! And Young is on fire. And your defence should be terrified. Unbelievable scenes from Young. As into the half now, that will completely change the team talk for Abu Maka.
Yep, Young is flying, silencing the crowd completely, other than the Brazilians behind him in his corner, rooting for him. He just took his time, even playing the pass all the way back there. Gets it to De Bruyne, driven pass. Is slightly fortunate, in my opinion. I think Konate should do better there for Abu Maka. But what isn't fortunate is the timing and the precision from Young to get the ball to Haaland, green time it. He saw the keeper movement. And it's 3-0 at half-time. The home favourite, Dan. Team Falcons, Abu Maka. He's going to have to do a lot to try and get his hands on that trophy right there. And the coach will be in his ear telling him just sort of reset. And I think it's been sort of timid by Abu Maka in some areas. I think he's been put off. Young player switches a lot. And even the switch, he sort of player switches to the fullback on the opposite side to read it, then switches back, and it causes Abu Maka just to turn back and second guess everything. So I think he needs to be a lot more just direct in the way he plays. 3-0, the crowd in full support of Young.
I mean, they're certainly the away fans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here in the Gidea Arena, as Abu Maka, his back is well and truly against the wall here, and he needs the fans more than ever. to try and find something a little bit different here in this second half. An early goal would do wonders. It's a nice attempt to Johan Cruyff. But again, Young has eyes on it. And I think you're right. I think Abu Makr has not looked as confident as we've seen. I just think that early goal was everything for Young. Silenced the crowd a little bit. And maybe just slowed Abu Makr down, but there is still plenty of time. Here's Saka now. Plays one in. There's so much space here for Cruyff, but again, it's the goalkeeper movement.
Yeah, it is. It's those crucial elements of the game, and it's falling in Young's favour. Corner doesn't manage to get to Haaland. CR7 does enough, and calm and composed there from Young. And after that, he's more sensible with possession.
I mean, Abu Makr has had chances.
He has, exactly, and he's been punished every time he's made a mistake. Is that onside? He's just off Mbappe. Good player look, though, but wasn't managed to bring him back in onside in time.
How many times does Abu Makr need to knock on the door before it's finally opened here? Or is Young going to have it on lockdown? Certainly seeing more of the ball, but now he gives it away again. And as soon as Young wins it, he's instantly sprinting.
And the back post as well, so many options.
Plenty of options here to work with. Opts to go with Haaland, almost makes it work from the cute angle. That's a lifeline again for Abu Makr, though, and now he looks to quickly spring into action on the counter, but as we were talking about, he keeps turning back on himself because of the pressure from Young.
Like a switch here, there's space, so he's just to try and pick the right moments, but it's just the pressure, it's suffocating Abu Makr. Young doing it extremely well, even there, just to keep possession with Hullet, realizing that he's not the person you want running down the line.
Could be a fourth here. Saka strikes and Saka scores! Are we looking at our next grand finalist in Young?
Oh my goodness.
Would you have called that at the start of this tournament that Young would make it all the way to the grand final? Some didn't even have them in their lists to automatically qualify out of group stages.
I didn't have him as part of my top three, no way. I wouldn't have, not on paper, but his performances have shown he deserves to be at the top. The time in green from Saka, keeper movement. And Abu Makr was sort of relying on a block there to stop it going in, but Young he's flying right now.
I mean, it really has been incredible to see Young develop from the group stages to this point onward. I mean, the only two players he lost to was Web Nasri and Johnny. And if you think about that, I mean, Johnny was eliminated in the resurrection stage. He was eliminated in the group stage, excuse me. Then Web Nasri eliminated in the resurrection stage. But against the biggest and the best players, Young has shown up and at times dominated. And you could argue he's doing it again here as he's fought to the good.
It's been sensational.
Does
Abu Makr needs a goal.
Have anything here? But no, even when you hope, even when you pray for a deflection, for anything to bounce in your favour, it doesn't go well.
Yeah, it's not gone his way, but just looking at some of Young's results, 2-1 win over Mark in the group. He already beat Abu Makr in the group stage 4-3. He beat Jafonzo 4-2, so we'll be seeing a rematch if the scoreline remains the same. And hold on a second, could be getting number 5. Great last-ditch tackle there from Virgil van Dijk. He lost 3-2 to Web Nasri, as you said. 8-3 win against Emre Yilmaz. Lost 3-1 to Johnny. 6-3 against Levy. The big names he's taken by storm.
Well, the one big name waiting in that grand final is Jafonzo, and you mentioned it. He's one of the few people who've been able to beat him. In fact, the only person who's been able to beat him is now Saka. Does give Abu Makr a lifeline here.
That's one. That's an important one. He needed that to get back into it and get the belief and show that Young is penetrable. He can be broken down. You can concede, or he can concede goals. 30 minutes left to go, Dan. We've seen crazier comebacks. It's definitely possible.
There is a chance now for Abu Makr. Is this going to be the beginning?
Oh, I just seen it. That's so unlucky, I'll be honest. The animation there when he intercepted the ball and it just fell, fortunately, the way of Abu Makr.
Well, he needed something.
He needed some luck, to be fair. And when it falls your way, you won't complain. But I'm sure Young won't be happy about that.
Well, the one way to stop this comeback from being a possibility is to find a 5th goal here for Young. And it could be right here, right now, as Haaland almost gets his long, lanky legs towards it. 27 minutes, 3 goals required. As Ryan said, it is not unachievable, and we've seen crazier things happen in FC Esports. But Abu Maka is going to need to play some of the best FC of his life. And maybe this could be another. Mbappe is going to be through. And wait just 1 second. Is the Abu Maka comeback on?
I was really talking about a potential rematch from the group stages for Young and Jafonzo, but Abu Maka's got other ideas. Now the fans are back on side celebrating and making their voices heard. We take a look. It stemmed from just turning there with Cruyff, dribbling forward. The pass was perfect. Mbappe took it in his stride, and a Trivela close to the keeper. 4-2, game on. Young will be feeling the pressure, definitely. We've seen a 4-0 comeback earlier on in this competition. Are we about to see another one?
Young needs to block out the noise and just focus on the task at hand, but that will certainly have planted that small seed of doubt into Young's brain of, well, what if I do throw this one away?
I promise you, he definitely would be thinking that, and he'd be thinking he doesn't want to be... Sometimes when you're falling up in a game, it's very natural and normal to sort of think ahead and think, oh my gosh, you've already sort of won the game. You feel comfortable. A 4-0 lead should feel comfortable. But Abu Maka's got something up his sleeve.
You almost feel like Young needs another goal here.
Absolutely.
It would do him the world of good, and it might happen right here. Oh, 9. Blasting that one wide. It was on the turn. It was a little bit of an awkward animation. It was definitely an opportunity there for Young.
I'm interested to see how he'll deal with the pressure now of just knowing that every time his opponent has possession, Abu Maka in this case, you'll get that gut feeling of just fear. I wonder if that impacts the way he's been defending. Will he be a bit more risk-averse in the way he's been pressing?
Every ball's going to be terrifying. Every attack's going to be scarier than the last. He just needs to hold on here, but there is a lot of time still to play. 20 more minutes in game. And Ryan mentioned it. He's been there before. He knows that feeling. It's such a difficult one to try and block out. But the one way to block it out is to find a goal of your own. Bellingham plays it inside to Haaland, and it will be a corner. Still danger here. Can Young find the header from the likes of Erling Haaland? And he is going to change to Kroos here. Get the right man on the ball. Erling Haaland's up.
Oh my goodness. That's why Konate's in the team.
Second chance. This time we'll try Hullet with the cross. Surely someone's got the magic foot, but that one didn't work out. And Abu Maka is going to hold on and will still have a chance to get back into this game. And you can see now Abu Maka going forward. He looks a little bit more confident. He looks a little bit more like himself. And he's got the speed here with Saka. Just needs help from some more players. And now they've arrived. Now they're in the box. But can he actually find them? Hosselu comes to support. Kroos into Cruyff. Great defensive work. And Young holds on again. And now it's a chance for Young on the other side. Is he just going to start to think about possession, or does he want to go? It looks like he wants the latter! And that might just be it. That may have been enough to stop this comeback. And you can see what it means to him. Vamos rings around the arena as the small selection of Brazilian fans rejoice.
That's the one he needed. Alleviates all the pressure off his shoulders. Just a pass there with Hullet. Manages to step over, gets to R9 and green time finish. Play style kicking in perfectly. Abu Maka knows, down by 3. And the contrast of emotion you can see from the player cam. Young and Tuzzy Esports take a 3-goal lead again in this game. For me, unless we see a major capitulation from Young, I think that's it.
Well, I think the reaction and the shots of Abu Maka said it all.
You kind of know, yeah.
That was his chance.
If he needs a goal from kickoff, now.
It would have to
be
right now.
It has to be straight away.
And Young knows it. That's why Young locks in, looks to defend, looks to try and win this ball back. R9 is strong, but not stronger than Saliba, it would seem, and Young does win that ball back. And now we can look to just hold on to it, but does give it away. Has to be a little bit careful here. Does probably need to think about controlling a bit of possession.
Good step there. Great step with Saliba. You know, the constant press and the team press has kicked in. It's turned back into trouble. Abu Maka on the attack.
Abu Maka with R9, plays one in to Neymar. Can't hit it.
Oh my goodness, what was going on? I thought it was going to fall Neymar's way again. John Stones does enough to keep possession.
Well, the time starts to tick away now for Abu Maka. Does win the ball back though.
Great play.
Will play it through. Can he?
Nah, that's so unlucky. That's so. I don't know what else. Abu Maka done everything perfect. From switching to Hostru, I think it was, to predict the ball out from the goalkeeper, to knocking it down. He done everything right. Deserved the goal. Or at least the opportunity to take the shot.
Well, there's 2-meter Peter. Crouch has arrived onto the scene. Another big man enters the fray. As Young looks to just control and see this game out. 7 more minutes and he'll be in the grand final, but he may just do it here. Bang! And the job is done. He'll be in your grand final. A rematch versus Jafonzo. The only man in this arena, in this tournament, to beat Jafonzo so far in this tournament is Young.
You can see how much it means. So I love the celebration from the coach as well. I love it. He's getting involved. A huge moment for Young to solidify his win in the semi-finals against Falcons Abu Maka. First handball with Neymar. Green across goal with Hullet. 6-2.
It's been a dominant performance, and it could be topped off with another goal here, but Abu Maka does defend successfully. We can take a minute just to really congratulate Abu Maka with the tournament that he's had as well.
100%.
Semi-finals, 90K in the bank, has given this crowd something to scream and shout about all tournament long. From the depths of the group stage to the resurrection stage, all the way to the top 4. Abu Maka's name will be remembered here in Riyadh, that's for sure. But it's all about Young, the Brazilian who has just been unbelievable in every single game that we've seen from him. And with only minutes left, you know that Young's heart is racing. And he could find one more here, but again, Davies does the job. $150,000 guaranteed. A spot in the grand final, a rematch with Jafonzo. It's all that Young could have dreamed of, all that he could have asked for here. And it was always going to be a tough task against the home favourite Abu Maka, and Peter Crouch puts in a 7th. I'm so glad I did that SBC, by the way.
That's 16 goals in the knockout stages from Young. 9 against Anders, 7 against Abu Maka. He's a man on a mission. But his final game is against Jafonzo.
The final boss. But who is the final boss? That's the question, because Jafonzo might be thinking Young is.
Yeah, literally.
He's the only man he has not beaten at this tournament. It's going to be an incredible final here at the Esports World Cup. And Young puts his pad down, and he will begin his celebrations because he's going to the grand final here. What a tournament it's been for Abu Maka. I'm sure the fans will give him the send-off that he deserves. But it's the Brazilian fans, the small pocket of them, that have the last laugh. As Young marches on to a rematch with Jafonzo. And he is guaranteed to be $150,000 richer.
Unbelievable performance. But as you mentioned earlier, Abu Maka and Team Falcons have done themselves proud. But it was just a step too far. Young and Tuzzy Esports performing flawlessly in that game pretty much. Controlled the game for large portions, especially in that first half. And Abu Maka just couldn't really respond. He had opportunities, he did get very unlucky in some moments, where just the bounces, the first touches just didn't fall his way, but Young made his moments count in the game, and ultimately at the end of it, deserved to win.
And you can see the fans still supporting Abu Maka to the very end here. And it's great to see, because they have been immense all tournament long. And this will be a memory that I'm sure Abu Maka will never forget. Sure, he would have loved to have gone further. He would have loved to have played in that grand final for $300,000, but 90,000 is still nothing to be shy about as he gets his final send-off. It's been an incredible semi-final, but we've got an even better final coming up. Let's hear from Young down on the floor.
What a way to make it. Young qualifies to the grand final to play Jafonso. Congratulations, first of all. How you feeling? You had a whole crowd that's playing against you, and you still made it happen on the pitch.
Oh, I feel amazing. I feel like very prepared to be the champion. I need to say something like, I need to put like my headphones on the maximum volume because the guys were like screaming a lot. So I think like now they can support me, or I don't know, but I'm really happy to be in the final. That's one of my dreams to be the world champion. Let's see what's gonna happen in the final.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of respect from our audience to you. Can't wait for that final, but this is it. Grand final victory. Do you think you can do it, and why?
Oh, I think it's going to be a 50-50 game. Jafonso is also a very good player. We already played this tournament. I won, but it was a 50-50 game as well, and now it's the final, so anyone can win, and I hope I would win.
Well, let's see. You're going to go and crush that key. One more here for Abu Makka to crush for you, Young. Parabéns. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. We'll get to see things when we get back. It is grand final time in just a bit.
Wow, we are down to just 2 players. Young is our grand finalist, guys.
I can't say it's been a surprise based on what we've seen. The intricacies, the details, the offense, the energy in the room. Speaking of energy, Miloš coming through with something late and something great as we build into the grand final. You're seeing some of the highlights. It's the types of goals. There's so much tiki-taka, move, groove. There's just unpredictable nature across the board.
You literally took the words right out of my mouth. Unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do. It could be something simple. It could be something fancy, but he's now guaranteed $150,000.
Is that the Brazilian style coming out here, which we don't really get to see that much in Europe?
I would go as far as saying South American style.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've worked some of the Libertadores events. Those guys all play with a lot of short passing, a lot of move, and a little more possession play. Just not as much so designated for some of the crosses and even the switches of the pitch. A lot of it happens centrally.
Has Jafonso learned much playing in the EMLS that can counter this style?
I truly think EMLS, because it was much earlier on in the year, gave him such a bigger boost to confidence. Also qualified him, of course, for an events. But the more experience you get, the better, typically speaking. And what we saw in that last game versus PHN, to make 2 big finishes, 90th minute, 120th minute, not even a big reaction either, and to keep your composure. Remember that extra pass in the 90th? That should be on replay for years to come.
And you can just get, I guess, a clarification of the 2 grand finalists here as well. Jafonso, he booked his spot about an hour ago now, and Young joins him. And Jafonso, Agrilli, you were saying you didn't realise how young he was as well.
He's 20 years of age, but just looking at those fixtures there, they've both earned their spot in the final. Big opponents, big results.
Well, Young, he is crushing the big opponent of Abu Makka. Here it is. This is a bittersweet moment. It's quite difficult, isn't it, to watch if you're Abu Makka, but I'm sure Young is taking great pleasure in crushing another key. Now only 2 remain. And this is when we get into picking which ones are they most excited about to put in their trophy at the end. Remember, audience, they get to pick 3 from maybe players they've competed at this tournament, or maybe ones they've just got rivalries with from tournaments past.
I can almost guarantee Vergang will be in his
100%
trophy build-up just based on the energy, the celebration, the back and forth, the amount of emotion. I don't know on a personal level if they don't like each other, but there was some tension. I felt it in the room.
It was the celebrations, I think, from Young, but if you're going to be beating someone like Anders and you go and win the tournament, you have to put him in there.
Oh, that satisfying moment there for Young, the Brazilian player representing Tuzi Esports this time out. He's a grand finalist. Can't wait for this one in a few moments' time. Just to get you really hyped for this one and just to understand maybe the players' tactics a little bit more, Mike and Gorilla are going to break down that last matchup and set the scene for what's to come.
Oh, perfect. I thought you'd never ask. Let's take you to the large and in-charge breakdown board, if you will. And we've talked so much about the razzle and the dazzle that we thought, between Spencer and I, let's showcase some of the intangibles. This is what makes a lot of the players at the pro level so special, is the awareness to sometimes recycle if needed. So you've got a lot of space, and you're saying almost everyone here is going to go towards this space. Offensively, you're going to try to take advantage of that space. However, if you feel like it's a low percentage, often at the pro level, you recycle, you make sure that you get the opportunity that you want in that moment.
Yeah, so he's actually going to play inside to Cristiano Ronaldo, but it's so congested, he doesn't want to risk losing the ball. So now you're going to see him completely reset the play, go down the other side, and have another go.
And this is what's so impressive. A lot of people will not do this, and he gets himself now into this zone where you've got, I always call it the trifecta of attackers. Anytime you can get triangles, good things are gonna happen. And players that are in the right zone at the right time, you can count on them to do things. And you see Holland's already stepping through, the center back's out of position. And it makes it a baseline finish when all things are said and done, but almost everyone on the pitch touches the ball. It's total football, if you will. And it's something that Young's been doing so well, is making sure that he's picking and choosing his moments, which leads us into a bit of build into that finale. Can Young continue that form? We're all gonna find out soon. We're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back with the grand finals.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Well, you are watching the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, and you have joined us at the perfect time. It is grand final time. One of these two players you're seeing on your screens is going to go home with $300,000 in about 1 hour's time. Could it be Jafonso from Portugal, or will it be a Brazilian winner in the form of Young? Only time will tell on this one. And if you were joining us a few moments ago, Young said this is 50-50. He doesn't know, and that's because the facts are telling 1,000 words, aren't they, Gorilla?
Yeah, so Jafonso has played 20 matches. However, he's had 1 loss, and that 1 loss is to Young as well. But over the course of the tournament, Jafonso has scored 46 goals, conceded 25, but Young has scored 43 and only conceded 24. So the stats are
There's nothing in it. There's nothing in it at all. How could we even read into this matchup, Mike?
About as even as you can cut it up. I think you try to go off form, but at the same time, both these guys have been winning. If anything, I might give a slight momentum maybe to Jafonso, because he probably thought he was out a couple times against PHZ. I thought we were going to have an all-Brazilian final leading up to that with the semis. But when you get those types of small margins, and Spencer, you've been a champion, in order to win a tournament, at the end of the day, you have to have a little bit of luck. You have to have some good fortune. And Jafonso's had that just recently in the semis, and you start believing fully, this is for me. This is mine for the taking.
I do think with the results, you do that, get that confidence. However, this is the final now. I genuinely believe that form goes out the window a little bit, because once you're there, it's the final, everyone's watching. And as Young said, it's a 50-50 game.
Everyone's watching this, and everyone will be watching an event which is happening in 2 days' time. On Tuesday, Neymar Yes, the actual Neymar, not a virtual reality Neymar, is here in Saudi, in Riyadh, and he'll be taking part in the Esports World Cup. We cannot wait for that. You can see it there, a show match at 9 p.m. on August the 20th for you guys to enjoy. So you can get your tickets, just scan that QR code and come down and get involved. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. But back to more of a phenomenon, which is what's happening right here on our stage, which is going to happen in the Gidea Arena. Let's just get into a bit more detail about this one, I'm going to say. Can you look at maybe Young as well and say he's lost 2 matches earlier on? We said it was Webb and Johnny.
Yep.
Like, you have to find something, Mike, here. And
Can I make a statement? I'll make a statement.
Go on.
I think everyone wishes they could play like Young. I think the way that he plays the game.
Why?
It is so easy on the eyes. I want to remake and replicate that in my gameplay. If I could do that, because you have the tricks, you have the flicks, you've got the composure when you're doing the swinging it back this way or that way. We talked about it with some of the intangibles, but the passing, it is so precise. The validity, the accuracy, the speed of the movement. I just don't. I don't have the reactions that he's got going on right now, and I'm jealous.
Finally, whose time is it? Jafonso's, or is it Young's?
I mean, you probably want me to go against you at this point.
I'll let you go first.
This is the last prediction.
I just build up Young to do it. I think it's Jafonso's tournament. I think it's Jafonso's tournament. He's been so good throughout all the days. I know consistency doesn't always equate to the result, but that last game, getting those big goals against PH Zen, I just think it's going to give him something.
Quickly.
And I think with Jafonso, I'm going to go for Jafonso. Yep, that's my prediction.
Well, this is Jafonso's 21st match, and this is only Young's 10th matchup. This is for $300,000. This is for a World Championship trophy. We cannot wait for this one. Which way is it gonna go? STC Play, cast your votes as well as we jump straight into this match.
A quick chat before we start. Jafonso, you've topped your group, you've made it to the final. Is this it? Are you lifting that trophy?
Yeah, of course. I'm really focused. It'll be the game of my life, my career. So, yeah, I hope to win.
There it is. Nicole, what about you on the other side?
Thank you, Milos. I'm here with Young. Young, you've done it once before. You've beaten Jafonso. Can you do it one more time?
Yeah, I hope so. I think it's going to be a 50-50 game, but I think if I play my best, I will win.
Good luck. It is time for our final. Let's do this! this is it. Welcome to the grand final of the EA FC 24 tournament here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. We started out with 16 players. We have our final two, Jafonzo versus Young. But who will be crowned champion?
And not just champion.
No.
Is it not? They'll be the first ever AFC 24 champions here at the Esports World Cup, immortalized forever in our totem here at the Boulevard City. $300,000 is the purse that our victor will go away with. Only half that for the second place, but you know what? In a tournament like this, all that matters is who's first.
There is so much to play for here in Riyadh. Milos, shall we get the grand final started?
I think we absolutely should. So please join me in welcoming our first grand finalist, Jafonzo! The man has many trophies under his belt. FBF Tasa Masters 2024 champion. EMLS champion of 2024. Semi-finalist at the FC Pro 24 Worlds. Is victory all but imminent here at the Esports World Cup?
And his opponent in the grand final, representing TZ Esports, it's Young! What a journey he has had to get to the grand final. He believes he can do this and that he can become champion here in Riyadh. But can he do it one more time here on this stage? We're about to find out. Okay, guys, if you come and join us in the middle, please face each other. Any last words in the grand final? This is huge.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Young, incredible player. But yeah, I really want to win. I'll do my best to win, so I want to say good luck and hope it will be a great final.
Young, you've won this one before. Any final words?
No, just the same. Like, I know that he's a very good player as well. It's going to be a 50-50 game, and wish him good luck. Who's better will win.
All right.
Okay, if you head to the desk, place your keys down and take your seat, because it is time for the grand final. This is what we have been building up to. This is the moment we have been waiting for here in Riyadh.
It has taken 4 days of competition, 16 players, and down to only these two. Only one after this game will be lifting our trophy. Here, nothing is granted, everything is earned. We still have two more keys. One of them will be crushed. The other will sit right here and forever be immortalized on our totem in Riyadh. But, Nicole, I know you're ready. I know I'm ready. I know our casters are ready. But I have one more question to ask. Riyadh, are you ready? Let's get it started.
Thank you so much, Nicole and Milos. This is what it's all come down to. What a grand final we have in front of us right now. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Ryan Pessoa have the pleasure of guiding you through what is going to be the last kick of a ball on EA FC competitively for this 24 season, Ryan. But we're not ending just on any game. We're ending on a matchup that's worth $300,000.
The stakes honestly can't really get much higher than this. Jafonzo has been flawless this tournament. The only player, though, that has managed to defeat him is Young. Sitting opposite him in this grand final. Young has been very, very impressive in a lot of his games. Some huge victories by some margin as well. Jafonzo, likewise, has been exceptional in pretty much every single game other than the game against Young. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plans out. But I agree with Young. I think it's a 50-50 game.
And look, there's been a lot of hype about Jafonzo coming into this tournament. He's looked so good, especially in the latter stages with the FC Pro World Championships in Berlin, getting a top 4 there. Some have described him, his play style is just so different, and he's seemingly got better and better as the season's gone on, when many have already fallen off. I don't think anyone sits here and would honestly predict this is the grand final, though. I think you'd be lying.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with you.
With the 16 players that were here.
No, I get you. Yeah.
Nicholas, Anders Vergang, P8 Zin, I know he came close. No one had predicted this day that we've had of results, but more importantly, this grand final. Massive congratulations to these two, and not playing it down at all, but it's just shown how unpredictable this competition has been here at the Esports World Cup.
Yep, absolutely. I can only echo your statements. I think for these players, I think more so on Jafonzo's side, I think it's expected that he would have done well.
I agree.
Extremely well at the FC Pro World Championships this season as well. Young, I feel like it was sort of a moment that he needed to sort of burst and give him the confidence. The names he's defeated along the way, and I think every single round he's got better and better. And I think for his performances, honestly, could deserve to win as well. Both of these players can easily argue they deserve to get their hands on the trophy, but there can only be one person etched into history and winning 300,000 as well alongside that.
It's ridiculous to look as well at Young's career here, well, both of these two in particular. They've both been in this space since 2020, a good 4+ years, and they've only played once, and it was in this tournament. They've never crossed paths before, mainly because they're playing in two different regions, but in the last year or so have become a bit more international. But this is it. This is the big one. This is the Esports World Cup Grand Final. Jafonzo versus Young, a matchup worth $300,000. But only one can call themselves the Esports World Cup champion.
Hold on, why is there so much space?
What on earth?
It's a poor decision there from Young. I think he was sort of caught out there. It was almost a 3-on-1 somehow straight from kickoff.
Well, it will be Jafonzo kicking from left to right, of course, represent Lunar Galaxy is Diogo Jota's esports organisation, the Liverpool forward.
Oh, Jota, I mean, Young's
the back post. Look at the space for Mbappe. This could be a brilliant start. 3.5 minutes into this grand final, and we've already got goals.
He's been caught out there. I was about to say, I think it's Stones or Havertz. It's whoever plays right back. The way Young starts his team, obviously they have to change formation. Players have to move and rotate into their correct positions once you change that. The space was there to be exploited just based on that, and Jafonzo made it count. Took the touch there with Mbappe, showed the composure. Young, it's a poor start by his standards, but you'll see what I mean with the replay. If you can see on the screen there, number 2 just running across, I think it's John Stones, back post. Havertz out of position as well, trying to track back and catch Mbappe. But Jafonzo makes it count.
How does a mistake like that happen, Brian, this early into a game?
It's twice, though. It's sort of one for each player where the space opened up, and for Jafonzo's perspective, he made it count. Young, as well, had that opportunity to make it count, but he made the wrong choice there when it was a 3-on-1. And again, Jafonzo pushing forward with Mbappe and R9.
R9's looking pretty now. Still R9 looking to go straight direct down the path of William Saliba there.
Great step overs and cancellations there with Jafonzo, trying to isolate Young defenders.
Havertz, De Bruyne, that one whipped out wide into Mbappe. Massive win back. If you have just tuned in, this is the big one, the Esports World Cup Grand Final featuring EA FC. One of these two will be a champion, picking up $300,000. Their biggest ever payday already, just getting into the quarterfinals, let alone into this grand final. 150k already guaranteed. Chance to double it and walk away with that massive trophy. Here's Kai Havertz now. Jafonzo starting this game brilliantly, just 11 minutes in. Finds Vitinha now, who looks to try and pickpocket the defence. Oh! It's absolutely magnificent from Jafonzo. Speak about saving your best performance to when it really does matter. What a start in this one, Ryan.
Yeah, he's done that a few times. A little dink ball over the top. Hullet makes the run in behind, and it's time to perfection. Catches the defensive line off Young, off guard there. We'll see it again. Pateas into Vitinha, triggers Hullet, just a little dink over the top. Hits it to the near post. And what I love with Jafonzo and his coach Armando is just the composure. You would think they've conceded with the way they react every time. Even the last-minute goal in the previous round against P8 Zin, when it looks like all the odds were stacked against him, he found a way to get a last-minute goal. Not once, but twice in that game. And for Young, it leaves a few questions on how you stop that ball. Do you press the person in possession? Do you try to track the run of Hullet, but then that leaves space for a driven pass into the attacker? That's the conundrum you have when defending those situations, so it's very difficult.
Well, Mardo Vale is the coach that sits behind Lunar Galaxy, much more than the coach. He's been actually heavily involved in Lunar Galaxy as a whole, the creation of the esports organisation alongside Diogo Jota. You look at the players that have come through alongside him. Di Fernandez, especially there, Ryan, had a great season. In another world, could have maybe went an extra step or two further, especially in the likes of the Liga FC Pro. But then you look at Jafonzo, made a massive risk in some ways to go all the way out to the MLS, where sometimes players that make that big move and it doesn't work out well, it's an opportunity wasted. That's your token in an FC Pro League that you can't really find again. He went there, became world champion. Champion in that league, then got himself a ticket to Berlin for the FC Pro World Championships. And the thing that I was worried about is he qualified so early for the FC Pro World Championships and he wasn't in the E-Champions League that he didn't really have any big LAN event to really practice and get in the reps in before those big tournaments. Yes, he played in a couple of Portuguese local tournaments, but other than that, he maybe had question marks over the sparring reps that he's been able to get in. He's been looked absolutely brilliant. And still, the fact of the matter is, Ryan, he came here a week ago without even a ticket to the Esports World Cup. He came with 127 other players who were all vying to get 2 spots in the Esports World Cup. This could be a big goal back. Petr Cech does enough.
Great keeper movement.
To save it out for a corner. Young looking to whip it in. No one takes a wicked deflection out to De Bruyne. Konate. Saliba trying to get it onto a better forward. Is he offside? No, he's not. Haaland's on. Petr Cech again.
I thought he was miles off for a second. Corner though, Young.
Quickly back in and defended well, but back to the point, Ryan. He took a massive risk. He self-funded his trip out here to Riyadh to play in the last chance qualifier. Only 2 spots available. It was him and Nicholas that took those spots.
Yep, and it's crazy to think that in another world, we may not have even been able to see this performance from Jafonzo.
Do you think it's helped him as well that he's come out a week early? He's played, I think Grilla said 20 games. This is 21 games now.
100% makes a difference. I wouldn't have put Jafonzo as my person to win the tournament. I did have him as one of my top 3 in the group of Group A, but I think it makes the world of difference playing here. You're acclimatized, you're used to playing on the stage as well, and I think playing on the main stage a couple of times makes a big difference. I think it's just getting used to the connection as well. There's little differences. I think it makes the world of good for him.
Coutinho finds Patatis now. Could be a second for Mbappe.
That was risky there from Young, defending there. I don't know if he intended to switch to Saliba. I sort of pulled him out a little bit. Maybe he wanted to switch over to Konate, because that's what it looked like the movement was made for.
Saka now, the amount of times we've seen grand final swing or even be a blowout is so important that Young tries to just get a goal back and nudge his way back into this one. Especially how some of the games have gone today. Possession goes missing. Hosselu will continue his run on the far-hand side. He'll do his best to try and track the run with John Stones, but we've seen what happens before when John Stones gets caught out. Massive win there from Bukayo Saka. Keep an eye on the eyes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Haaland, and Mbappe, all triggering runs off the ball.
Great interception again.
Needs to get Haaland in that box. Mbappe just fakes the play a lot. Will he use him? Will he try and get the ball into him? You're asking a lot there, aren't you, Ryan? Bukayo Saka up against Kai Havertz.
Yeah, it's a weird choice there. I think he done extremely well with the play lot cancel. Just gave Jafonzo something to think about. But the cross to Saka, in my opinion, is pretty hopeless and happy. You're not really expecting him to win the ball. It's sort of just a crossing for crossing's sake there.
Big win again. Bates kicking off this attack for Jafonzo. If you have just tuned in, this is our grand final of the Esports World Cup. $300,000 on the line. That's a huge 1,000 club championship points in the Esports World Cup rankings, which could be worth a serious amount of money. Saka, Mbappe, a couple of ball rolls. Can he find that through ball? No, he can't. Third of the grand final already gone now. Chance for Young now to get back into this tie. Can he go man for man and try and give a couple of skill moves and chain him together? There's those trademark step overs from Mbappe. At the moment, everything that's coming his way, Ryan, he's dealing with.
Yeah, and dealing with extremely well. And to start a counter-attack with Mbappe, good step there with Havertz from Young. Step over animation there with De Bruyne. Didn't work in Young's favour in midfield. We haven't seen much of Young's build-up if you compare it to the game against Abu Maka. Utilised Havertz with the switch more often than not, and it worked, helping him build up, getting the ball to Mbappe straight away. He's not really done that so far in the first 30-odd minutes.
Keep an eye on Cristiano Ronaldo and Haaland here. They look to peel off their runs. Cuts it back, finds Ronaldo. It must go, it will! He's back in the tie. An important goal before this grand final may have just started to swing out of the balance.
It's a massive goal, Brandon. We take a look at the replay. Just a player look cancelled to CR7, then goes to him, moves him into the position he wants. That touch is perfect. The shot across goal from CR7, and it's a very important moment to get back into this game for Young.
Just shows as well the importance of the play a lot there, Ryan. So many
100%.
times it's often fade, but then when you can really utilise it and just create your own animation, your own run, next thing you know, you've opened up a pocket of space.
Absolutely. It's a mechanic that, of course, a lot of the top players, the elite level players, maximise to its full capacity.
Chafonzo, back to you. Hossler all the way up from left back, believe it or not, heavily involved in the attack. Hullet, what a pass into R9. He can turn and he can finish. A 2-goal lead reinstalled in seconds.
Straight from the kickoff, Brandon. I thought maybe this attack could come to an end. I saw Haaland dribbling on the sideline there, but he managed to work it well, gets it into Hullet, and then it was either he's going to go for Mbappe, but Konate committed the driven pass into R9 Ronaldo, finesse at the near post, and the 2-goal lead is restored again for Jafonzo and Luna Galaxy.
How is he playing so calm in a game like this?
But it's every game, though, with Jafonzo. It's every game. If you were to go through every single game he's had on main stage and just pay attention to his player cam, you maybe would have seen him celebrate or show emotion once, maybe twice, maximum. He seemed accustomed to these scenarios, these high, intense moments.
I mean, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Ryan, but in your playing career, what was the biggest ever amount you were in a grand final for or a match-up for?
In terms of prize money? Compared to this, nowhere near. This is 300,000.
How are you feeling in that? These guys are playing for 150k extra.
It's a massive game.
As much as you aren't thinking about the money, you can't help but think about it in the back of your mind.
I think Jafonzo knows, though, that this game is nowhere near from being done. We've seen Young score 16 goals in the previous 2 games. So you have to be wary. You have to know that your opponent's dangerous and show respect to them at all moments, just because you never know. But Jafonzo...
Surely not another one. Wins a corner. We know where that could end up, and we probably know where it will end up.
Oh, he's gone short.
Surprisingly, does go short. Then we'll try and work it in. Where's that through ball? Haaland, Hullet, Mbappe, all in the box, trying to be a nuisance.
I think he's playing for the last attack.
Well, speaking of a player, Anders Vergang in the crowd, watching along in this grand final. Hullet, can he try and turn? Mbappe will try and shift a step over. Still R9. It's an absolute gift. So patient, Jafonzo. And the patient pays for the Portuguese player.
It's surgical. He's just breaking him down in every aspect of the game. Jafonzo, even playing it short from the corner, a lot of players would opt to try and get it into Haaland, and understandably so, but you notice the clock there, tried to play for the last attack. Recycled possession. This movement with Mbappe was great. The tackle, R9 Ronaldo, the step there was aggressive from Young with Konate, but then the finish from R9 was great for Jafonzo, and just before half-time, or not, wait a minute.
How was...
Oh, I was going to say, the animation there with Militao to get bundled there for Jafonzo could have worked against him, but 4-1. The Portuguese man leads going into half-time. Young's got a lot on his hands to try and spark a comeback, Brandon.
Absolutely. 4-1 at the break. I'm sure somewhere in the world, probably in England, Diogo Jota must have a little smile on his face right now. He is 45 minutes away from his esports organisation becoming Esports World Cup champions in the game that he absolutely adores. it's not over by any means. There is still a long way to go, but the only player that we've really seen push Jafonzo to the edge is Young. He knows he can beat him. He's the only player that has beaten him in this competition. He did lose one game in the last chance qualifier to Abu Fazi, but other than that, in the last 20+ matches he's played here in Riyadh, he's only lost 2 games. Top the group stages in Group A, in case you missed that. One of the best defensive records in the competition. And in case you didn't see the groups, they were absolutely stacked. No one was safe. He was in a group with the likes of Johnny, Mark 11, Nathan SR, MS Tassari, Pietjin, Web Nasri. This could be a chance off the restart. Young, desperate for a goal. Bukayo Saka, it's asking a lot.
Gets the corner though.
Which at this point in the game, try and get back in from that. Aerial plus meta, which Erling Haaland is surprisingly not able to connect with on that occasion. How hard is it, Ryan, in the grand final of this? You're 4-1 down, to not lose the mental side of it. Part of you must think it's over, but with 9 minute halves, we've come very much accustomed that it's not over.
Yeah, and I think Young will know that better than anyone.
Oh no, it might be over. Cuts it inside. It's the wrong player in the back post.
Yeah.
If that's Haaland, it's a different story.
Yeah, if it's Haaland, then maybe it might be over. But for Young, fortunately, it was R9 lurking at the back post. But of course, Young knows there's still a long way in this game. He's got 40 minutes or so to try and spark a comeback. The issue is when the clock ticks on, you obviously have to push more bodies forward. You're more susceptible to counter-attacks. You leave bodies in offensive areas.
Havertz, Hullet, Young, something's got to click. It's that final pass at the moment that just isn't landing where he wants it to. Possession wasted there by Jafonzo. Kai Havertz does expertly well to keep that on and just ball roll himself back into possession. As every minute goes past, Jafonzo must be thinking, I'm getting so close to crowning out a superb season the best way possible. Hosselu wins a throw-in quite high up the pitch. Well, the last time we saw a Portuguese player really go to the latter stages of an FC competition was Francisco Cruz. It was a long time ago. I'm sure he's watching on somewhere in Portugal, supporting his fellow countrymen. I'm sure Tuga as well along that list with that whole Portuguese community.
Just looks so controlled by Jafonzo. I think Young's going to have to do something to try and ruffle
Brilliant
the
pass.
feathers.
That's a fantastic cutback. Mbappe teases the cutback, but just goes on his own. 5-1, Jafonzo leads in the Esports World Cup final.
And that's why time finishing is essential. Greening it at the near post with Mbappe, but as you said, just teasing the little pass back. It's just about having the options for your opponent to think about. You see Mbappe there, R9's in a great position where he has to either, for Young's perspective, commit and go to Mbappe or sort of jockey backwards and try to cut the passing lane if a pass happens. It didn't. And Jafonzo was brilliant, timed it to perfection. And for Young now, 4 goals in 30 minutes or so to try and equalize. It's just not falling his way. It just seems like he just can't break him down. I don't know if there's anything Young can do in his perspective, maybe a change, or I don't know.
Surely not. He's not done yet. Into R9. That one goes out for corner. Well, we have got a minute in play, by the way, just to update you in case you haven't heard these figures. Jafonzo this year would have won $400,000 if he wins this. Ooh. to this point, he's won $102,000 or $3,000. A win here, another $300K on top of that. He will not have a better season in his lifetime with that sort of prize money, unless somehow all the prize pots go up in the next year, which I don't, you know, they might very much do that. And to think he came through the last chance qualifier on the 12th of August, a week ago. He'd have dreamt of just getting into the knockouts, let alone the Final Four or even a grand final. Important pause this now, though, for young Brian, if there's any. Last tactical push that he's going to go for the game. It's a 4-goal swing.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's still got a corner to defend. We see now how dangerous they've been this year, and it's going to be Haaland again. Is he going to get it into the corner? Just about saved by the goalkeeper there. But as you mentioned, for Young, he knows he has to go for it. But I said earlier, you're going to leave so many spaces. And Jafonzo is lethal. We've seen it throughout this tournament.
Another big win, finds Bukayo Saka. Keep an eye on that back post. Petr does enough. Time ticking away. And as much as we can big up the fact it's 9.5, and it still gets to a point where if you need 4 goals, even with 20 in-game minutes, you're asking a lot. Has to basically have 4 chances and score every single one of them. Saka, is this one of those chances? Haaland in space, it's a Neymar, must score! Is this the start of something special? 20 minutes, 3 goals, Ryan Pizarro. It could happen.
It could happen. It definitely could happen. Young, a great goal, just chose the right pass there. The ball in was beautiful as well. And the extra pass to Neymar. And then it's all up to Young there. Does he have the composure to finish it? That first time ball again, just a little extra touch is lovely. It's a great goal there from Neymar and Young, and it's a lifeline. 3 goals, Brandon.
It's more the question mark here of Jafonzo seeing out this game. Final 17 minutes, he'll just be thinking, just get me to the 80th minute. If I get to the 80th minute with a 3-goal cushion still, it's got to be near enough impossible. Neymar finds Bellingham, surely not an off one. Young must score, Petr.
That's it, that's the moment. He had to score that there. Jude Bellingham, he'd done everything right. The composure was beautiful up until the last moment where he decided to shoot. I don't know if he second-guessed it, maybe he was looking too much at the goalkeeper there. And this will be extremely painful if Jafonzo down the other end can get goal number 6.
Gives away possession again, and it's another roll of the dice. Get a goal before the 80th minute. Who knows what the last 10 minutes these might be. Huge switch of play. Wherever this Bellingham play has been with Neymar has worked so far. It's given him a different avenue, a different outlook. More importantly, a bit more pace on that side. Neymar, Bellingham could create a 3-on-2 now. Where's the cut back? Lofts it in. I like the idea, but
it's just, yeah, it's not the cross he would have wanted. I think for there, if he held L1 down, I'm not sure if he did or not, didn't get the correct animation for the cross. You want it lofted. You want Haaland to be able to have time to get the jump on the back post, but it was way too whipped there at the back post with Jude Bellingham there, sorry, for the cross.
And what do we say, Ryan? You've got to have 4 perfect chances and you've got to score them all. That was 2 wasted there. Jafonzo. Under 10 minutes away from being Esports World Cup champion. Locked it into Haaland. He can do it now. He will do it now. 6-2 Jafonso. Maybe he just knows what he has achieved here in Riyadh.
That is exactly the cross that Young was looking for down the other end. You want it lofted. You want Haaland to be able to have time to get in the air and challenge the back post. And that's exactly what Jafonso did. Pateas down the byline, and it's Jude Bellingham against Haaland. There's only one winner, puts it into the corner, 6-2. And unfortunately for Young, it's game over, and I'm sure he knows that as well. You can see him just dejected.
Well, you look at the run he's had, Jafonso. I'll say it again, he was in Group A with Young, Mark 11, Webb, Nasri, Emre, Yilmaz, Abu Maka, Levi David and Johnny. Levi David and Johnny didn't even make it out the group stage here at the Esports World Cup, which just shows how difficult it's been. He came straight into the knockout stages today. A win against Manu Bachore, a win against PA Jin in extra time. And a huge win here in a grand final. What a way to end his FC24 season. $400,000 in prize earnings just this season. And a massive chunk of that coming from the Esports World Cup, of course. 300K guaranteed with a win here, but he's not done yet. He'll be thinking, Ryan, I joked about earlier, can we just continue the season? Can we play a few more tournaments?
No, he's peaked at the right moment, Jafonso. And even to say that the MLS was early on in the season, he's sort of just been consistent throughout. His level of performance, though, has been sublime.
You sort of sit here and think, if the FC Pro World Championship was a month later...
The thing is, he's done so well there as well. It's not as if he...
Still at top 4.
Yeah, and for Young, oh, never mind, about to say, gets a consolation. Jafonso smiling as well. Just everything sort of falling in his favour in some moments in this game. And unfortunately for Young, he just couldn't get it going. And Jafonso knows the Esports World Cup, the EAFC champion. It's something he will call himself. It's a huge moment.
What a moment. What a journey. 16 players came here to Riyadh from all over the world to try and bring back the trophy for their club, their esports team. Jafonso will end this EAFC 24 season as a world champion, an Esports World Cup champion. Jafonso is your winner.
Unbelievable, the outpour of emotion as well, you can see it. I said, we've never really seen anything from him in terms of celebration, and this is how much it means to him. Unbelievable from Jafonso and Armando. Fantastic work from the duo and everyone behind the scenes. Deserved champions, but commiserations to Young and Tuzzy Esports. They've been unbelievable. They should be so proud, and it's difficult in these moments to find the silver linings and understand the accomplishments they've achieved. Second is no shame. Jafonso, though, has been sensational. As we mentioned earlier on, there was a world where he might not even have been here. If there wasn't the last chance qualifier, he wouldn't be here at this tournament. And Jafonso has done himself proud.
Heartbreak for Young. He won't feel it now, but he should be so proud of himself. Top 2 in the Esports World Cup is massive. Only a handful of players will ever make one grand final in their time, let alone 2. But what a moment here in Riyadh to conclude a week that's been incredible. Lunar Galaxy have put their key into the trophy, and they will be crowned Esports World Cup champions. Jafonso does it here in Riyadh. He is champion of the EAFC section of this incredible 8 weeks in Riyadh.
Jafonso, congratulations. You are the winner here in Riyadh. How does it feel?
Best day of my life. I worked so much for this. I knew one day I could be world champion. Today was that day. I want to say thank you to a special person, my coach, Armando. If it wasn't him, I wouldn't be here for sure. So I want to dedicate this for him, special.
And we can see just how much it means to you. This is amazing. What has it been like playing here on this stage in Riyadh in front of such an incredible crowd?
I want to say thank you to all the Saudi fans. They are amazing. I really enjoy playing this stage. I hope next year we go again. Thank you.
Jafonso, a huge victory for you, of course, a big career moment. But I have to say, maybe call me the BM guy in this interview here, but you get to pick 3 keys to put in your trophy. Is there any 3, maybe at least one of them that you have in mind that you have to crush and forever be in your trophy?
No. All the opponents are really good, so I don't have like a special one. I knew all the games would be tough, but yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone that supported me from Portugal as well. And yeah, really enjoying my time here in Saudi. Thank you all.
One more time, your first ever EFC 24 Esports World Cup champion, Jafonso! Please, you may leave your trophy here because after this, hey, there it is. You gotta enjoy it. You'll put your trophy in here because the next piece, you'll be taking your frame and then giving it over to our totem to be forever immortalized here at the Esports World Cup. So please, on your way to it. There it is. We've got the Champions Walk coming up in a sec, but Nicole, it has been an absolute pleasure here with you on stage, and hope to get to do it one more time. But that is it for us here. It is not done. Champions Walk, Totem, and the whole shebang. One more time, your winner, Jafonso!
Well, then this is a walk that only one player can make. In an esports such as EA FC 24, he's off to the Esports World Cup totem alongside all our other champions here in Riyadh. He will insert his key in that hole there. His name will be remembered as the first Esports World Cup champion on FC 24. All those keys you see there in the pit are names that have fallen here on the biggest stage in Riyadh. Jafonso is champion here. This has just been such an unpredictable tournament, Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, but deservedly so. He's been phenomenal from start to finish, and he's such a humble person as well. Great player, and he should be so proud alongside his coach Armando as well. Incredible moment for the duo to get their name cemented in history as the EA FC 24 Esports World Cup champions. Incredible.
Bigger than that, Ryan, as well. 1,000 club championship ranking points have just come the way of Luna Galaxy. And if you don't know anything about that, there's $20 million in prize money that goes out to different esports clubs depending on your rankings. Team Falcons have already won the jackpot. They are top of the table, $7 million guaranteed. But Luna Galaxy, with a 1,000 point picked up there, they might be sniffing around top 10.
Wow.
Just from one game.
Yeah, that's incredible. Unbelievable, of course, that Jafonso has contributed. That it's a prideful moment as well for him.
And as we said, in case you didn't know, Luna Galaxy is Diogo Jota's esports organisation. He'll be gutted that he's not here. He might be on a plane out tonight. Yeah. He can work it between his footballing season commitments with his club Liverpool. He will be so proud of his team, so proud of Armando Verde as well, the coach of this team, a big, big part of all the success they've had. And this is massive for Portugal as well. Jafonso, EA FC 24, Esports World Cup champion. What a way to end the season. As we said, that is our last kick of the ball for the FC 24 year. Here when we've had 2 different World Championships. And two different winners, two very different winners. Felt like it was brewing, Ryan, the season he was having. That there was some sort of silverware that was coming alongside the MLS trophy that he did pick up.
Even the plays he beat on his journey. Manu Bachori last year winning in Saudi Arabia. Piazin, FC Pro Open
He's
champion.
champions, isn't he?
It's just an unbelievable. Young as well was phenomenal throughout. So he's taken names along his journey. You see the keys there, selecting the three. I'm interested to see who he would choose, actually.
Right, what keys is he going to choose then? He can choose 3 keys to go into his trophy. I can't directly see who they are. Can we get an angle on that one?
What's that?
MS Dasari. Move your finger slightly, Jafonso. Who's the middle one? Nicholas surely is. Who's the last one?
I think that's
Manu?
I think it's Manu. Yeah, it is.
Manu Bachori. Right, those are his 3 players' keys that he's going to basically have put into his trophy to remember, in the nicest way, the players that he stopped from winning the title. And all the other keys will be going into the totem. Of course, he has his own key in the trophy, plus the 3 there. 12 other keys will be going into the bottom of the totem, alongside all the other players that have been eliminated throughout the different esports titles that have been here across the last 7 weeks. There's still more to come, as you can see. 4 more esports titles to conclude here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. But that's it from myself, Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa. What 4 days of action it's been. That is it for us until the new game lands. For now, it's back to the studio with the rest of the team. Guys, what did you make of that?
Wow, utter disbelief for Jafonso there. What an incredible moment for the 20-year-old to pick up his first, hopefully of many, global titles on this absolutely fabulous stage.
And he deserves it. I mean, shout out to Young, but what we saw from Jafonso start to finish, the types of goals again, some of the little dinks, the precise passing, his defensive micromanaging is some of the best I've ever seen.
I think for a final, that's probably one of the best well-balanced games in every area, attack, defense, and honestly, in the final, some of them goals were incredible.
Just the reading of the game, Rachel.
A 4-1 lead he had at that point there, and it never really looked like Young found his feet in that matchup compared to what we have seen of him.
He did such a good job, Jafonso, with some of the traps in the middle of the pitch, where he really took away spacing, he made him uncomfortable, and even when Young got a couple big breakthroughs, the goalkeeper movement is, again, so precise, but it just offset him just enough.
Wow, these moments were special as well. The emotions playing out in the Giddy Arena, and as they should. You are a world champion at 20 years old. And this is how he did it. Remember, it didn't start on Thursday. It started on Monday. He's played 21 matches this week. What a journey he's had. He's lost just 1. And that, surprise, you mentioned it already, was to Young in round 3. A 4-2 loss there. A 6-2 redemption match in that grand final for that man there. What a moment. And we also heard Brandon saying it as well. He plays for Luna Galaxy, Diogo Jota's esports team, and Diogo has been messaging on social media throughout this week as well, encouraging everyone to get behind his player, and I'm sure he'll be tweeting his congratulations or putting it out somewhere on socials as well, because it means so much for Diogo. He was here in Riyadh only a couple of weeks ago as well, just seeing exactly how big the EWC is. What a moment for Portugal, for Luna, for Diogo and Jafonso.
It's been a good weekend for Jota. He scored, Liverpool won, and now his player just won the World Cup, so I think he'll be happy.
I mean, what a great ambassador of the sport as well. I know it's early on in Jafonso's career, but he's always been one of the nicest guys. We've interacted with him, super humble, and he deserves it. I look at his pathway to get here. Maybe we should mention that again, but going through a last chance qualifier, he played maximum games, maximum opponents, and his consistency was the best of anyone that we saw on display. And it doesn't always come down to that. When we get into finals, you just hope for a great final. You hope that the better player wins, and there's no doubt that Jafonso deserved that victory and deserved the entirety of the tournament structure and progression and so forth.
I hope he deserves a spot as well in the Giddy Plays of the Day. I don't actually know if he's made it. Gorilla, has he made it into this at all?
He has, but not the first one. We've got PH in Mark 11 here, and this goal was so nice. Down the right-hand side with Havertz, he plays it inside. and he does a La Croqueta shot cancel because the angle wasn't on, but he made the angle.
And probably the only way that he could have scored from that angle, which is something that you love to see when you talk about some of the plays of the day. As we continue here, looking for that build-up, see some familiar names. You got a knockdown. This is more about what it meant to pick out that pass, 90th minute, PHN versus Jafonzo. Jafonzo needed that to get into extra time. We thought the game was done after that penalty kick.
And then the last one as well is Jafonzo, the second goal versus Young in the final. A little dink over the top to root hood it. We was in the arena.
Oh my God.
That goal.
We had a live reaction.
So nice.
Wow. I'm telling you, if you think you have that type of vision and that in your locker, you don't. And especially not when you're on a big stage going against the best players in the world. It's just...
In the final, he done that. That's...
Everything has to be perfect or does not come off.
A lot of hopeful wannabe EA FC players be watching that match going, we need to learn a lot of these skills to get ourselves here, maybe on the stage in the future. Well, we did say again, commiserations to Young. He was once again absolutely fabulous. He only lost twice before that grand final as well. But he does get an accolade over the course of the 4 days, and that is the PlayStation Player Bounty. That award goes to Young as well for some of amazing moments that he had in the tournament, a best moment as well. I mean, great for, again, another young by name, young by nature player, and this was a matchup against Vergang.
Yeah, he had so many good performances, and against Anders as well, he put out a statement. It was goal after goal, and I've never seen someone play against Anders like that and just dominate.
9 goals past Anders, who also took a global title a couple of weeks ago. That was where maybe he thought he had the belief, and he definitely did a lot of these celebrations as well, which was actually something we don't get to witness very often. That will live in my memory for a long time, Mike.
I've never seen that before at a tournament. I don't think you've ever seen anything like that.
I haven't.
We're starting to get there, though. We've seen some dances now coming into tournaments, and the more that you open up to a crowd and you just have that moment where you're overwhelming, full of so much emotion, you just got to let loose somehow.
This is what the Giddy Arena has allowed the players to do, just come out of their shells and really kind of play into that audience, which we don't get very much in the EFC. So we have loved having that massive crowd in the arena. So guys at home, thank you for bringing the energy to the players and to us as well. I'm going to crown now an MVP as well, a PlayStation MVP. Of course, it goes to our winner. Of course, it is Jafonzo. What an accolade as well. Not just a world champion, but an MVP to boot, guys.
MVP, $300,000. He's got the trophy.
Fantastic.
He deserves it. He deserves it.
Great jawline.
And this was the kind of most valued player play as well, I'm going to say. I'm going to call it that.
But that first one looks like a normal cross, but it wasn't. He done a player lock cross on the first goal to open it up in the final. We've obviously talked about the second one, and he got the ball with R9, done a finesse shot. And as I've said before, Jafonzo inside the box is composed and he's clinical.
He just constantly waits for the perfect moment, and you have to give him so much credit. It's so hard to do that, even when you're at home playing through a weekend league, yet alone, in person, live audience. I think we should give a lot of special appreciation for all the Saudi fans that came out and made this such a unique experience across the board, and everyone who organized the tournament as well. This turned out phenomenal.
And I want to say as well, a big thank you to the Esports World Cup for putting on that last chance qualifier. Without that, we wouldn't have Jafonzo here. Something was written, wasn't it, in the stars that they thought, you know what? We need a Nicholas and a Jafonzo in this. Those two players put on such a show. So we're so grateful for having that on Monday and bringing it here. Guys, is this very much a start of big things for Jafonzo going forward?
He's 20 years of age and he's won the World Cup, but the way he's played, the players that he's played against, I mean, at the end in his trophy, he put MS Dottery, Nicholas, and Manu Bashore. Them three at the bottom, it's going to be there forever. So every time he looks at the trophy, he knows who he's beat.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we've mentioned it before. Thank you so much for watching. We really hope you've enjoyed the show, but we'd love your feedback regardless. You can just scan that QR code and let us know your thoughts on the past 4 days and the Esports World Cup as a whole, as the fireworks go off behind us in the Boulevard. We saw them yesterday, didn't we, when Falcons got crowned the club champions, and I want to get out there and
Boulevard's
enjoy
amazing.
this party. Guys, I want just some final thoughts, because Mike, we were here in Riyadh last year for the World Cup. This has been even more special, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and I think one of the big takeaways, I'd like to see a couple new finalists. We haven't seen Young break past that moment. He's been right there, he's on the horizon, and then Jafonso, this has been the year of Jafonso, and you mentioned it early on. I'd like to think that he's got at least a few more years of being at this level. You never know, game shifts, your focus shifts, but I got a lot of belief in him. He's been dead on.
And the thing for me as well, I think this tournament's created a lot of storylines going forward, so that'll be interesting to see going forward.
Gorilla, you're a former world champion. Your first time actually on this side of the stage, calling a new world champion. How was it for you to be a part of?
I've really enjoyed it. Obviously, I'd want to be playing. I've been competing for nearly 10 years, and for me, this has been the best event, and I think the players love it. So I've enjoyed being on this side. Hopefully next year, though, I could be playing.
Yeah, kudos absolutely to everyone who has made this special event happen. We've absolutely loved it. But of course, we had to crown just one champion, and that was Jafonso from Lunar Galaxy Esport. And you know the hashtag? It is Rise and Defy. Jafonso did just that here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Riyadh has been such a wonderful host for us once again. We've loved being a part of the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC 24. Gorilla, Mike, thank you so much for your company for these past 4 days. It's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you once again to everybody at home who's enjoyed watching. We'll see you hopefully next year. Goodbye.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.